look like I'm ready. Let's go. All right, so we are live on YouTube. And let's just see how this looks. Do I have 4K as an option? I do. If anyone else wants to go check out the YouTube stream, I could maybe use some feedback on how it's looking. Let's pin this message. There we go. All right, so if anyone wants to pop over to YouTube and tell me if it's working and stable in 4K, I would appreciate the feedback. Okay, yeah, I see it is slightly delayed after Twitch, but I don't know if it's working or not. Stream lagging for anyone else? Is it lagging on Twitch too or just on YouTube? Might have had... Oh, I dropped a couple of frames. You can chat on Twitch and watch there, yes. Quite a lot of lag. Okay, let me stop then. Maybe I can restart on YouTube anyway. Let's see if that works. Okay, I think we're back. We might be back. All right, I think we're back, and we should be stable. I'll tell you what the problem was. My problem was I installed a new GPU in my PC, so I edited my OBS settings last night, and instead of typing 7,500 in the box for my bitrate on streaming to Twitch, I typed 75,000, and I put an extra 0. So I was sending more bits than my internet could handle. Now we should be okay. We're stable on Twitch and on YouTube. The YouTube's there, the Twitch is there, and I think we're all good. But I got a 5080 Atomic, so hopefully we are good to stream in 4K. I need to set my overlay back up now. Overlay again. And I hope the 4K looks okay for everyone, because I don't even have... I'm just using NVIDIA's super resolution to get the 4K on my monitor. Don't even have a 4K monitor. But I hope it still looks better for people on YouTube. And now I need to go set up my overlay again. This is Rulers of Rome versus Pub. And it's the play-in for the Silver Edition, and it is a best of 5. You have one of those too? Nice. And hi, YouTube, once again. Hello, you're on YouTube. And hello, Sunnyflower. How are you doing? Hope you're having a very sunny and flowery day. And if our race is doing admin stuff while watching, still need to edit the handbook to say it has to be the same in both drafts. All right, yes. Vodka is a bit later. Yeah, we get to watch Vodka play instead of Vodka watching other people play. Having a great day? That's wonderful to hear. Or to read. I guess I didn't hear it. I read it. Well, I heard it when I said it myself. And Alscar, hello. And if anyone is also on YouTube, if you could just let me know that is working properly too, I'd appreciate it. I see I'm correctly streaming at just under 8,000 MB, or just under 8 Mbps instead of 75. So hopefully things are good. I could maybe be tempted to crank up the bitrate on YouTube a bit, but I don't know if my internet will handle that. Who are the teams? Rulers of Rome is Kamigawa, Vodka, and Rise. You probably know Kamigawa because he owns that pizza place in Berlin. And you might know Vodka because he's the observer for many of the events like NAC and the Garrison, and Mem just had him be doing the observing for Warlords. And Pub is the Britain team, the Great Britain team of King Boo, Dave Hun, and who else was on that roster? and Steak. So King Boo, Steak, and Dave Hun. And welcome everybody on Twitch. It seems fine on YouTube. Oh, look, user is saying hi to YouTube on YouTube itself. Wonderful. And hello, Max. Working great. Atomic confirms. Wonderful. Yeah, Sunnyflower's been to that pizza place for the NACs before. Some official looking pizzas. Yeah, on my to-do list has been updating my overlay. And what I plan to do is essentially to have the scoreboard on Capture Age covered by a browser source in OBS, and have that browser source linked to the rest of my overlays. So when I update the score, I only need to do it once, and I don't need to update the score repeatedly on every overlay. And I'm also going to have the maps and everything and donation goals displayed. But that still requires work. It's a lot to do when you're doing the tournament, and I'm also the one who did the maps. So any map bugs I need to take priority in fixing. I know I have R-Base and Petito doing admin stuff. I'm contemplating maybe next time I need to like hire a social media person to prepare social media posts. Not just like graphics and stuff, but things that I can share to announce stream dates and schedules. You're a bit confused where to watch Twitch or YouTube? You could open both and give me a viewer on both. Is it clearly croissants, not pizza? A pizza croissant would be interesting. You can watch on both. You can do what Atomic does, keep the YouTube stream open, but then type in the Twitch chat. Yeah, they also do have a bakery, so they do serve croissants. I did have Kamigawa serve me a croissant. Last time I was there. You have pizza croissants. Okay, in the US we have pizza bagels. I imagine that as different as they are, it's a similar type of meal. Watching on both now, nice. You've probably experienced on managing social media accounts and creating content on social media. This will be I don't really have admin funds for that this time, but if we do it again, I think I need slightly more admin funds and not necessarily a larger prize pool sponsorship, but just more time. I think it's going to be a good time before the next Cartographers. I didn't submit it for this year to Nilly because I didn't have any idea what the stats would be for channel or during it. So we're gonna figure that out, and then when I have a better idea of what all the stats are gonna be, then I'll submit it. Pizza bagels do go hard. Oh yeah, Atomic, you've probably gotten a pizza bagel at College Town Bagels before. I remember because you've been in Ithaca. Airbase, we have maps. Wonderful. We have drafts. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. We have Zawal and Black Forest and Golden Lakes and Arabia. Also, Airbase, remember to check Zawal for missing golds. Because Petito said there was a missing one the other day. And tonight, after the streams, I'll go through and retest Zawal for missing stuff. Ithaca is gorgeous, indeed. He even did the bands right? Yes, yes. That's what Petito said the other day, that they did the bans wrong, but in total, together, they banned 2 categories, so he just rolled with it. Or hot truck. Oh, yeah, the shortstop deli. I remember when the shortstop deli was a new thing. How do I know about Ithaca pizza bagels? Because I lived in Ithaca. That's where I went to college. Not at Ithaca College though. I was a Cornell student. French bread pizza sub. I have a friend moving there soon. Nice, nice, nice. You think that skirmishers will be made by Pub? I think they might be made by Alt. Oh, we have Canberra as the first game. Canberra sudden death. Let's go. Oh, that is a lovely first map. Canberra Sheep Edition, yeah. So Canberra, despite the fact that all of us looked at the map several times, and we even went over all of the maps to make a list of all the resources on them, and despite the fact we hosted a show match on the map with 4 players who played the map, none of us realized that I neglected to add a starting 3 sheep for the players. Somehow, none of us realized that. I don't know how Turs and Crab and Masty and Umu played the map and didn't realize there were 3 sheep missing, but they did. Our base eventually realized. The worst part is that's one of the maps we like, because of that show match, we most thoroughly tested it. Oh, we just somehow didn't notice the sheep were missing. Hello, Courier 6. Hello, Macho. Sheep are not important. I don't know. I like sheep. And hello, number 1 of Consequence 9. Thank you for the follow. Or no one of Consequence. I thought that no one was number 1, but no, now I see it's no one of Consequence. Ooh, thank you. Hope you're ready for the consequences of following. Oh, Fromengard, are you in Ithaca now? And hello, Gags. Chickens are indeed important. Oh, and they picked Chicken Arabia as a map. Yeah, our base is too stubborn to redo the draft and change it from Arabia to Chicken Arabia. People just fall asleep if there's sheep on the map, counting how many you get, and then you fall asleep. Bergwin. Our base is an egg. He's a 4K resolution egg that'll crash the games. Oh man, we need. We really do need that map draft to civ draft pitch clock. Taking way too long between them. One day we'll have that majesty. Oh, there we go. Admin ban time. So Chinese, Hindustanis, Saracens, Byzantines, Incas, or Inca, not the Incans anymore, just the Inca, or the Incas. Britons, Koreans, Celts, Vikings, and Wu all admin banned. Let me also move the civ draft down ever so slightly. think my silver and gold logos are in different spots. Yeah, they are. The silver logo is slightly lower. Let me move that up. There, now they're at the same spot, basically. And thank you, Skatare, for the follow. The admin bands are random, yes. Can I please play the theme song of Jeopardy? I think I have the rights to that. I don't think I have the rights to a Jeopardy song. Twitch is only offering you 720p? Is that true for anyone else? Oh, it is. Oh, you know what? I might need to restart the stream one more time. I'm sorry. Oh wait, no. It says it's rescaling to 1920 by 1080. Literally unwatchable. You know why it's doing that? It's doing that because earlier I accidentally was streaming at too high of a bitrate and it's now at 720p. And I don't know if I can change that. Now that definitely is a problem. You can watch in 4K on YouTube. Oh, that's a silly typo. Yes, what do I do now? I already restarted OBS. So I don't know if restarting OBS again fixes that. Hello, Crab. Yeah. So this is what happens. So Twitch has a bitrate limit of, they advertise it as 6,000, but you can actually go up to 8,000. And if you start streaming at over 8,000, it only gives you 720p. And I accidentally, instead of streaming at 7,500 like I normally do, because I had just set up my new GPU last night, I, for a few minutes, was streaming at 75,000. And I fixed that, but I can't get the resolution fixed now. Is YouTube live? Well, I turn off monetization on the YouTube live stream, so hopefully it doesn't have ads. I don't know if there's anything I can do about this, because I'm going to cast 3 sets. I don't want to cast 3 sets on Twitch at 720p. That's going to be a horrible experience. I didn't think I'd be advertising the YouTube stream this much, but I guess I am. I'll Google for a solution to this problem. Maybe if I decrease the bitrate, eventually I'll get there. All right. Maybe if I just decrease my Twitch bitrate even more, it'll eventually change. All right, let me just... Where are we? I'm going to set my bitrate down a bit on Twitch and see if that ever fixes it. And hello, Elsie River. And if not, I don't know what to do. Maybe I just stream the first set on YouTube, then do the rest on Twitch. It won't work even if I restart. Well, I've already restarted it, Yajur. I've already restarted it. So I don't know if there's like a timer I need to wait until it gives me the right resolution option again. Mm-hmm. I don't know if doing the remaining ones on Twitch will actually change or do let me get the different resolution. Is there like a Twitch support I can contact? You will usually provide an initial response within 12 hours. That is not helpful. Contact via live chat instead of filing a support ticket. So I'm thinking maybe I just want to try restarting the Twitch stream one more time. And also thank you Bambus Spawns for the follow. While we're drafting, I'm going to do this one more time. I'm going to try to restart the Twitch stream. And I'm going to see if that maybe gives us new resolution options if I stream at a lower bitrate. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. We're just going to be stuck at 720. Thanks for pointing that out to me. But yeah, I'm going to restart one more time. And get ready, get your refresh buttons ready. And we'll be back with hopefully a better. Wait, actually, let me check something on Twitch. If I check my videos page, do I have separate videos for this in the previous stream that was just a few minutes? I don't actually. I'm gonna wait for Twitch to like end this broadcast, and then I'll go live on Twitch again, and I'll keep rambling to you guys on YouTube. So yeah. Yeah, time to restart. And I'm gonna wait for Twitch to stop the stream on their end, and then restart it. All right, so hello YouTube. How's everyone doing in the YouTube chat? If everyone on YouTube does get an ad, let me know, because I turned monetization off, and hopefully I won't get ads. But if they do play ads, that'll be annoying. So just look at the rest of the draft then. I think YouTube's slightly behind because I put it in a different latency mode for higher quality. But Pub picked the shoe. All right, picked shoe as their final civ. And then finally Goths for Rulers of Rome. Goths for Rulers of Rome at the end. Goths are a civ that I think could actually be pretty good on lots of these settings. So I'm just going to keep checking my Twitch page. And it looks like Twitch did end that video. I'm just going to give it another couple minutes before I restart. Stream from 37 minutes ago. Living with the chickens. OBS is 0 viewers. I kind of want to wait for that to end. Hey guys, hello dear Alphabet. I also restart OBS. I restarted OBS. All right, YouTube should be back. YouTube should be back. I restarted OBS and didn't realize it would make me go offline on YouTube. So let me do this one more time. I'm gonna go live on Twitch again, and hopefully we're back. And what video quality does the Twitch stream have? 1080p. Yes, we are good. We are good on Twitch. Oof. All right. So back on Twitch, back on YouTube. Good. All right. Hello, Sunnyflower on YouTube. Not as anonymous. Yeah, remember YouTube is going to show your YouTube account name here. To Alphabet, leaving YouTube to go back to Twitch. All right, I need to reset my scoreboard one more time. Third time's the charm. All right, we got it. We got it, everyone. We're good. Yeah, so now you can do the good old keep both streams open, chat on Twitch, and watch the stream on YouTube. See so many bits. Wonderful. It worked. It worked. Funny how YouTube has higher contrast, someone said. I forgot where they said that. Who are the players? So Rulers of Rome. I've been saying this. I need to update my overlay to show the players. That's Kamigawa, Vodka, and Rise. And Pub is King Boo, Steak, and Dave Hun. That's the thing. Not everyone's going to know the team players for each name, so I need to make sure that I have that as part of the announcements. Hello, Twitch chat again. Oops, you meant to donate 7.5 bits and accidentally donated 750,000 bits? Oh no. Notice it with Viper's YouTube stream too. Okay, yeah. I lost where that was said. I need to combine the chats so I can read both chats. Interesting. Does Viper stream all of his streams on YouTube now? I still need to figure out how to do the YouTube versus Twitch splitting. And hello, Denyus on YouTube. I'm assuming that's an E and I'm saying your name like Denyus, but that might not be how to pronounce it at all. Names are hard. All right, now that we've lost all the viewers due to restarting the stream, how's everyone doing? At least the pre-rolls that I've staved off are still staved off. All right, everyone is in the lobby now. So we're going to put the Twitch stream through the horrors of I'm just going to play 2 minutes of ads. And then we will not have ads hopefully on Twitch. Just got to get this all set up. The frustrations of technology. At least we got it working. Yeah, I was co-casting with Memb, and he's in the 4K beta, and at one point his stream just stopped on 1080, and it froze visually. But the other resolutions worked, so that was a weird Twitch issue. Seems more vibrant too. So the YouTube stream, one, I'm using a higher bitrate, and two, I'm using AV1 encoding, which I imagine will be a much better encoder than the H.264 encoder that I'm still streaming with to Twitch. YouTube is so smooth, feels like Roman's 5% bonus. Ads Atomic, you don't get ads, you're a sub. Okay, this is mostly figured out now, I think. OBS just does not resize from 4K to 1080 properly unless I move stuff over. Okay, that's good to know. You don't know much about encoding, but you're a photographer. All right. Your ad was from the Road Safety Authority. Nice. When I watch Ornlu streams, I get PTAs about not parking my car on the train tracks. And honestly, maybe more people should get those because there was a train accident in my town not that long ago where someone, oh, I don't know what they were doing, but they tried to get past the crossing guard. Like the guard, like the train was approaching the intersection and the barriers went down. And I don't know, they tried to drive around the barrier but got stuck on the tracks. But their car got hit by the train. They got out of the car in time, but they got rammed by that train. Where are you meant to park? Then you only park on the tracks. This is America. You got to remind people not to do that stuff. They're still in the lobby. The map is Canberra. It is sudden death. I did set up the maps so that if you mistakenly do not click sudden death, you automatically get banned. Or no, you automatically get defeated. I'm thinking too much streaming. You automatically get defeated, so you know instantly that you picked the wrong settings. Canberra hype. Yeah, Crab, one of the masters of not noticing missing sheep on camera from that show match. Yep, in game mode sudden death, not the check mark sudden death. Is that like a UK English thing where they call check marks tick marks? Because in the US we always say check. But I remember hearing back when I played those Lego video games. Oh my gosh, this is the community. Did you ever play Lego Creator Knight's Kingdom? It's a checkbox, our base. Yeah, I remember Lego Creator Knight's Kingdom. I think that was it, where they said they called them tick boxes somewhere. It's check sudden death, or do not check sudden death checkbox. Use the game mode anyway. A box full of ticks. Ooh, that sounds horrible. I'd love a box full of checks. As long as I could cache all of them. Okay, Petito's in the lobby. He's making sure the settings are all set properly. And why don't you say hi? Hello, hello, hello. As the car has been fixed, yes. Oh yeah, everyone, yesterday. So I was driving to get a haircut, and between the barber shop, or just next to the barber shop, between me and the barber shop, is the car dealership. Yeah. It's the Nissan dealership. And as I was like driving past it, I had just gotten past it and was about to pull into the parking lot for the barber shop. And then I felt something just break on my driver's side front tire. And then I heard this loud screeching sound. So I was like, well, if I'm going to break down somewhere, this is the place to do it. So I turned around, screeched my way over into the parking lot of the dealership. And yeah, luckily I didn't break down on the train tracks. But I screeched my car into there and walked in and was like, hey, my car broke down and I was right in front of here. So could y'all take a look at it? And they did. And they fixed it. Apparently there was a clip on, like a tire clip that had broken. And when that happened, also the backplate had shifted. And that's what was making the screeching sound, as it was being rubbed against. But they fixed it, put a new clip on the tire. It was an American car. It was a Nissan, so I guess it's actually a Japanese car, but it was an American car dealership. But yeah, they fixed it. I was there for maybe a little over an hour. Wasn't that bad. I was worried it would be like a serious issue and it cost me several $100s, but it was only $106, so it wasn't that bad. I don't think I hit anything. Like I didn't feel like I hit anything. It felt like something just break. It just like broke in the clip. But maybe I did hit something small that I just didn't see. It's not like that time I hit the tree and did like $2,000 worth of damage to the car. Hello, low elo Joe. Yeah, this was not that. No, after I was done, I just drove back to the barber shop and got my hair cut. I probably should have just walked there while they were fixing the car and got my hair cut, to be honest. But they have launched, and we'll have a spec delay, then we'll be good to go. There's no ad telling me not to hit trees. Oh, the tree was a tricky one because I had just driven on that road maybe like 2 hours before, and then like I was going back and forth, and then I was on my way back again, and it had started raining and just like downpouring. It was very sudden, and it knocked the tree over. And considering I had just driven the road before, and it suddenly got very dark, I was not expecting the tree. Those plastic clips they use in the wheel well bumpers and all keep breaking. They suck, but you need a pliable material, not metal. The tree walk onto the road. The tree just fell onto the road. The tree was trying to cross the road. Most of the expense from fixing cars comes from the manual labor fees. Yep, exactly. The fee I paid was mostly just for someone to do it. It was a pretty simple fix. And hello, LL on YouTube. How you doing? I'm going to try to pay attention to the YouTube chat, too. I'm going to pay attention to both. Oh, also, I'm going to attempt to record. So let's hit start recording and see if we can record while doing this, too. And hello, Abelson. How you doing? Do the right thing, spend 2 weekends smeared in car oil. Unfortunately, I don't know how to fix cars myself. Might be a fun thing to learn, but I've never really been a car person. Okay, when we get to capture age, I'm going to need to fix my scene. Because it's only capturing part of the screen? What is this? Hello? Let me fix this. Why am I getting the free-for-all overlay in capture age? There we go. They didn't set something correctly. And hello, Tehidoma, thank you for the follow. Are these players teamed? What the heck? Is Capture Age just doesn't know how to cast Sudden Death? Like, what is going on here? They didn't check lock teams. Okay. Let's hope they don't play diplomacy. Can I even check for that in the map script? Well, Petito has something else to check. They're teamed, but they could join the other team. So as far as the players know, nothing's weird, but we'll need to make sure they lock teams for the next game. Otherwise, Capture Age is going to give us the free-for-all stats. Why are there that many admin bans? Because personally, I like having a bit more randomness in the civ picks, so we don't see the same civs played every single set of games. And I think having some more randomness makes it more fun. I know I kind of got bored of seeing the same civ matchups on repeat over and over a lot of the times for some other events, so I wanted to have the fun of the admin bans. Line of sight correct for the players? Yes, the line of sight is correct. The only thing apparently they didn't check, according to Arbase, is the lock teams button. So if they go to the diplomacy menu, they can swap their teams around. And we just have to hope they don't do that. This is just a capture age issue then. I don't know if I can tell capture age to treat this as a 2v2 and send me the normal overlay. But yeah. Anyway, the map is Canberra. This is our Australian map. It was originally made by Zetnus. I modified it ever so slightly for Cartographers. I guess the one thing I need to check is distance from TC to water. As that's what Margugu was saying. Yeah, it's not the same for all the players. It's tricky because this is made in connection generation, but it's something I'll take a look at. Like galleys probably in feudal probably couldn't hit that TC, but maybe could hit this one. I don't know, just something I'll be taking a look at. Anyway, the map has a large fish in the middle. We have 32,000 fish here. It's a large power of 2. If I put any more food on that fish, it would overflow. Has Kamigawa deleted his wall? Kamigawa, let's look at the players. He did delete the wall, yes. So the players, we will have Rulers of Rome, Kamigawa, and Vodka. Vodka, of course, you will recognize him as the one who does all of the observing during many of the tournaments. He is the observer. They will be to the northwest. And then we'll have King Boo in the green as the Portuguese and Dave Hun in the blue as the Malay. The map will have sheep for the players. And the reason he deleted that wall is, one, he has a teammate over here, so they can delete the walls on this side, and they're really not that at risk of being forwarded, because that's where the teammates are. Saying that, Vodka's also deleted his forward wall, so I take that back. And he sent the Vil forward to build the dock in the middle. So strategy for RRR is one dock at home, one dock in the middle. And Vodka is not heavily fishing, going to focus maybe on going up faster, going for the second dock in the middle. And the waterways are thin enough that you can build two docks across and block them, so you can go for a dock block. Yes, the cameraman Vodka, indeed. Oop, let me set my windows up so I can see the YouTube chat, too. Yes, I will watch both. So Dave Hun is up to feudal. And immediately as he's up, he is going to queue in the dock. He's the Malay. He's up fast. Where's his ship? He's doing a barracks, and he's doing militia? What? What is this strategy from Dave Hun? Okay, he's going for a tower rush, and he's not going to fight over the water. So Kamigawa is up kind of late. He is playing as the Armenians. There he is. One of the relics spawned incorrectly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They all look correct to me. Our base, they look correct. See if I can find it. I mean, all the relics look fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Isn't it 2 per square? Nope, it's 1 per square between the teams, and then 2 or 3 between between sets of opposing players. Yeah, it's 2 or 3. There's a total of 7 on the map. There's a total of 7. And these militia will break in with the help of the tower, and Dave Hun will get in. This is completely normal for a relic spawn. And now they go for the house. Ooh, imagine if Dave Hun just did a transport ship now and then sailed it down there, and then boom, you bypass the wall. Should be between opponents, not between teammates. They are between opponents. Yellow and green are opponents. Green and yellow are teammates? Green and blue are teammates. Oh, wait, what the? Wait a minute. No, they're not our base. No, they're not. Green and yellow are enemies. Our base still hung over from that birthday he had on Wednesday. Okay, Vil goes down. Thank you, Natanily 05 for the follow. Capture age confusing our base. Sure. Anyway, while I was looking at the relics, Kamigawa and Vodka have won the water, but Kamigawa has to deal with this tower in his base, and thank you, Antsfly, for the follow, and this tower rush forward. So now with these 2 towers, Dave Hun has got enough area of the front of the base where he is able to attack the TC with mangonels if he gets up to the next age. And as the Malay, he may be able to go up quickly. Maybe just a fast double workshop push on the TC could be interesting against a player who is going for the fish in the water. So by going for the water, they have a big fish, but they have to drop off at the dock, and that huge investment might slow them down on their way to the next stage. Also, galleys attacking the TC from Kamigawa by virtue of winning the water. This is something I might want to guarantee that you can do in the feudal age, attack the TC with galleys. I don't know if we want to guarantee it or prohibit it. But we will have to come up with one thing and do it consistently. These are galleys, and they don't have fletching, so the TC could garrison and just shoot back at them. I mean, I'm fine with that. I own too much coffee because he wasn't surviving exams. What does that mean? Yeah, what happens when he drops a castle there? Maybe Kamigawa just dies? That's right now, Boo. Dave Hun, this is just... Let's secure the map. Oh, but King Boo, he's going to drop a castle at home. He lost a lot of HP on that TC. He needs to repair it. And I don't know if galleys could hit this TC. It doesn't really matter because only one player is doing it this game. But yeah, that is something I'll keep an eye on and try to make consistent both here and on Forest Pond. It was like a throw from Boo. Maybe it is. I mean, he could have just garrisoned the TC and fought off the galleys. Castle will keep War Galley away, but doesn't feel like Kamigawa is going to be up anytime soon. There's no game audio. There's no game audio. Thank you, thank you. Took a while to point that out, but thank you. Another OBS setting I need to change. Okay, now there should be game audio. Thank you. No in-game sound. I saw, you said it on YouTube. I need to read the YouTube chat. I think you guys said it first. Thank you also, Wuzu93, for pointing that out. I think I would have rather seen the castle forward too. Maybe they're just relying on Dave Hunt to do the forward castle though, because Vodka and Kamigawa are far ahead in eco units. I'm pretty sure the 47 is their fishing ship / Ville number. Game audio, yes. The loveliness of game audio. So these galleys have cleared some buildings. Some more towers going for Dave Hunt to defend his own TC. And remember, if you do the castle, you also can start doing petards. We're going to have organ guns for King Boo. But you always do have the option of going for a petard rush on the town center. It takes 5 petards to take down the TC. Maybe something, though, you're more likely to see from a player who won the water, because you can just drop the petards and go straight for it. And maybe that's something where we consistently should have the water with galleys out of range of the TC, just to make the petards take slightly longer, and give players the fun of reacting to them. The fun, that is. Learn from Iwu the castle as far forward as possible with as little army as possible. You didn't learn that from Doubt? So forward workshop and a monastery. King Boo going aggressive. Vodka, not much in the way of stone, so can't just go for a castle defense. And, oh gosh, they're not teamed properly, so Capture Age isn't displaying the team score. I don't know which team is ahead here. Vodka is the highest score in the game. I'm going to guess his team is the higher score, because individually they're both ahead. And white feather guards from Emu. The pub did pick the shoe. That's the white feather guard save, right? Now, towers can hit the TC. Can the TC hit the tower back? It probably could if it was garrisoned. I can't tell exactly where that line is because the house is in the way. I think the TC could probably garrison and shoot the tower. Yeah, and I think the Capture Age Mayhem has also confused Ray. Has the RRR players are the team, and then the King Boo and Dave are a team. They did not click lock teams in the menu. So as far as they're concerned, everything looks fine, but Capture Age is now freaking out, thinking that it's a free-for-all diplomacy game. And because the teams are not locked, it's giving us the weird overlay and not showing the team score. So Mangonel defense from Vodka. You're not used to this much stonewalling? Need to watch more Mihai games. He stonewalls a lot. And King Boo threatening the TC. Mangonel defense. As the repairers start to come in. Nice job to repair from King Boo. And we have a defensive castle from Kamigawa. Defensive castle on the way up. He'll use that to clear the towers. And Dave Hunt's still feudal. Wasn't able to get a quick workshop follow-up to this. Even as the Malay, not going to be up fast enough. As the Mangonels continue working on the market. It's okay, Ray. It's okay. It's very confusing. I didn't tell the admins to make the players restart for that, but they just clicked the wrong button. Dieter will have to double check that for the next game. And so Vodka pushed back by the Mangonels where he cannot attack the TC, instead is going to hit the market. Have anyone seen the two of them in the same room? I don't think I have. Archer going to dodge some castle fire there. And thank you, Jakoshlu5 for the follow. And also for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. Appreciate the support. And thumbs up, Wuzu has the in-game sound on YouTube too. Perfect. So, organ guns hitting both docks, galleys coming forward, and the galleys could take out the organ guns here. That's a pretty big loss for King Boo. And one more, ooh, not quite enough range. The guy's boots just dodging the arrows. And a bunch of knights for Vodka now, as he is trying to push this back. The ram push had been forward from King Boo. Remember, this team does still have the water, but it can be tricky to fish because you only do have one big fish. There's only so many fishing ships you can fit around it, or they become rather inefficient. And Boo, it's hard for me to keep track of what's going on. So he does have Redemption, and it looks like he probably converted a knight. 5 knights? Oh, that's a lot of knights to convert. And we're gonna have a forward castle now from Dave Hun. And what do you do here? The castle... Let me see, can hit the TC. It can hit the TC. But Kamigawa maybe will have a slight advantage in the castle fight with the timing. He's not doing petards yet. I mean, I'd imagine what you want to do is maybe do 1 or 2 petards to take the castle out while it's on the way up, because then you're not in danger of them being sniped off. And now the question is just, do you garrison villagers in the castle? Because these petards from Dave Hun don't have to go for the castle, they only have to go for the TC. And here Kamigawa probably needs some type of wall, even just like a gate, to ensure more petards are slowed down on their way to the TC. On the other side, forward castle from King Boo, playing the objective, going for the TC. His castle will be able to range the TC. And more petards on the way from Kamigawa. How did Boo get so many villagers? Training villagers. He must be working non-stop. Do we have an idle TC time on the team game overlay? Only 45 seconds of idle TC. And he also has a 5-3 eco KD. And considering he didn't play water, I think that's just villagers that have been killed. Okay, so knights coming forward again, but that's a lot of monks from King Boo. A lot of monks from King Boo, and it's something Vodka can't quite deal with. Vodka's stone is forward. He's not able to access it right now. And Vodka's in a lot of trouble, highest score in the game, but he needs to win a fight and then do something about that castle. Converted Mangonel now can hit the TC. Vodka's gonna lose some knights here. He's down to 2 knights, 3 knights. He can take out the Mangonel probably, but now his TC is in trouble. His TC is in trouble. Ram's on the way from King Boo. But Kamigawa's coming over with some war galleys, and maybe the war galleys could help clear this up. He needs to repair that so the castle doesn't destroy it. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 petards for Dave Hun. And if you're Dave Hun, do you go for the castle or do you go for the TC? And Kamigawa has to be ready for this petard push on his TC. You have to keep an eye there no matter... Oh, petards and rams. Dave Hun's going to do this. Dave Hun is going to do this. More petards in the TC for King Boo. He needs to get through the ram and then 5 petards destroy a TC. And then, yep, the scout to absorb castle fire. Okay, defensive petards against the petards, and it worked, it worked! It worked, but now the rams are there, 2 rams remain, and Kamigawa has to repair. He has to repair now. Are there karambits in the ram? No, there are vills in the rams, and Kamigawa's going to defend. He's going to defend this. The ram goes down, and the Mangonel there is in position to defend the TC. He survives, Kamigawa survives. All those petards taken out by the defensive petards. And at the same time, we have a castle drop in Dave Hun's base. Kamigawa getting vills forward. He's got 10 vills inside that castle. Dave Hun reacted with a defensive castle. So perfect defense from Kamigawa while also attacking. Okay, so both of them are attacking each other's TC with a castle. Another ram push on the way. More petards being loaded into that castle though. And Dave Hun is maybe in a better defensive position to stop petards from getting there, and he's decided to put 20 vills in this castle to try to win the castle fight. To the north. Oh wait, to the north. Vodka's castle goes down to the Mangonel push. Vodka's castle goes down. Vodka... Okay, well Vodka's castle... I mean, his TC went down. Okay, King Boo pushed, and Vodka's defeated. Okay, but things are not over for this team. As Kamigawa, if he's able to just take out the TC from Dave Hun, then it becomes a 1v1 that maybe Kamigawa could still win. The Rams are there. Morville's going forward. He is stoned for another castle. Okay, so Vodka's defeated. He lost the TC, and he needs to push, and he needs to push fast. And King Boo, aware of that, he is going to stonewall everything so that a transport ship cannot get in and deposit vills for a forward castle. And the transport, where's the transport? There we go. He has one more chance to win this, and King Boo is going to be bringing his monks down to double team him, but he has a fortified church to defend the monks. He might be able to pull this off. The vills going forward out of the castle, and they're going to be picked off. So Dave Han losing his forward vills, I don't know what he's looking at, but not his villagers. They get back in. So far so good for Kamigawa. He is surviving. And that castle still on the TC for Dave Han. And War Galley's coming forward to make sure this is safe. They will see the walls. But again, you're in a situation where all you need is a few petards. You can do a castle, use the castle to break through the wall, and then go for the TC. His army slowly but surely coming around. Kamigawa might need a mangonel to defend the fortified church from the ram. Otherwise, fortified churches themselves usually do great against mangonels. So he's going forward, he's dropping the castle and doing a workshop behind it. His teammate is defeated, but he's still playing on. He still thinks he has a shot, and maybe he does. Yeah, this is sudden death. This is sudden death. That's why he's not GGing, because he still has a legit shot. If this castle doesn't go up for King Boo, then he's actually in trouble from the petards. He's sending everything. He's sending his entire village to raise the castle. He knows he needs to get that up. Imp, they can go imp, yes. That's going to be a lot of dead vills for King Boo. Kamigawa is still applying pressure, because Dave Han is also kind of dead. His castle's being rammed. We're going to have another castle at home from Kamigawa. That's just going to help to stymie this push. Kamigawa must have like 0 eco right now. All of his vills invested into the castle fights. But King Boo so far took out Vodka's TC, defeated Vodka. At the same time, Kamigawa was defending. I thought this team was going to hold for a second, but then I looked up and all 3 TCs were under attack at the same time. If retards come forward, then you got to send the entire eco to defend. So castle versus castle. Oh, and this is nasty. The petards can hit from over the wall. The diagonal wall coming in clutch for King Boo. Yeah, Vodka's the observer again. Vodka's the observer again. No one more appropriate to win a game by watching it than Vodka. Yeah, and he had to sell the imp for the defensive castle. Well, he needed that defensive castle. Well, the good part is he now has double defensive castles against this one, and I think his TC is pretty safe. Like, Dave Han has to invest his eco into repairing his TC. He cannot afford petards, and he's soon going to finish the gold that is accessible to him in his base. He's going to have to move forward for gold somewhere. He's finding it on the outside of the map. And ram push now on King Boo's castle. He's trying to get out a defensive mangonel. The repairs are there. His castle training more petards, but I think Kamigawa might win the castle fight. Oh, the mangonel coming forward, trying to hit the rams. Ram's gonna go back. Vil needs to. Ooh, he doesn't garrison in time. Oh, castle snipes the mangonel though. Petard can get 1 ram. Vil's are gonna eject and get the ram. But that castle still very low on HP. The Vills are gonna go down. Okay, let's go Kamigawa. He can get the castle. He's still defended. King Boo trying to go around to the back where he can push from the side. Another ram push being started by Dave Han. That mangonel still in defense. So a ram gonna come from the back at the same time as they come from the front. This castle still hitting the TC, getting some Vills occasionally. Only 10 Vills left, so that might go down. And Kamigawa going to take out this castle from King Boo. I think he's going to win. He can't ungarrison over the wall. The Vills eject. Still 82 Vills for King Boo. And the castle snipes the petard. Gonna snipe off more Vills. Another ram on the way. And Kamigawa is going to use the petard to try to open the wall in front of the castle. This castle going down. The Vills have to run. That's going to be rammed down. Petard on the wrong side to hit the ram. King Boo's losing petards. Ram push on the TC for Kamigawa, though. He's fighting the rams with Vills. He needs to repair the TC, and he's going to call the GG. And his TC, he's going to resign with 160 HP. Wasn't repairing in time. Do you have a mangonel here still? No, the mangonel went down. And that was crazy. It is not free for all. They just neglected to hit the lock team button. And GG. I can't adjust the score, but at least now we know admins to look at the lock team button. So King Boo is the Portuguese. I should have allied with them. And you see Vodka's score leveling out. Most made unit, the team's most made unit is probably the Petard. I know, extra confusing because they weren't in teams. But I mean, well done from Kamigawa. Almost like this castle's gonna go down and King Boo's gonna die. If that ram push fails, Kamigawa might actually win the game. GG. Alright, let me also restart Capture Age. So Vodka the Observer couldn't quite lead his team to victory. So Pub takes game number 1. And we're going to look at the maps. That was a win. I'll give them the 2 because they won on Canberra. And this will be a win. Oh gosh, what were the civs even? That was the Portuguese and the Malay against the Armenians. And what was the other civ? Armenians. And remind me what the other civ was. And Berbers, right. Okay, so we'll get into the next game. I'll reset the ad counter on Twitch. There we go. Now think about the Roman Empire. I know RR should be forced to play like Romans, Byzantines. Oh, you lost the game, spoiling it for everyone. Alright, they're in the next map, and this map will be Chicken Arabia. So get ready for some Arabia. There are the rules. Well, that's why Canberra is in the map pool and why it's a chaos map. And why it's sudden death. Because I think it is an absolutely amazing sudden death map. You have so many options for taking the water or pushing on land and walling in different ways. With docks or with stone walls, however you do it. Right, and they are launching. Next game will be Arabia. Let me give... I can't give them a score because there's no scoreboard for the FFA game. I'll give them a score next game. Alright, so Pub will have a lead, and we will be heading into Arabia for game number 2. This again is a silver plane. The winner advances to continue in the bracket for the Silver League. The loser drops out, but can still play in the community leagues. Setup is so that all teams at least can play in more than one set. Unless you're a top 8 seed and lose in the first round in the Gold League. Then you only get one. But I think we did a good job of fitting as much as we could into the 2 weeks we have allocated. Thank you everyone for watching, and especially on YouTube. As I said, we do a 4K resolution on YouTube now. So hopefully that will be a good experience for everyone. Someday soon, Twitch will let us do 4K, so the GPU upgrade was, I think, a success so far. Also sounds kind of quieter than my previous one, but maybe I can still adjust that more. And I'll have a short spec delay and just load in. And here we go. Oops, sorry if that was a shocking transition there. And we will have, let me set the team names. I couldn't do that last game. Rulers of Rome, with the full name. Does this fit? It does, against Hub. And I'll put red versus blue on the scoreboard. So welcome to Chicken Arabia. This is the rather snowy version of the map, the snowy mountainous version, and perhaps quite appropriately has some rather large hills. We'll have Kamigawa in the red, he'll be playing as the Franks, and Vodka in the yellow will be playing as the Ethiopians. So Franks and Ethiopians, strong Civ combo. On the other side, we will have King Blue in the green as the Magyars, and Steak in the blue as the Maya. Old Mayans renamed to Maya. So, 2 really strong Arabia Civs for each team. No real complaints for either of them. Should be a good Arabia matchup. And it's great on YouTube. Nice. I'm gonna try to do these dual streams from now on for events. I think I'll do the just like gameplay or community game streams, maybe just on Twitch, but I'll do any events on YouTube too. And so a couple of goats here from Kamigawa going to walk back to the TC. And ooh, the boar not following. I have to shoot that boar again. Boar extra afraid knowing how good of a chef Kamigawa is. And there he goes. Nicely under the TC. So I don't know how teams are going to play Chicken Arabia. So as the Franks, who do have that berry gathering bonus, Kamigawa is still going to go for mill on the berries. If you are the archer player, ooh, and he has forward gold, he's going to need to build his ranges in front of that. If you're the archer player, I do wonder when you do the mill with chickens, since you can't push the deer, or whether it's worth it to mill the chickens instead of the berries. So in total, with 8 chickens, you can have between 6 and 8 chickens. There's 8 now, that's 520 food, a bit less than that due to decay. But the berries themselves have significantly more food in total. He's already taken some and still has about 700 food left. It's 125 times 6, so that's what, 750 total. So I do wonder if it's better to mill the chickens first, because I think even as the Franks, they're still a bit faster. Yeah, this is a rough map. But then, so also is King Boo's map. He has a very forward gold on a hill. He has 2 backwood lines. And yeah, this Arabia is based on the updated DE Arabia loosely. So there will be some different spawns of players having really bad maps with big hills, kind of like the old AOC Arabia. And anyone who's played on Voobly knows about how big those hills could be. And that's now incorporated into DE's Arabia. On the other side, though, you can probably build on top of them. And thank you, Baumonator, for the follow. You can TC, like if you're King Boo, eventually you could TC the top of the hill by the stone. And have like a really safe TC on the top of the hill. Ooh, barracks on the hill from Steak. So Steak has a horrible map too. Everyone has a horrible map. So this might be a very snowbally game, but everyone has to work with bad maps. Open, we have a pause. Let's see what the pause is. Up. King Boo pausing the game because his teammate is muted in the voice chat. Oh, wonderful. He just needs to fix his voice chat issues. So anyway, no surprise that we're going to see from this matchup. Franks and Ethiopians, your Scout and Archer Civ, same for Magyars and Maya. Franks I always think are a bit tricky to play on Arabia, just because of that lack of bloodlines in late feudal. Oh man. So Kamigawa going to wall up towards his gold. Well, as the Scouts player, he doesn't need to take the gold right away, but does have to worry about armies sitting on the outside of it if he only walls to it and not in front of it. But, could try to get the stable in front of it. Right, he's just going to go for a very compact wall towards his TC, try to stay safe. His wood line does at least keep him safe. Has to be careful of that eagle. Shouldn't be a problem. So archer players up really fast. Scout players will be a bit slower. Eagle can't really hit a Vil there, not with 2 Vils. Yep, things are lagging a bit after the pause, but that's AoE 2 for you. Chickens have the high ground. Yeah, so Kamigawa not taking the chickens then. He's just doing a 20 pop-up for scouts, so up a bit more slowly than you'd probably see in Deer Arabia. And oh, what is this? What is this? I was expecting archers from Stake, but no, he's going men-at-arms. Has Kamigawa seen this? Ooh, he sees it now. He did see the barracks, but okay, this is going to be men-at-arms. This is something you don't usually see. Usually you just see scouts and archers, and Kamigawa hastily has to throw up some walls on his berries, keep the villagers safe. And the one thing he cannot let happen is the men-at-arms get in past the TC into the wood lines. And he's going to be safe and manage to wall that out for now. But, okay, Stake going to be applying a lot of pressure as the archer player opening men-at-arms. Something you wouldn't see before Chicken Arabia. In Deer Arabia, you'd push the deer and you'd go up so fast for archers, archers would be in time to deal with the men-at-arms. But men-at-arms against the scouts player. It's a low HP eagle, that's going to keep the scouts at home. And on the other side, they'll be able to play archer versus scout. And this just comes down to how aggressive can the archer player be. Can you force the scout player into a situation where they want to be making skirms and eventually have your scout player defend themselves and come double? Men-at-arms into naked castle? I mean, no, he's doing ranges, Ray. Don't be thinking he's gonna go men-at-arms into plumes. As much fun as that would be. I don't know if the Phosphoros strats would work in 2v2. Maybe they would. Imagine like one player FC Rathas, the other FC Conquistadors. Even if you get doubled, the other players can just come and save you then. So scouts are going to come forward. Stake didn't fully get the walls up. And the scouts are going to pick the villagers, force them to run back. Who won last game? Oh, good question. Pub won last game. Set the teams, forgot to set the score. Capturation can be a bit finicky in these team game situations. There we are. And scouts from King Boo going to be very defensive. They don't want to engage against the 2 spears. So far Vodka, even with the forward gold, has managed to keep himself safe. Vils will be walling up front as the men-at-arms and eagle come forward. I think there's potential for losing 10 Vils and getting a castle up. I mean, there is. We saw that in the African clearing game the other day. We saw the castle potential there against scouts and archers. And here come the archers from Vodka. Archers coming from the other side to clean up the men-at-arms. They didn't really do much damage. Maybe they gave Kamigawa a bit of a scare. But the follow-up, not quite in time from Stake. Up to the score and capture rate. Yep, it should be updated there. Is bonus damage affected by elevation difference? Yes, it is. I have a really old YouTube video about that. I should probably make a new updated video because there are a lot more damage mechanics in the game now. Yep, bonuses are calculated before elevation. Are all games sudden death? Nope, only on Canberra. Only on Canberra it's sudden death. This is a standard 9-Vil start random map. So Kamigawa will get around, still look for something to hit. Might find a couple of archers. Not going to get them in time. So no chickens being taken at all for Stake. No chickens for Stake. No chickens for Kamigawa. I think Vodka took one chicken earlier. The wolves, the wolves! Chasing the archers of Vodka, he'll take them out. And now Vodka's gonna come over and try to double team the Maya player Steak. Steak has done one heck of a job walling, and actually this is a team wall. Pub has managed to team wall, his available will be outside, but they've managed to team wall the whole map. Oh, look at that, look at that. They've team walled a few scouts on the inside. There's no hole there, and this will be a big risk if the archers get in. But they've managed to team wall. Kamigawa and Vodka still just individually walled. Okay, what year is this when we see team walls on Arabia? Oh, those scouts actually are outside the palisade. That Steak can just delete and they can fight this before the scouts group up. They can take a 2v1 fight here. Kamigawa was trying to break in, but they're gonna force this fight before those scouts can join. Oh, what a great fight from Pub. The scouts are coming from the back, but they're gonna be a bit late to the party. And does King Boo have enough army there? He's losing the scouts, but then so is Kamigawa, so they're both basically trading their armies off. But I think that's overall a good fight for Pub. Yeah, there are significantly more archers there, and they're gonna just repair their walls and be fully team-walled. That was an amazing fight, as well as scale barding armor going up for King Boo. Vodka, yeah, Vodka closer to, actually King Boo, pretty close to castle. I don't know if you want the knight or the crossbow player being castle first. Usually it's the crossbow player, I think. At least the one who's able to go castle first. But the Magyar knights will have that free +2. So if he can do the first armor and bloodlines on the way up, he's just going to need one more armor and then he can surround everything. You can also take a less aggressive approach and just add in TCs. And, well, I mean, doesn't have great TC locations. Could do a TC here between a gold and a wood. There's another extra resource for the other team back there too. So while we deleted, Archer's gonna look to go in. Yeah, this isn't sudden death marker. I'm now seeing the YouTube comment. It is a standard random map. The walls are so cozy. Oop, Archer taken out. And everyone up to castle. Everyone on their way up. Oh, a wolf chasing an archer into the TC. Okay. Is Wolf gonna get the archer? There's an X down there. That's just Vodka saying where the army went. Archer gets the wolf. More scouts coming forward. Scouts looking to fight each other on this hill. Kamigawa did tower the gold. Pretty safe bet that you need to tower that. Bloodlines is in. Forging and armor are in for King Boo. Of course, the forging's free, and then he's gonna get the free +2 right away. Here he goes. Yeah, they lost on Canberra. It was actually a game where Kamigawa was close to winning 1v2 when Vodka was defeated. So Steak will be the last one up, and this team then has to be careful of all the archers. You don't want to lose them before they become crossbows. And like having a couple of knights with +2 might be able to take a decent fight, especially as Vodka's coming over. And apparently there's a hole in the wall. Somewhere there's a hole. Between the house and the barracks is a hole. Lycav are going to run in and get a wood line. So an awful hole for Kamigawa. But at the same time, that might force the archers to fight under the tower before they're really ready, and the scouts are going to try to position themselves to surround. Not quite gonna get there, but crossbow bodkin just about in for Vodka. The archer player is not doing double bit axes. I think pretty standard these days for archer play. And the entire army for Steak being cleaned up. At the same time, the Light Cav, who had tried to do some raiding, taking some TC fire. They are picking quite a few vills though, so Kamigawa lost a lot of vills there, but in turn they cleaned all of the army from Steak before it became crossbow. So if RR is able to be aggressive, they can get some counter damage now. This will be cleaned, and Kamigawa needs to reset his eco, so he's taking a lot of damage. And now they need to find more groups of crossbows and just keep picking them off and keep their army advantage. Yeah, they need to start pressuring though. And they also need to fix that hole in the wall, which the Vil does. Oh, and Fredo, welcome to Paladin. I don't know what that is. Oh, you're a member on YouTube. I don't know what YouTube does. Thank you for the YouTube membership. Yeah, YouTube memberships are great because I actually get 70/30 right away, unlike Twitch. We need to hit that 300 subs to get there. Where are we able to watch game VODs? You can watch them on my YouTube channel. Or just on the VODs page on Twitch. Check the live stream tab on my YouTube channel, you'll see the VODs there. I will do my best to keep that updated. Hi Elo Legends. Nope, this is the Cartographers. We'll be hosting this throughout June. And this is exactly what I was worried about for Stake, having more crossbows picked out of position. And even though they've done the eco damage, they could lose army. And then all of a sudden the shoe's on the other foot as they're pressured. They need to rely on that team wall now. Their cav player is really far ahead in eco, but that's not going to matter if they die. They need to make sure they don't die. So here we're at the point where if Pub is able to defend, they should win the game. If not, then it gets more interesting. So even though the score says Vodka and Kamigawa are ahead, I actually think Pub's slightly ahead. They're the one in the position where they don't have to be aggressive anymore. Ballistics is on the way for Stake. And there's just a palisade there. See if they go through. Now army is more important. See, Nightlife thinks army is more important. Because right now it's 25 crossbows to 10. And usually in team games I would agree, but they have a wonderful team wall. Question is, will they actually be able to defend behind the team wall without the crossbows? And especially since the crossbows were out somewhere. Where are they? Reinforcements not able to group up. This is important for them to group their reinforcements up and not let them just be picked off. Kamigawa needs to take a good fight along with Vodka. The Knights trying to group up and surround the crossbows. And at this point, even fights are good for Pub with their eco lead. But this is not an even fight so far. All the crossbows for Stake going down, but in turn, all the crossbows for Vodka. And okay, that turned out to be a great fight. That turned out to be a great fight. I was worried about Stake losing the crossbow numbers, but now, still down by 10 military, but somehow pushing this back because their military is the stronger knight. Lots of knights for King Boo. And better knights because of that 3+2. That free forging and iron casting set of upgrades. Paying off in these fights is in equal numbers, unless the micros or heals are bad, he should still win. 3 TC, yep, Boo going 3 TCs. He's just going to keep pumping that Vil lead as Pub's up by 20 Vils. Now they take the score lead. And Kamigawa, one unfortunate hole in that wall. It feels like, yeah, they don't have that window anymore. Because now the Magyar Eco is going to start kicking in. Both of these players have been 1 TC, just trying to go full army, which is, I think, what they needed to do after that hole. Now, sometimes one hole can decide the game, and that's what happened here. And we'll have still maybe a decent fight for Rulers of Rome. And I think things are going to start snowballing a bit, as the scores are still flipping back and forth. And the Maya player can have such an easy time of re-adding the archers because of how cheap they are. And that tower is still being involved in the fight. More crossbow reinforcements coming over for Vodka. I'll pick off the knights there. A faster firing Ethiopian crossbow, so still the higher quality crossbow. And hello, Prakilta, how you doing? This is where you missed the hill graphics from the low detail. Yes, I remember those. You had like stair step elevation basically. That's something people would do. They set the graphics detail to low because it was easier to see, easier to tell where the hills were. An imp on the way from Vodka. Okay, so maybe they have one last chance to win here if Vodka can go imp and get arbalests and use Imperial Age arbalests. You do your upgrades, you have 10 attack versus 4 armor. And then somehow get a push with arbs. At the same time though, he's adding in 2 more TCs, trying to secure those forward golds. This team is really far behind in villagers. Now 38 crossbows, so significantly more crossbows for the Maya player. Bill's going down. I think Arb's too slow. He would need to push. And if he's just defending Kamigawa, there's no chance that he does damage. Oh, the Italian HC was Vodka versus Kamigawa. Interesting. I mean, Kamigawa definitely more known as a team game player than 1v1 player. Why can't the USA have a team community? Have a strong age community? So he's saturating the gold. Here we have Arb and Bracer. I'm just waiting for chemistry for Vodka. And this is where Vodka is going to need to take one big fight. And he's going to have to do a lot of damage with those Arbalasts. If he can clean a lot of army, maybe his team still has a chance, but he needs to clean. And he's about to start fighting. Ooh, I think Kamigawa needs to wall this in. I think he needs to wall it in. If this is trapped, then this could all die. More knights still pouring in, but these are now Arbs. And they have 9 attack and the extra range. Bill's going to try to repair the TC, but knights will go down to this. Castle Age knights will be just like paper to Arbs. And blow away in the wind. The micro from Vodka. Like he's observing 2 fights at once. One group of Arbs on the crossbows, the other on the knights. And everything here is going to be cleaned. Everything going to be cleaned. Kamigawa, 0 TCs for the moment, but he's getting a second one. He's getting a second one, down to 31 vills. He's rebuilding his initial TC. He wants to get his farms back. The Arbalasts cannot pathfind off of the TC properly. DE! Oh, this I noticed this in the current patch. Our units do not walk off of TCs. This is so frustrating. They don't walk in the right direction. So Kamigawa pretty dead. And now Stake is up to Imp. Up to Imp, though, with 4 crossbows. Vodka at least 69 vills, and he has the upgrades he needs. Chemistry is all on the way. So now Vodka doesn't really need much other than maybe a castle for conscription. He just needs to make as many Arbs as he possibly can. And King Boo 125 vills, and he's maybe close to Imp. He needs to market his way up, but still a ways away from getting all the armor and upgrades he needs. Oh, thank you, Knockwell, for the follow. I think we'll be casting your games later tonight. And Imperial Age on the way for Stake. And Vanna is the Tilted. Thank you for following. Like, and here we are. Arb's gonna make a push. They're gonna get into King Boo's base. Vodka still has the score lead for his team. And I'm telling you, Imperial Age Arbalasts are scary. They're scary. You can't fight them if you're in the Castle Age and there's a big ball of Arbs. And right now that's happening. King Boo losing some villagers. King Boo's team is up by 80 villagers. But that might change in a hurry. As Vodka is pushing in. It's a challenge for me to read 2 chats at once, but let me just see. And YouTube, you can see. I guess there might be some people who just might not have access to Twitch who can still watch on YouTube too. And Vodka, don't send your vills this way. Destroy the wall and get them in. There you go. Vodka's going to be dropping his castle forward. And Polarized Pro, thank you for the follow. He's going to be dropping the castle forward. Oh, he could drop it right here between the gold and the TC. Oh, that would be a nasty castle. He's doing it a bit more safe. Doing it a bit more safe. Crossbows can't... Oh, no, never mind. He wants to be more forward. Okay, he's being less chicken with the castle. I still think this would have been a great spot on a hill, too. So Boo, still, he's back. He's booming. Things change if Boo gets Imp and then can do +4 on the Knights. At that point, Vodka would need a Halb switch, and I don't know if he has the eco for the Halb switch. At the same time, though, faster firing Ethiopian Arbs, 23 of them in the back, another group forward. It's still a minute to imp, and then time for Cavalier and Armor. Will this castle be denied? There's a lot of crossbows coming over. Castle's at 85%. I think as long as the vills are targeted, the castle's denied. So Stake able to deny the castle. And he's taking a fight, though, and this is a fight that I think Vodka still wins. Stake doing Arb. Remember, Sheep, Mayan Arbs are good, but not as good as the faster firing Ethiopian Arbs if you have equal numbers. And the Archer players, we still have a lead for Vodka, but Kamigawa is still getting raided. King Boogie's dead. So Vodka beasting, but Imperial Age on the way now, and the castle is denied. Vodka trying to kill more vills on the gold, but King Boo still producing, still at 130 vills, even with the raids. And now the most important tech he can research, the armor, as that brings him from 4 armor to 6 armor. And all of a sudden it goes down from 6 damage to 4 damage. And that makes the Arbs much, much weaker. Here come more vills over. And as this fight happens, Stake's gonna lose everything. Stake, this is not a fight Stake should be taking. He wants to deny the castle? Just snipe the vills? He's diving the vills. Is that worth losing all of his army? King Boo is going to be making a castle now. That vill will just debate more arbs forward. But the villager is even more valuable than making the castle. Here. Oh wait, there was another castle. There was another castle denied at the front. Vodka just trying to build castles. Vodka playing his best doubt game. Well, Kamigawa's just booming recently. He's just gonna get on a 3rd TC, 38 vills, lots of farms he can take. But yeah, he's still been raided. That's the most annoying thing when you're trying to reboom and you're constantly raided. Yeah, Vodka went to the Dowd Architecture Company. This castle was stopped. Well, stopped by the Arbs. I mean, King Boo cannot make his own castle. Vodka's still beasting. Right, let me see Vodka's KD. Yeah, 277 to 151. Vodka with all those Arbs. Eventually he's gonna get cleaned up. And he just can't get a castle constructed, and they're gonna call the GG. As he is cleaned and Kamigawa is too far behind. One heck of a game from Vodka, and shame that Kamigawa had that one hole in the wall. And P. Crusoe, thank you for the follow. That was a game that they couldn't quite get the timing on their aggression thanks to how good this team wall was. There were times where even when they were taking slightly better fights, they were still being pushed back, and the slightly better fights were not enough when King Boo had this eco. Vodka did everything he could to carry, but Kamigawa had died, and then recognizing they were behind an eco but ahead an army, they had gone very aggressive 1 TC play from both to push, but that just meant in the late game they're on a timer. And as soon as the boom came in, Pub was able to win. It is best of 5, so Rulers of Rome still could pull off the reverse sweep. And we've had 2 very, very close games for the first 2, so anything's possible. But that eco for King Boo paying off. Yeah, one player dies and the other beasts. Thank you, Andrew, for the follow. GG. Alright, let me get this overlay out here. And thank you to Jamas for the follow. Man, I've been loving these 2v2 games. I feel like every game just gives us something maybe a bit more refreshing than 1v1s. Join like the YouTube chat. Hello, Langxander. So let me also get this updated. So many buttons to press. The maps. So that was a loss on Arabia. They still have Golden Lakes as one of their maps. Kind of surprised they didn't see more crazy map picks from Rulers of Rome. They did at least pick the Italians, so they have their home civ. And that was a loss for Ethiopians and Franks, and a win for Mayans and Magyars. Imagine if we saw the classic Mayans Huns on Arabia. I guess that's still a good civ option. And White Alert, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And let me see, so many buttons to press. Their next lobby is up, and it will be on Golden Lakes, so they are picking their home map. They need to win everything. Thank you for the tournament streaming. Well, thank you for the tournament watching. And the map shall indeed be Golden Lakes. 3-0 possible? It definitely is possible. So is the 2-3. This, I feel like, is an evenly matched pair of teams. And part of me wishes we could do best of 7s for all the sets instead of just best of 5s. So what civs do we think we're going to get here? I think Italians pretty much you have to be played by Rulers of Rome. Not only are they Italian, but it makes sense for the water map. And then you have another civ to pair with it. Ooh, I'm tempted to say Dravidians. Italians, maybe they save them for Zawal. You could go maybe Italians Goths for Condo Sling. Now that would be something else. I mean, this could also be Persians Dravidians for Golden Lakes. And I don't think there are comparable civs for pub. Maybe Japanese Lithuanians? Oh, that would be a good pair of civs. One v ones are boring on Arabia. Maybe. I've been having a lot of fun with the 2v2s. 2v2s is also fun because it's small enough that you can spectate. 4v4s are kind of crazy and you're going to miss stuff no matter what. Alright, well I can see the civ picks now, and it's Persians Dravidians against Huns and Japanese. I know RR didn't pick Romans. They did pick Italians though. They did at least pick Italians. We can't force them to pick Byzantines, Italians, Romans, and Sicilians. Although that would be one nice 4v4 team. Huns and Japanese, so Huns over Lithuanians. We imagine seeing both Huns and Japanese going Cav Archers. That's how you know we're really in the year 2025. And in about 45 minutes, I think we have the next set. Or at least the drafting will start for Hart and Leary against Miguel and Kingstone. I played for the privilege of being clapped by Viper and Jordan. Well, Viper and Jordan need to play one of these play-in sets too. They didn't have the seeding score to make it to the first round like Hera and Doubt did. So they have to play a play-in qualifier. And here we go. Same everything, don't need to change an overlay. to Golden Lakes. Let's put the eco here. We will have to the west Kamigawa in the red as the Persians, and Avadka in the yellow as the Dravidians. And to the east, Kingbu in the green as the Huns, and Stake in the blue as the Japanese. And okay, aggressive forward dock right away from Stake. So this map, you spawn in a circle around all of the lakes, and this circle happened to place the TCs in the middles of the maps, so kind of towards the edges. But it does mean you have one safe pond for your team, and then one aggressive pond where both players can fight over the water. So the strategy here, you could do a double safe dock in the back, but you're not going to have that many fish. Otherwise, you could go aggressive and fight, or you could do that on both sides, or you could do one player with a safe dock, one player forward, and maybe you even end up in a situation where every player docks a different pond. Double aggressive docks make the game pretty darn interesting, I think. But here we will have the same as you expect on most maps, an archer civ and a cav civ. And the one thing that makes the Persians stand out to me on this map is the fact they can go camels. And by going camels, if your archer civ ends up investing heavily on a water fight with lots of fire galleys and doesn't get a chance to build up the normal archer crossbow numbers you'd have in a standard game, then the camels become much more useful. Maybe you even force your opponent into pikemen, because there won't be the crossbow numbers out to counter them. And right away, Kamigawa getting a couple nice hits on King Boo's scouts, or on King Boo's scout. And relics annoyingly placed. Well, you do have 7 total relics on the map, 3 in the middle, and then 4 in the ponds, 1 on each corner of the map that you can sail to and pick up. You have to transport to them, though, so that can be quite annoying. Can be quite annoying indeed. But you also kind of have free relics because of that. You have, at least in this configuration, you would have 1 relic in the pond between your pockets, and if you win at least 1 other pond, that's a second relic, and then you just have to win 2 from the middle, and that's all 4. So Loom on the way for Stake, Loom on the way for Kamigawa. Looks like the archer players will both be clicking up, and every player docked a separate pond. No one trying to be aggressive. No one trying to keep going forward for an aggressive dock, disrupt the fish. Unless, nope, that's not a villain, that's a scout. You can also see the new limestone cliff graphics that were added. For some reason, it feels like the cliff doesn't blend into the terrain on the top part for me here. Like there's a slightly dark outline, like there's a shadow there. And this one feels like it blends on these sides better. Maybe it just needs some more rocks there. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. 2D graphics. Persians, Dravidians, bonus insta +5, 1.5 extra fish. Yep. So, of course, the Persians start with +50 food and wood, and the Dravidians have the bonus that every dock gives you 5 pop space, so that's an extra 25 wood and some vill time by not needing to build a house. So it's essentially, if we have 1 dock, +50 wood, at least for the Persians, plus an earlier fishing ship. You can do some crazy Dravidians plus Persians build. You'll sometimes see that combo on migration with the Persians on the flank, going for a really fast uptiming. Can you just hide behind the cliff? No, they can't hide behind it. They can stand on top of it, though, and get an attack bonus. Have a barracks for King Boo. As Kamigawa's up to feudal, and Stake up to feudal as well. And Kamigawa immediately puts down a stable. So our scouts player adding the stable. Stake, our archer player, adding 1 range. He'll probably go 2 ranges. And no one going to be fighting on water, so a very peaceful game. And the type of game where you're not heavily contesting water that I think will definitely favor the Huns and the Japanese, where you're not setting up a situation where you're fighting pure knight versus camel from the Persian player, and you're going to force the Persian player to go knights to combo with the crossbows. Because knight crossbow is still a stronger combination than camel crossbow, for the most part. And it just really depends on all of the numbers and the composition of crossbow versus cav numbers. Whether you want to go for camels as the Persians, and if it's a big number of crossbows, then you usually don't. So scouts fighting each other. Another scout wandering around. We have 5 fishing ships on the water for Vodka. And 5 on the water for Boo. We'll have 6 for Kamigawa. And then 4 for Steak. So Steak not fishing that aggressively. I do feel like on this map, the Dravidian bonus after a while becomes maybe even better than the Japanese bonus, though. And these Japanese fishing ships are nice, but the fish become so far away as Vodka scouting. Oh, and thank you, Killer Pigeon for the raid. Thank you, KP. Welcome, everyone. And thank you, 03029922 for the follow. I guess you're probably streaming Age 4, so welcome to our Age 2 tournament. We're having a 2v2 here. It's the warm colors of red and yellow on the west against the cool colors of blue and green on the east. And J2 Shots, thank you for the follow. This is the map of Golden Lakes, where you have a lake in each of the corners, and then a pit of gold in the middle. And Luca, thank you for the follow. The graphics holding up, yes. And I have a YouTube channel where I'm streaming in 4K if you want to see the graphics in even higher quality. So right now, players mostly focused on the fishing, and stone walling just in time for Steak getting that wall up. He's gonna keep the scout of Vodka away. If you've ever seen one of the AoE 2 tournaments at a LAN, Vodka is usually the guy doing the observer, or working as the observer. So he's usually controlling the camera. But this time he's actively playing because he's a pretty good player too. Right now the walls will keep the scouts out. Kamigawa not going to be able to break into King Boo's base. And we do have a break-in though. Oh, tell me Kamigawa didn't have another hole in his wall somewhere. He did, but at least he saw it this time. And the scouts will get in. Does he have loom? He does at least have loom. Scouts don't have any upgrades, so the spear will chase them away. 1 vil down. But with that HP loss, probably won't be able to pick another one. You get a really nice fight on a hill. Is he a legend in the AoE 4 scene at this point? Okay, I don't know what his AoE 4 accomplishments are. Does he also do the observing there for the AoE 4 tournaments? Ooh, another vil. Okay, I was wrong when I said a vil wouldn't go down. Just going down before the scout is poked to death by the spear. Who wins in a game? Vodka T90? That's probably a competitive game. That would be interesting. We might see that because T90 is also signed up for the tournament. They'd have to face each other in a bracket, though. A lot of spears from King Boo. Kamigawa and Vodka do have the score lead. And Kamigawa will be up to castle, so very quickly he'll be up to castle, able to upgrade the archers to crossbowmen, and then apply a lot of pressure. We do have a forward dock, however, from King Boo. He's going to come and disrupt some of these fishing ships from Kamigawa, and he invested into a lot of fishing ships. 7, 8, 9 fishing ships. He does have a faster working Persian dock, and he is up 2. So he will go double docks to try to reclaim the water, get his own fire galley out. But he's going to take a lot of damage on the fish before then. Oh, thank you, Sunny, for gifting subs. Gifting subs to all the raiders. And Demi's player, thank you for the follow. And this is one of the peculiarities of AoE 2. Your own buildings in your own ships block fire, so here Kamigawa is actually camped behind his dock. He's not taking damage, he's using it as a shield. I don't think that was ever intended, but it's how it worked, and it's a pretty interesting mechanic. You can basically have ships block each other. And yeah, King Boo not paying attention there because all of these scouts are at the front of his base. He is stonewalling. He did not let them get in, but he is having to throw up stone walls everywhere. He is up to the castle age himself, and you need to add in a market. You'll need to buy that stone back. This is a tricky map to play because you don't have much stone. Each player has 2 groups of 3 stone, but there's no other stone on the map. There's lots of gold in the middle, but you have to use the market to buy stone if you want it beyond what you have in your base. And with that stone forward outside the walls, and this one almost pressured, could be really tricky for King Boo to keep getting stone. So a couple of fire galleys in the north, and King Boo's forward seems to have disrupted the fish a lot, but not killed all that many. And Kamigawa is going to repair his fishing ship. He's going to repair it. You know, don't always see that. But King Boo down pretty far in score. And get a bit of a boost when he reaches the castle age, but crossbows have been out for a long time for Vodka, and the upgrades are just going to come in for stake. On the other side, the crossbows, now as the upgrades come in, he will have 16 to 13 crossbows. I think I didn't select one, 16 to 14. But the scouts are still there. They want to take out the stable and get the knights forward. And this should be a good fight for Rulers of Rome. And Stake losing the numbers. Crossbows go down. Crossbow's going to be dancing on the hill. That does look kind of bad for Pub, that is for sure, as Vodka himself will be able to move out and build this TC. And as he's paying attention to the location of Stake's army, he feels that it's safe to add the TC over here and not worry about being picked off. So his vills are out there unescorted because of this fight at the front. A fight that he seems to be winning. Good news for Pub is that their fish have not been disrupted. And the bad news is they are falling very far behind in military now, 26 to 12. Stake will dance a bit, but overall that was a losing fight, and also a losing fight on the water as King Boo's dock will be cleaned up, and didn't even manage to force Kamigawa to invest into the Castle Age upgrade of War Galley. Kamigawa himself will come forward for a TC in the middle, and grab his own gold pile. This is the cracked terrain, so the buildings on top of it will take 20% more damage. And that does multiply along with the hill bonus of 25%. So if you are on the hill and attack the TC, it does go down really quickly. And lots of crossbows now for Stake, going 3 ranges. As the Japanese, those faster working fishing ships, have almost taken all of the fish in this pond, so he's going to need to go to fish traps soon, which are pretty expensive and also very exposed with that pond in the corner. TC going to go up for Stake here on his gold. For this map, I did make sure that the golds all are at the bottoms of the hills, so you can't just do a TC on the top and take the gold. That would be a really long distance. Your TCs are going to be exposed and very far down. Vodka on stone. He is taking some stone at home. Or is he? Is he taking it? Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong base. That's the wrong base. I got my colors mixed up. Yep, there he is. Vodka 6 fills on stone. And he might look to do a castle soon. Now, it can be very aggressive to go for a castle drop on these TCs, but then you do put yourself at the risk of someone could play a bit more defensively, get imp, and then treb down the castle from atop the hill. Now, neither Huns nor Japanese have bombard cannons, and that can matter a lot in these fights where you're relying only on trebuchets and not on cannons to destroy castles. Need to download AoE 2 again? Well, I definitely recommend it. It's on PlayStation and Xbox too now. Tons of sniper trebs. That's true, but that doesn't matter against buildings, or against castles at least. The accuracy percentage determines whether shots fly straight at the target or whether they fly off, but the dispersion for how far off the trebuchet shots fly is small enough that it's actually within the bounds of a castle, so trebs always hit castles 100% of the time. Even if they miss, they still hit. And Imp, we do have Imp clicked for Vodka, and we saw how Vodka was able to beast by getting Imp last game. He's going to have to defend his base, though, as those knights are about to get in. He will respond with a house wall. Is there a tree here? As far as I can tell, he's walled, but still would be open. King Boo not going to pressure, though. Not going to get in. King Boo still not able to go to the middle, just TC'd his front gold. They do miss towers a lot, yes. I actually don't know if the Hun bonus applies to trebs versus buildings, because trebs have actually, it's. I think this is hard-coded, but they have 80% accuracy against buildings and only 30% against units. They're actually more accurate against buildings. I don't know if the Hun extra accuracy applies both to buildings and units or just the units. But anyway, forwardish castle from Vodka. He's maybe learned his lesson from last game when he had 2 castles denied, and he's going to build it safely near his TC. The pathing of this game looks very interesting. Yeah, that's the downside of the definitive edition. They improved the pathfinding in quotation marks, where the original game is better pathfinding. Nilly's supposedly working on leading the effort of a pathfinding patch that's supposed to come out over the summer. This game is pathing? You might not realize it, but it does. So here we're going to see the effects of the cracked terrain on that TC. And it's going to go down really quickly to the knights, but the crossbows will come back and drive the knights away. TC stays up, but Bracer will come in now for Vodka. Bracer will give those crossbows 1 more attack, and every attack upgrade you get in Imp, your Bracer, Chemistry, and Arbalest, will improve them against the Castle Age Knights, who are stuck at 4 armor until they get Imp, and then can get up to 6. We'll have one more big fight as King Boo finally has gotten a TC in front of his gold, but will have to fall back. Trebs being deployed now for Vodka, and the Trebs will be able to take out these TCs very quickly, as they are on the cracked terrain. The Knights will surround it, and this TC will go down. The Vils have to flee up the hill, and Rulers of Rome now are rulers of the Middle Gold, as they have forced Stake off. They forced King Boo off, and soon will be forcing Stake off. Stake is up to Imp, and those crossbows are not going to be in time to save the middle, and now this team is going to be on a shortage of gold. And you run out of the gold, and it becomes difficult to take the middle after you've lost it. The hill and the cracked terrain still give you a chance, but maybe not a chance if you're losing all of your villagers. So still a good Vil lead, 177 to 161, so 15 to 20 Vils in total more for a pub team. But this looks to be still a good fight for the Rulers of Rome, as they have the Imperial Age upgrades. Arbalest is just about to come in for Vodka. And more Vils will go down for Stake, as he ran but didn't run far enough. The Trebs will come forward and look to deploy, take out some of these archery ranges, and create a hole into the base. Oh, or they'll hit the crossbows. If crossbows are packed tightly, Trebs can do damage there. Trebs, they need to hit though. They are very inaccurate. The armies are going to go down for pub though. Our armies will go down. Thumb ring even on the way for Vodka. That'll make the Arbs fire faster. And there are the GGs from King Boo and Stake. So, Rulers of Rome staying alive, potentially starting their reverse sweep. They're now only down 1 to 2. This is best of 5. And if they want to make the Silver League, they'll need to pull off the reverse sweep. First 2 games were very close though. So I think they have a good chance. Vodka again dominating with the Arbalest play. This time Kamigawa had a hole in his wall early, but noticed it in time that it didn't take much damage. Just a couple of Vils lost to scouts. And well done there for Rulers of Rome. But the downside for them is that is their last home map. So they won on Golden Lakes. And we'll take the civs. That is a win for Persians and Dravidians, and a loss for Japanese and Huns. Who is the higher seed? Let me look at that. I should put seed numbers on the overlay somewhere. I'm still working on redoing my overlays. The higher seed is... where are we? Rulers of Rome. Actually, wait. If Rulers of Rome, they are seed number 28, and Pub is seed number 37. So Rulers of Rome actually a bit of a higher seed. But finding themselves in a hole so far. They dug a hole by leaving a hole in Kamigawa's map on Arabia. All right. LL in the YouTube chat. rooting for the 2-2. So, and again, after this set, we do have more sets coming up today. We'll have a set between Kingstone and Miguel against Hart and Leary. Let me also, I was going to pin this earlier, but then yeah, I had to restart the stream. I'm also streaming in 4K on YouTube if anyone wants to watch that. I'll just pin the message there. So probably not as active in the chat over there, but higher resolution if you enjoy 4K. Or sometimes people just like YouTube more. And looks like it will be Zawal as the next civ. I'm really hoping we see an Italian goth sling for Zawal. I've seen that before, and I think it can work. And the Italians, of course, have the Condottiero as their team bonus, and the Goths, being a great infantry civ, train units faster. Sling is allowed, yes, sling is allowed, the Beekeeper. I still need to add a command for this, but sling is allowed. The only nerf is that the base tax rate is increased from 30% to 50%. So if you, oh, thank you, the Righton for the follow. So if you sling 150 resources, your ally gets 100 resources. And here we go, they're launching, we'll have a 2-minute spec delay. You just looked at YouTube and saw the improvement. Nice. And Andre active in the chat, yes. I have no idea what to expect for viewership on YouTube, because my YouTube channel is mostly not like gameplay video focused. It's more like game mechanic videos. More like gameplay analysis, but I figure we have enough people there that having the resolution option will be nice. And also the lack of ads. So here we are. Oh, and Simo, thank you for using your Prime. Keep subscribing even if you watch the YouTube stream. Nice. I also appreciate the follows. We do have a follower goal. If we hit 15K followers on the channel, I will increase the prize pool by an extra $500. So yes, for real, I do have a link. I pinned the link on the Twitch chat on my YouTube channel. And oh, and the Righton, thank you for using your Prime sub too. There's also the YouTube command. So thank you for the subs and all the support. It helps keep the tournament running. And all the donations will also help support the prize pool. So 30 seconds left of spec delay, then we'll get into the next game on Zawal. And I'll make sure the admins check that to make sure we don't have any missing resources. I think we did have a gold that was missing the other day. I haven't had a chance to update the maps. That's the... I usually do a lot of the map scripting for tournaments, and doing that for my own tournament while also casting it means I have to be extra sure there are no bugs. Because not only do I then have to stream looking at my own bugged map, but I also have to go and fix the bugs. Alright, and here we go. Capture age loading in. So, let me get the score set up. And we have a swap. We have Dave Hun coming on for pub. To set the names and the scores, set it so it's red versus blue on top, and then also reset the scoreboard. There we go. And one more Alt-Tab. I'm trying to remember to record every video as a separate thing, so if I have a good game, I'll upload it to YouTube, and then I don't need to edit as much. Right, so here we have Zawal. What the heck is this? It's the Mouflon. The Mouflon? The muffler? I don't... What is this animal? I don't know, but it's like a deer? I honestly didn't even notice this was on the map. Before... I made this... Or I edited this map before the patch, but then it uses some of the default DE theming constants. So now that the patch is updated, we have some different animals. Oh, and FM, thank you for the sub. I think it's a type of mountain goat. That's what it looks like. You're gonna go play a 2v2? Nice, good luck. On Vanilla Donut in both chats. And this is the hard thing, I need to interact with two chats at once. So what are the civs? Slavs and Burmese. I'm kind of disappointed we didn't get the Condottiero Goth Sling, but we will see it here. And Mill going up for vodka, as he's pushing in the deer. So Slavs and Burmese, really good late game civs, but also maybe decent civs for pushing. Bengalis and Cumans, I'm really interested in seeing, because you could have the Cuman player booming while the Bengali player just pushes or goes monks plus Rathas. I have yet to see the Cumans lose a game on Zawal. Their boom is just really well positioned for doing the feudal boom while the opponents have to break through the wall. While you can be very aggressive with Castle Age units and going for a unique unit push, like Vodka might want to do with the Arambai, you're never going to get a forward castle. You're only going to have a castle on your side of the wall. The Muflon is a wild sheep native to Cyprus and the Caspian region, including eastern Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Iran. It is also found in parts of Europe. It is thought to be the ancestor of all modern domestic sheep breeds. Oh, interesting. All the animal facts we get to learn from playing Age of Empires. Didn't Cumans lose yesterday? No, they won yesterday. Unless, oh, yes, I didn't actually cast the game yesterday, so maybe they did lose yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I was at the car dealership. I was going to get a haircut, and a tire clip broke. And it just so happened that between my house and the barber shop is the car dealership. And my car broke down when I was literally right in front of the dealership. So I just turned around, pulled into the dealership, walked in, and was like, yo, my car's broken. And they fixed it, and it didn't take that long. It was nice. Yeah, everything worked out. It was just a tire clip that broke, and a back plate that had, I guess, when that broke, it must have shifted and started making a really loud screeching sound. So they fixed that. I was only there for a little over an hour, and it only cost $100, so it wasn't even that bad. I was worried, there would be like several $1,000 fix after like that time I had hit that tree the other day, or the other month last year. I got my time zones mixed up. Last year, that would have been last July, almost 12 months ago. There's a straggler tree that had fallen down over the road during a rainstorm. I didn't see it in time. But anyway, we have the Cumans 2 TC boom. Dave Hun throwing the TC up on the back wood line between the wood and the gold, and he'll be opting for the gold position rather than the stone position. Now this means he won't need a mining camp to click up, but will need a mining camp if he wants to do the castle for the Kipchaks. Yeah, straggler tree IRL, if only I could have palisaded it in time. Ran out of gas at a gas station. Nice. Yeah, I'm from Jersey. We also have the peculiarity that we pump our own gas, or that we don't pump our own gas. And Alscar, thank you for the sub. We have gas station attendants who pump it for us. It's Jersey and Oregon in the US who do it like that. So market gonna go up for King Boo. So behind the Gaia neutral wall, players will start placing their buildings to make a second layer of wall. Ooh, this is actually interesting over here, where Dave Hun needs to realize that he has to wall this part of the wood line. Oh, if he doesn't scout properly, he's not going to see how the wall curves back. Bozzy will play a trick on him. Yeah, this is one of Bozzy's maps. He made this in Jungle Rumble. If you've seen any of the John Slow tournaments, you've probably seen some other maps made by Bozzy. The previous couple maps were Canberra, that was made by Zetnus. Arabia is the good old classic map. And then Golden Lakes was made by Samado. He was in the chat the other day. Grew up in Jersey when you started driving and went to other states. I was so not used to having to pump your own gas. I know the feeling. I know that feeling. So more houses going up for Dave Hun. Yeah, Harry T unfortunately isn't going to be able to come. to the meetup we're having. Yeah, Ray, if you come to the... Since you're coming to the meetup, you probably will have to learn to pump your own gas. I guess if you're... You can probably take the train to Newark pretty easily. Find someone to pick you up. And Dave scouted the hole. Did he scout the hole? He did scout the hole, indeed. And maybe he needs to scout if there are any other holes. That's the fun thing about this map. The wood lines get kind of crazy on the edges. It makes the mini-map look cool. It also makes the map play out a bit interesting. Sometimes you'll see players hide in the sides. I've seen Khmer players farming on the edges of the map. When are the community brackets going to be revealed? So signups for the community league, if you want to play in the community version. Signups end tomorrow. So over the weekend, our base will have the task of doing the brackets. The players who lose in this round also are eligible to play in the community tournament. So we need to finish this round before we start the community tournament. But as this round finishes, we'll know the brackets. And then have everything announced early next week. Signed up? Nice. So, Castle Age for Kamigawa, and he's going to boom 3 TC boom and a defensive castle for King Boo. So he's not going to go on the wall and pressure. He's just going to have Rathas at home, and we'll add in a monastery to get us some monks. Yeah, this edition was originally going to be our base making a handbook, and he made a Google Doc for us, which was lovely. But then I came up with a new idea for displaying drafts using tables, and for whatever reason, if you looked at the Google Doc on mobile, Google would not properly render a single border on one of the tables. And it bugged me enough that I took the handbook and did it on my website instead of using the Google Doc. Which was nice, because I had my website already set up to handle displaying LaTeX equations, so we were able to display the formula for the ELO seating calculation rather nicely. Google Docs are usually pretty good. I was kind of surprised that the table, like I told the table to have a 0 width border, and I even set the border to be white, so it should have blended in. And for some reason, it kept rendering a border on the table. Anyway, defensive castle at home too for Vodka. And if they just go late game, it'll be a Rambai in Slavs. So Slavs have a really nice late game with Drazina giving their unique tech that gives splash damage for their infantry. And then Great Siege if they can go for the Siege Onager line. And then also a strong unique unit if they get the Boyar out, which is essentially a Teutonic Knight on a horse. Weak to archers, but Bengali's Kumans. Kumans are not a great late game archer civ. Kipchaks are nice, but they have short range. And they do not have the bracer upgrade, so the rest of their archers don't hold up. We will have double stables, triple stables from Dave Hun. So his plan looks to be to push in the Castle Age, as we have a castle and some Rathas. But the defensive castle already is up for Vodka as he continues his wall, picks up the relics. There are 3 relics on each side of the wall. Bombard cannons for the Burmese too, and we already have a breakthrough petard with a few of Rambai going to get in, and at the very least this will give them scouting information, so if they do see a few scouts, they will know that there is some aggression coming. They see a scout, devotion on the way for King Boo, they may be preparing for monks. Dave Hun's going to try to run, but they will see scouts, so now all those scouts says yes, they know something's going to be aggressive. Or they should have an idea that something's going to be aggressive. Tricky thing about this map is also because it's a neutral wall, not only do you not have vision, but you also don't have attack notifications. So enemies break through, and you don't see it. But here, that monk for Vodka, clutch. It will die to the scout, but he did scout himself that hole in the wall. And now it'll be a lot of a Rambai. How do a Rambai do against Rathas? Rathas have significantly more HP, but the range is the same until Bodkin comes in, so it'll be 1 more range. But Rambai more attack if they can close the distance, and these large units will probably be hit by the inaccurate Rambai darts. Vodka trying to wall up, and he's walled enough that King Boo is going to stop and think it's fully walled. Not walled by the castle, so a couple of light cav will come in, but they do have very low HP. Why is Vodka on 1 TC still? Because he was going for the castle and the wall and the Arambai. His team as a whole actually is up thanks to the great boom of Kamigawa on 3 TCs. And Kamigawa has far surpassed Dave Hun and Vilcount now. Of course, the timing on the eco is a bit different, and now the Roth is a bit different. Now the Rothers are going to run around. They are going to get in. Wall not finished quite in time, but enough Arambai that this fight might still be won by Vodka. I don't know how these two units interact with each other. I don't think I've seen this composition before. A few light cav going to be hoovering around the base of Kamigawa. He'll need to garrison some farmers, but shouldn't take too much damage. Just going to be a bit annoying for him. More Arambai on the way. And they are going to fight and do a good amount of damage to the Rothas. The Rothas maybe want to go into melee mode here? I don't know. King Boo going to try to micro. Rothas are OP. They're OP enough to stop Arambai. No ballistics yet. The extra range, the extra... How is the chariot having the same movement speed as the Arambai? And yeah, behind this, we have armor on the way. It's going to be triple stable step lancers for Dave Hun. And now they're investing into a great Castle Age push. And they're going to try to push before Kamigawa is able to get his boom up and able to contribute. So Light Cav, oh, Light Cav going to hit Vodka on the gold. So it's going to be Vodka defending, as Kamigawa is boomed 73 Vils and can start pumping out some cav of his own. Full wall up over here, and it's going to be 5 stable knights from Kamigawa. He's going to stay in the Castle Age, and he's just going to pump knights now. He's going to pump knights and hope that Vodka bought himself enough time. And Vodka also needs to make sure that he himself isn't dying. As the Arambai numbers start to go down, he's going to need to get his eco to get back into the game. Dave Hun is Dave the Caster? Nope, Dave is Dave. Dave Hun is another Dave. And Slav Knight spam is real strong with their faster working farmers. Those few light cav, they just gotta be so annoying, but there's a... Ooh, they can pick a farm. Knight gonna chase after them. Yeah, after Ballistics comes in, Arambai are going to be in a lot of trouble, and now Ballistics is in. So I think King Boo is gonna take really nice fights, especially with the numbers advantage. But they need to hold, they need to just buy a bit more time to wait for the knight numbers for Kamigawa to increase. Step Lancer is going to start going down to the Arambai. Dave and Daniela are playing in the Community League. And those light cav are so annoying. Especially the Kuman light cav that are faster. The Kumans have a speed bonus. So they're even more annoying for the knight to chase down, even with Husbandry. Husbandry on the way for Vodka. That market being rammed down, Dave trying to push, defensive monk, and now a second defensive castle for Vodka. And will he have more gold in the back? No, just that stone. But there's gold in the middle he can take, so he still does have gold access. And lots of resource spots on this map. Quite a few light cav even for Kamigawa, just maybe racing for potential monks. And Vil counts between the teams are still equal. Kamigawa pulling ahead still over Dave Hun. And more walls for Vodka. Vodka is going to need to get its second TC up and keep booing at some point. King Boo still on only 1 TC, but lots of map control now for a pub. How does Dave the Caster have a Hunnic theme? Let's make sure the game runs at an even speed. We'll have Bloodlines on the way for Vodka. Ooh, not having Bloodlines for a while definitely hurts the Arambai. If they're 80 HP instead of 60, well, I guess we could say the same thing for the Rathas, being 120 instead of 100, but that makes a big difference for them. They're far more survivable against those arrows. And so 2 relics will go down, maybe wasting some time going through the monastery, though. That boom for Kamigawa still is nasty, even with those light cav with which he had to contend. Now King Boo coming forward, he wants another castle. He wants a forward castle, then he can go imp and start trebbing. Vodka nowhere near the point where he can go forward. The ram push continues, that is real. Steppies can't get too far forward. They see the Vils, and the Vils might force a fight. Maybe a fight before they really want to engage. We have 5 stables still for Kamigawa, but it feels like they're not producing. He's got 12 knights in total. Just where are they? 8 of them mixed in around here. Oh, he's raiding. He's raiding. He actually went forward. He went forward, and oh, Dave, you didn't wall fully. Oh, he didn't wall there either. Well, the hole is next to the hole we had spotted, but now Dave Hun is in trouble as he has cav in his eco, and those triple stables now are going to have to start doing camels at home to clean this up. So his eco will be in a mess. But that does mean the forward castle is up. And is Kamigawa, where is he going with his knights? A few more knights still going forward. Still staying back to defend. If he gets enough knights, they could even push that castle in the castle age, because he has a really good eco lead. And remember, Dave Hun is the player with the eco here for pub. So Dave losing his eco is horrible for them. He's not going to be able to go imp then. And if King Boo goes imp, he's just going to be 1 TC against 2 players. Lots of steppies still. It's going to be a big ram push. So, King Boo adding into workshops. Now remember, King Boo is the Bengalis. He doesn't have bombard cannons and imp. So this might just be a play for a big castle age ram push. And I think that might even just play into the hands of Kamigawa if he's able to stay castle and pump knights. Steppy should not be useful against the Arambai as long as the Arambai are microed properly. I'll just pick them off. Capped ram on the way. So it's going to be one big ram push as the scores flip back and forth. Oh, and hello also on YouTube. Perk it. Oh, that's Perk. Now I know you've told me this before, but it is the ITA then for Italia, for Italy, and Perk is just your name. I should just call you Perk. The underscore makes it so much clearer. Okay, wait, remember, not a ram push, an elephant push, an elephant push. Now Kamigawa has to come over. This castle is keeping Vodka alive right now. How do Arambai do here? Do they have an attack bonus against the elephants? I don't think they do. Oh, +2 against rams. And elephants are rams, yes. So this castle will go down. This castle will go down, but they're going to force a fight. And in the choke point, the Step Lancers will be really strong. Vodka has to make sure he doesn't lose the Arambai. The Step Lancers didn't follow there. Steppy's being spread out a bit more. Bill's repairing the castle. Castle's doing, and TC are doing as much damage as they can, while only 1 Bill in the TC. The castle's down. Huge ram push. Kamigawa's up to imp. He's up to imp. If Kamigawa had just continued spamming knights, then maybe they win this fight. But now that's a huge loss of the castle. But a lot of the Arambai are being cleared. And if the Arambai are cleared and the army goes down, then Rulers of Rome still could be in a decent spot with Kamigawa having his boom. And he still is raiding Dave Han at home. And losing the ram push, even after doing damage, is going to mean they don't have resources for imp. King Boo invested everything into those elephants instead of into an imp. And yeah, the Rathas did damage, but they're cleaned. 26 vills for Vodka, so Vodka has died. This team is definitely on the one player dies while the other booms strategy. This is the 3rd game we've seen this. And another castle going to be rammed down, and that's going to be no more Arambai for Vodka. No more Arambai for him. But at this point, on 26, 25 vills, how many Arambai could he actually make? He's going to need to boom back. And it's just going to be Kamigawa carrying as his team takes the score lead. Kamigawa's done a ton of damage to Dave Hun. And now he's imp, basically playing a 1v2, hoping his teammate will either boom back or that he can kill before that becomes necessary. Yeah, Vodka just wants to observe. Our base has been around for 2 games and both of them Vodka's died. But at least he's not defeated. But we have plate parting armor and halb coming in. Vodka needs to run those vills from the wood line, go to the safety of his TC. And a castle is up. I think we're just going to see Cavalier play from Kamigawa. As the Slavs on 121 vills, he has a great farming eco. And Slavs are a civ that, in post-imp, I feel they hard counter the Kumans. I don't think Kumans can answer Boyars. So the Trebs are now popping for Kamigawa. He's able to start trebing that forward castle. Does the Kuman theory hold? And hello! Hello, Viscous Marauder. Kamigawa, not enough farms? What's his food count? 38 vills on food. And so far, someone said Kumans lost the other day. I haven't seen Kumans lose on this map. Now, there's a really good steppy push they had in the Castle Age, but I think Kamigawa's going to carry this. And if he carries, that leads us to a game number 5. This is the thick version of Dave. Arambai are never that good. They take a lot of micro. And I mean, I guess the good news about having only 29 vills is that Vodka now can micro his Arambai more properly and spend all his time watching and observing them. Sticky Dave. Oh, does he see the vills there? Oh, he doesn't see the vill. He's one tile outside of seeing that there are 15 vills on that gold. Oh, that's actually insane value if King Boo can keep the vills there. Yeah, this is a few Rothas going down, but the vills on that gold could have all gone down. And Vodka's just like, yeah, I'll take this fight. Not like I have anything to do otherwise. I'll take out as many of these Rothas as I can. And we can also, slinging is allowed in the tournament. And so Kamigawa, he's an imp, he could do coinage banking and then just try to sling a Vodka. So this is kind of, once Kamigawa gets to 200 pop and he's pumping units, he wants to sling his teammate back into the game. So we have imp on the way for Dave Hun, but again, it's Kumans versus Slavs, and that is not a good matchup, I feel, for the Kumans. Roth is going down for King Boo, who himself has been stuck at 1 TC. And there's the X on the gold as the Halbs are coming over. Is Drazina in? Nope, Drazina's not in for the splash damage, but Halbs themselves will still do well enough against the Vills. And more workshops being queued for Kamigawa. He's going to ram down the wall and make a bigger path open for his Hussars to do their raiding. A beautiful new Kuman's castle with some wood on the top. not looking very sturdy. Can we see what the unique text they have? Again, Slavs, no Drazina. Then Castle Age, so nothing there for Vodka. Nothing researched for Dave Hun. And no unique tech yet for King Boo. So no unique text for anyone. I did say, hey, a reverse sweep is always possible if the series isn't over. It's Twitch's fault. Twitch's fault for not being able to read the name. I know. And it's my fault for not remembering. Elephant Archer. Yeah, if you get to Elephant Archers, that'd be great. But I mean, even then, super late game, Kamigawa still has the option for Siege Onagers as the Slavs. So there's Coinage, and there's Drazina. So Kamigawa doing his upgrades, and looking at that, he's pop capped at 200 pop. So he's in the position he wants to be to sling Vodka back into the game, sling Vodka to use his population, and also use the Halbs to protect the Trebuchets, trying to get the Cavaliers sandwiched by the Arambai. A nice micro from Vodka. As the Arambai, I don't think they'll be able to deny that castle, and I think we're going to be headed for a game 5. And I guess our base and Petito can keep track of what's going on with the next set, Hart and Leary against Kingstone and Miguel. And keep track of the drafts as they get started. We will finish this set since it's going to all 5 games. Yeah, and Vodka's been great microing those Arambai. And banking on the way, Onager on the way. Vodka's not going to be dead forever. And this team might try to be holding 2v1, but as much damage as Vodka's taken, microing the Arambai and still contributing to the game has been amazing. And even more amazing if he notices that stone. And he's going first for the gold. But now he sees the stone, he sees the Vills running. And some quick walls. You can't quick wall cap Rams, maybe you can. The Rams don't attack. This is still open for Dave. Almost done with the draft, alright. And the TC is down. Yeah, Vodka showing off his observer experience. Siege Engineers on the way. On the way for Kamigawa. That'll help the push. Some walls there. Is there a hole? If there isn't, that house will go down quickly enough anyway. Dave Hun, still the eco player. We'll have his eco rated. And there is Siege Onager. And Vills going down. Cavaliers could go down. Harambai might just win that fight. He's just going to turn and fight. Okay, your Vodka's just saying, you know what, I've microed these Arambai long enough. I'll just get some more Vills. And then build my own Vills and reboom. Meanwhile, Hussars are raiding from Kamigawa into King Boo's base. Imperial Age on the way for Vodka, and I have a feeling Pub might call GG as soon as they see Vodka hit Imp. Look like they have chemistry. Yeah, no chemistry for them. Trebs don't have chemistry either. Maybe Kamigawa worried chemistry might stop his trebs from working. And as far as I know, no maps have that bug this time. They still have the eco lead, but Vodka's booming back on 4 TCs. And they've just lost all of their relics. Yeah, 0 on gold, right? They have 0 gold control. The golds are usually forward on the wall. So YouTube chat saying no way Kamigawa could carry this one. I think he might prove you wrong. So without chemistry looks weird. Well, there are the GGs. And Rulers of Rome have come back to tie this 2-2. And force game number 5. It will be on Pub's home map. But 2 very nice games as Kamigawa is able to carry there. And Dune, thank you for the follow. 72,000 resources collected. GG. Let's get that tied up 2-2. And that's a loss for Pub on their home map, and that means Black Forest will be the last game. Oh boy. Teutons and Turks for Black Forest, maybe? That's Cuman's losing, and Bengali's losing. Teutons and Turks against Mongols and Lithuanians, maybe? Or against Mongols and Bohemians. Mongols and Bohemians, yeah. And hello, Benguti. Kamigawa, yes, he's a darn good player. You get all the buttons pressed between the games that I need to press. You set the ads on Twitch because this might be a long game of Black Forest. Yep, and Leary's in the lobby for his set, so we will join that set after this. But if this is game 5, we'll keep an eye on this. Yeah, I see that. Golden Lakes game 1. I need to get a 3rd monitor, really. Yeah, ad in progress is a new thing. Maybe, actually, I think you see because you're a mod, Ben Goody. You see that on channels where you're a mod because sometimes you can like pause the mods or pause the mods, pause the ads if Twitch runs them itself. Is the only stream that doesn't work for you not fake laws, Laris? Ooh, interesting. You're watching on Firefox. You could also watch on YouTube. That might work on Firefox. I don't know if that does. You're now an RRR fan. Well, this could be their last game if they lose. Could also be the first of many victories if they win the set. I'm also out of water. Let me refill this. Yeah, I guess it has to be Bohemians Mongols for pub. I mean, Italians Goths feels tempting, but then also Teutons and Turks are there. I honestly, I could see a reason for any of the 4 civs that RRR still has being played on Black Forest. Are the Shu good on Black Forest? I have no idea. I've never seen them played outside of water maps, usually. I could see Italians plus any of the other three. I could see Turks and Teutons. I could see Teutons plus any of the other three. I guess maybe Teutons plus Goths would be kind of weird. But Teutons do combo with Italians and Turks pretty well. That's true. You do get lots of free food from chopping those trees. How's the BF gen? It is kind of similar to Rage Forest. The pawns should be very even in their positioning. It's not DE's Black Forest. The map has roads. So again, thanks everyone for watching. Between Twitch and YouTube, we have 500 viewers, which is absolutely lovely. And considering I don't really stream on YouTube that much, having like 10% of the viewership coming from YouTube, I think is rather nice. We do have roads, yes, Jafar, we do have roads. It's kind of like, I'd say it's more similar to Rage Forest. You should check out YouTube stream. Oh, I might need to mod you there, Bengoody. I don't know how to do that. But yeah, check out the 4K stream. Okay, they still haven't launched. They're probably pondering their saves as much as we are. Split screen sets. Oh yeah, there's Bengoody. He witnesses the 4K. Oh, you were absolutely right. If you go Teutons plus Turks, you can garrison the bombard towers to shoot 3 cannonballs at once. Too bad they don't have Chinese, then they could do 4 cannonballs at once. But yeah, that's the classic. The classic double projectile or double garrison capacity for the Teutons also increased their projectiles, but it wasn't ×2, it was +4. So the bombard towers that normally shoot 1 cannonball are affected by having 4 cannonballs if you garrison them enough. How much damage do they do? They are a primary projectile. They have a hill bonus and they do the same damage as the primary bombard tower projectile, which is I think 120, and then benefits from fletching and chemistry. So I think it gets up to 124 damage, if I'm thinking. You ever pick Lithuanians? If you want to go very aggressive for a Vil fight, I guess you could go Lithuanians. Looks like they still are in the lobby, though. How's the Soto contract going? Well, we're the top team in the National League, so I think it's going pretty decently. We just won the season series against the Dodgers. I think we're okay. The best contracts, though, are freaking Griffin Canning. Was the worst pitcher in baseball last year and his like a sub-3 ERA now. So, okay, they are launching. And 1 minute we'll get into the game. It'll be Italians and Bohemians against Turks and Mongols. Or no, it'll be Italians and Turks against Bohemians and Mongols. There you go, Italians and Turks. Ooh. So, Kamigawa and Vodka did not pick any Siege Onager civs, did not go Teutons. And Dabithriel, thank you for the follow. If I said your name right, thank you very much. And I'll have 30 seconds to spec delay. Then we get into Black Forest. And y'all can judge the Black Forest generation. This is the generation where I attempted very much to balance the pawns. And it will be similar to Rage Forest, but kind of different. I feel like I need to see more games on it before I can truly evaluate what other changes I need to make to it, though. And here we go into Capture Age. And let me reset the scoreboard. Oh no, they swapped their players and I need to set the score. Boom. 2-2, and it's Black Forest, and I think this is a pretty good generation. It'll be fairly open, which I think probably favors Italians and Turks here. So let me know what you think of this Black Forest map. It seems like everyone has a pond, and all the ponds are to the back. Nothing looks bugged here. There are 7 relics. All 7 relics should be accessible, and immediately we're going to have a Vil fight in the south as a wolf comes along with Steak, and they're going to be Vil fighting in the middle. 3 Vils were sent from Vodka. 3 Vils were sent from Vodka. His scout is blocking, and he's about to get a villager kill, so the wolf plus the Vils help out. And Vodka's going to come forward. He's a very narrow passage if he wants to wall himself. And he's going to have an aggressive Vil fight as we have another wall going up for Kamigawa. And Steak's going to have to react to this forward wall. I'll have to see how the passage ended up being that small. Boxing gloves on the villagers. Now it's Steak's turn to fight back, as it looks like he's going to pick a Vil of his own, and Vodka, who wanted that wall, is not going to get it. At least not now. It's time for Kondo spam? It's time for Turks to spam the Condottieri. That could be interesting. And Vil not going to be able to Alcatraz herself. She will go down as a scout from Kamigawa comes over. And Vodka going to try to get the walls. Scout needs to run fast. Nope, he's going to go back, just focus on the scout. No HP. And more Vils forward from Vodka even. He has 5 Vils forward. He's being very aggressive. And I do feel like Bohemians and Mongols probably Halfnitsa plus Mangudai and Siege Onager, the better late game composition. So it probably is incumbent upon our Rulers of Rome team to be as aggressive as they can be. And Vodka has done that here. A lot of reinforcements to finish the wall. He's going to do a lumber camp forward. We'll do a lumber camp forward. And we'll have the diagonal gate trick from Steak. You can do a diagonal gate, not between 2 palisades, I think, but between a gold and another wall. And he's going to do that just to give himself space to take out that palisade. And Vodka hastily will wall up behind this. And will he get the walls up successfully? One more tile. He gets there in time, and he walls behind it even, so that he doesn't have to worry about another gate. So Steak will go forward and get some walls up behind this. That's as forward as he's going to get. Nice trick, though, to get a bit more forward. And we see his TC's idle time, 27 seconds already. No idle time for Steak. So Vodka, and just now building a lumber camp. He did 1 lumber camp at home. Needs to do something with the forward Vils. And most importantly, Vodka, not only does he have idle time, but he has not docked. He has not docked. And Steak has managed to add the dock in behind this. And remember, he is the Mongols. He will still collect that boar food very quickly. And he could potentially go up and still go forward. He will have a group of 3 boars he can lure in. And yeah, this is only a secondary gold. He doesn't need to take it. He can take the gold back here. And he's going to look to wall up the middle. Probably wants to wall this passage too. There's a clearing in the middle through which they could push. Yeah, Mongols with water and with 3 boars. Every team will get 3 boars. That wolf will be a bit annoying, but Steak is ready to aggro the wolf onto the Vil and then attack with the scout. Okay, maybe not quite as soon as he could have with the scout, but we'll take it nevertheless. And that Vil with 32 HP will still attempt to lure all 3 boars. He'll use the scout to block. And boars on their way in. And the Vil will run back towards the town center. Oh, thank you. How do I say this? Lali Banani for the follow. Lali Banani for the follow. Thank you very much. When's Lyria's game? Lyria's game is starting right now. I'm switched to their set after this one because this one is 2-2 in game 5. Lyria's set is just starting right now, and we'll immediately go to that after this game. So 3 boars successfully lured in for steak, and feudal age being researched for everyone. Thank you, Lukey Bob, for the follow. Yeah, Arbase can give us updates in the chat, and thank you, Nathaniel, for the follow. Arbase is adminning that game currently. I'm assuming the map is not bugged for them. And James Sauk, thank you for the follow. Thank you everyone for the follows. So Vil coming forward for steak, adding in more to his walls. Vodka trying to maintain this forward wall. And Vodka will be up to feudal. Going up to feudal finally has added a dock, but only 1 fishing ship now. Already 4 fishing ships for steak. Good boar isn't positioned that well. It's fine. It's fine. He's Mongols. He'll take the boar no matter what. And he's going to go and do a forward gold. So, slower up timing, just clicking after this villager, but he will be up nevertheless, and probably in a good position to go for a fast castle. Might need another vill on gold in case he has to wall more. I wonder if Vodka will do a tower and try to push when he's up, or will just stay feudal and try to boom. I think he is going to have to stonewall like crazy. I don't think there's any avoiding that, as King Boo walled here, and Vodka also going to finish the forward wall with a palisade there. Palisade will just stop that passage up. Maybe I'll need to look at the min sizes of passages and see why they're being so small. I think I want passages to be a bit wider than that, so you don't just one house wall them. Not that big of a deal, but it could make the map a bit unfair if one player gets a really easy wall. This is the first time you're seeing pros play 2v2 BF. 2v2 BF can be wild. And I do wonder if anyone's going to try a sling strat, because remember, sling while taxed heavily still is allowed. Steak must have crazy food eco. He does indeed. 800 food and still more deer to come in. Mongols OP, especially with a fish boom. 6 fishing ships. 7th on the way. Needs to get feudal to add more fish traps. But yeah, he will very easily be able to go for the fast castle, and he'll be up at just about the same time as Vodka, even though Vodka's been feudal for a while. And Vodka still needs some gold. I think Steak's eco is going to be far ahead of Vodka's. I need to specify both for forest and for grass. I'll need to see what I did in the map script. If I recall, I did this a couple years ago for the first Cartographers, and I forget how the connection generation works. I'll have to take a look at that. I'll be on my list of things to look at. So Vil on the hill will kill the wolf. What are the tax rules? 50% tax on feudal sling. Once you get coinage, that goes back down to 10%. But at the start of the game in feudal, it is 50%. Vil's still walling up. Is Red open at the north? No, he is not. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Oh, Kamigawa. The worst part is he has full vision and can see it. He's open. He actually is open. Oh, and King Boo realizes it. Kamigawa doesn't. Well, they lost the first game due to a hole in the wall. Or no, they lost game 2 due to a hole in the wall in Arabia. And Kamigawa does not realize there's a hole. He did not try to right-click beyond his wall to check for a hole. Or if he did, there was already a hole in it from the palisade. The Vils have... What is this pathfinding? The Vils haven't tried to chop the back of the woodline yet. Now, King Boo's gonna go for it. And 3 TCs, he doesn't have the wood to defend. He has not scattered that either. He sees there is a tower on the front or a stone wall on the front. So he's going to be busy trying to Vil fight out here and think that he's still safe. But he's not going to be, and these are going to be Bohemian monks. He still hasn't noticed. Now Vil going to Alcatraz himself. He's going for a workshop though. So it's not like he's going to be totally without defenses though. The mangonels can come back. Yeah, that's a very un-BF hole. So I'll have to double check the passage generation on after this, but I think it's still fair enough that for him to be able to scout that. The scorpion's on the way. And he's a scorpion to kill the villager. So it'll be 2 mangonels and some pikes. Steak already does have food for Imp. And there is the pikeman upgrade on the way from King Boo. Mangonels will come from behind the wood line. And oh, he hasn't noticed this. He sees the mangonels and he has to run vills, and he is open. He's not running the vills. What is he doing? He's trying to wall in the vill on the front, and he's not going to notice this. And oh no, Kamigawa, everything going wrong as he has a hole in his wall. And he's probably going to be upset at that hole. And the worst part is the fish. Yeah, he immediately realizes he has to run the fish. And I wonder if he's going to queue any galleys. If he has vills, I mean, he could probably run down the mangonels with vills. Immediately he goes for a second workshop. And he needs galleys there. But yeah, the pikeman not in position right away to defend the mangonels. And Kamigawa will use the villagers to keep them away. Even if he loses those villagers, keeping the fish alive until he can maybe get demos out. Ooh. Oh, he could demo the mangonel. He could demo the mangonel. No repair vills. Pikemen don't really kill vills that quickly. The mangonel goes down. He still could repair the... It's easy to quick wall that. And the mangonel in a position where it can be demoed. There's the demo. There it goes. Will he catch it? He's going around the dock. And with the demo, he catches the mangonel and the vills will finish it off. So Kamigawa managing to survive. The fishing ships can go back to work. Another mangonel on the way, but Steak is up to Imp with all that food. Steak is up to Imp. Kamigawa needs to just one piece of wall and he stops this. And that's a big investment if it gets stopped from King Boo. Kamigawa, it's there, it's open. You can wall it. His team still has the score lead. His team is still up in vills. Ooh, dodges the mangonel at the last second. I don't know why he didn't wall that. It was there for him to wall. And Imp on the way also for Vodka. And Turks, of course, with the free chemistry, will probably have the better fast Imp. This is a tricky game for them now. Kamigawa is definitely taking some eco hits. But mangonels and scorpions, and he's in a spot to defend. He's going to clear the pikemen with the mangonels and the TC. All the pikemen are going down. King Boo's losing a lot in this push. Kamigawa is still in a decent spot. If only he'd done one tile of stone wall up there. Doesn't he shoot the fish traps? I don't know. They are the stationary targets. And yeah, that would be the better choice. So another demo and a galley. So with the galley, he can micro down the mangonel. Use his own mangonels to defend. Just gonna get out of dodge. And the mangonel still going for vills here. Kamigawa needs to go for a wall. If he can wall this, he's okay. He has enough of his own siege out, and King Boo has been booming behind this, but just now getting equal to Kamigawa in terms of vill numbers. And TC doing work taking out pikemen. And clears killing the mangonels, Kamigawa. He's going to defend against these pikemen too with the TC. He can repair these mangonels, and he's still in a good spot. Won't get an attack round. But immediately we're going to have a Trebor on this side. A few Mangadai inside the castle, but they're not going to be able to do much against bombard cannons here. So Vodka will be up later, but he needs to get cannons along with the Trebs, and he wins the Treb war, then suddenly can push against the 1 TC. It'll be double castle Trebs from Steak. So the good thing about that is that he'll be able to defend, or make more Trebs, and then maybe defend them against cannons with the Mangadai. He'd lose a lot of fish, and the Mangonels keep coming. Now, he still needs one tile of stone wall, though. He'd be fine. He's still doing a great job defending with the villagers. He's going to get 2 more mangonels. They're weak. He's going to get 3 mangonels with 3 villagers here. And King Boo has just been losing the mangonels so much. There's the house finally. Okay, the house mangonel down in 1 shot. Almost got it walled. This vill will get the mangonel. Oh, 1 pikeman. 1 pikeman on the way. Well, the mangonel is going to block the pikeman. And the mangonel will go down. And the vill can wall. The vill can wall almost. He knows what to do. Anyway, repairs on the castle. And this is where the Mangadai get scary. If they can come forward and pick off the cannon when the castle goes down. And that's what they might be able to do. So Vodka losing the fight there. Still some Janissaries, though. Maybe enough to defend. And they can't come too far forward because of the wall. Janissary's getting a shot off. Krebs are going to be trying to go for the cannon, potentially. Maybe just trying to break a hole in the wall. Castle itself can shoot all the walls. And Kamigawa doing a forward castle. He's doing petards and Genoese crossbowmen. And as the Italians, he will have a faster imp than King Boo if this comes to a trub fight, most likely. He does have the cheaper imp. He has placed the wall tile that he needs, but still not finished it. Kamigawa, you've had so much time to wall this. Maybe he's just playing without the wall now. He's just used to it. So masonry on the way for the castle. More walls in the back for Vodka. Vodka's castle may be too far forward, and he wasn't able to get the numbers out in time. And here, Vodka has some good fish. So does Steak, but this is now Mongols against Turks, which I think is a good matchup for the Mongols. But lots of walling can help keep the Mangudai away. They just can't lose the cannons like this. Oh, you might have needed to delete the workshop to run the cannons. That's 3 cannons down, and that was great for Steak. Vodka, well, whatever happens with Kamigawa and that hole might be irrelevant if Vodka just loses to the Mongols down here. Well, Imp on the way for Kamigawa. Imp on the way. And if King Boo can't go up in time, maybe we're just going to start rotating around the map. If Kamigawa can push him. He has scattered the barracks and the workshop with the Genoese crossbow. Yeah, and the Mangudai are very difficult for Turks. Turks, if they had full heavy cav archers with extra HP, I think win this easily. Right, that's very different than AOC. But they need to get to that point. And he's trying to rescue the cannon. Right now, 2 Trebs are just, with the Mangudai in front, are something that he can't stop. It would take a lot of eco to be able to switch to cav archers at this point, and his eco he doesn't have on the fast imp. And diagonal. We don't have a rule against diagonal gates. Vanilla Donut. I remember you wrote that earlier on YouTube, but yeah, we don't have a rule against that. That's allowed. So faster imp and double castle production, or treb production for Kamigawa. King Boo gonna wall up and do some workshops. He's gonna try to do chemistry on the way up. That'll be his benefit with the Bohemians. We'll lose his forward workshop. And I think despite all of the mangonels he's sent to disrupt the fish, that King Boo still will have trouble. The advantage for King Boo is that he has an undisturbed fish boom. He has 30 fishing ships working. I'll have double workshop cannons, but whatever happens up there, it's going to be a lot slower than what's happening down here. Vodka going to use his own small gap to do stone wall. Eco KD. Yes, he's lost 28, which is fishing ships. Mangudai gonna get in. And John Slow, thank you for the raid. If there can be one good cannon shot on the Mangudai, maybe that changes things. But Steak gonna fall back. Remember, Steak can just cut with the Trebs to get through this. Yeah, that's exactly what he's gonna do. Gonna try to wall, but the Mangudai are gonna get in. And then all of a sudden, Mangudai get into his eco, and perhaps more importantly, can run over to Kamigawa's eco. Kamigawa might need to wall this, and wall this. Meanwhile, he is starting to push. Chemistry Embracer on the way. There'll be a castle there, but that should go down pretty quickly. Chemistry still being finished for King Boo, so he won't have too big of a timing advantage, only 30 seconds, and then cheaper bombard cannons for the Italians. I don't think Halfneitz is going to be affordable for King Boo. And Vodka losing everything, though. And there's the GG. So Pub does it. They pull off what was in the standings an upset, but I think this was actually a very close matchup for these two teams. And on Black Forest, they'll do it. All in all, did that hole matter too much? I don't really think so. I mean, 30 minutes after a 3TC boom, they're still pushing an imp. And maybe Kamigawa still was in a position to win that, even after that aggression. I think what mattered more was just down here. That Vodka lost the forward castle and then just got pushed by the Mangudai. So GG. Let me get ready to swap over and we'll go to Hart and Leary. So 40 kills for King Boo. And around 5k more res collected, but still felt like he was kind of behind there. I don't know, maybe that he's ahead there, but it felt like Kamigawa would just, whatever happens, the other side mattered more. Do skirms work versus Mangudai? Not if you're Turks, you don't have elite skirm. Alright, so 1 second as I swap overlays around. I'll update the overlay. Hart plus Leary versus Miguel plus Kingstone. And I'm just going to hop straight into their game and we'll catch up to it. And then I'll update the overlays afterwards. Oh, did they just play game number 1? Should I watch the rec of game number 1 and speedcast it? Let's maybe do that. Yes, they did. All right. And Ornlu, thank you for the raid. We're going to be casting Hart and Leary. They've played game 1, and we're going to cast that rec right now. And we're going to speed cast it just to see what happened. So get ready for Hart and Leary. We start Capture Age. Nerd Brothers. Hello, Ornlu chat. Thank you for the raid. And welcome to our next set. I need to update the title of my stream on YouTube. It just says Cartographers too. I don't need to update that. Great. Here we are. They don't have team names, so I don't even need to go. Miguel plus Kingstone against Hart and Leary. How many L's does he have? 2. 3 T's and 2 L's. All right. We will. Oh, this also is gold. This is gold. So we will speedcast this. There's ×8 speed for now. We'll have Miguel in the red to the west and Kingstone in the yellow to the north, Malians and Britons. It'll be against Leary in the green as the Japanese to the east, and Hart in the blue as the Persians to the south. So every player taking their own pond here. As Peru mentioned too. Is it all video games? Yes, it is. Herds. Let's see. So red has a pond here, just fishing. Everyone up. It'll probably be scouts plus archers, just like we usually see. Once they start fighting, maybe I'll just go on X4 speed. But speed casting here so we can get caught up in the set. This is game number 1. It's a best of 5. This is in the gold league now, so maybe a bit higher level. Not that the previous set was low leveled at all. And maybe the map design of Black Forest was low leveled. I'll be taking a look at that. But I think that was still fair enough. He very easily could have just scouted and walled that. Alright, low seeded. They had to play a qualifier. They didn't have enough team gamey though. Getting seeds for team game tournaments is really tricky. So everyone just walling up, scouts and archers, no holes. And defensive archers from Kingstone as Miguel, Hart, and Leary get up to Castle Age and get X4 speed as they take a big fight at the front of this base. Miguel has to defend with archers. Or no, Kingstone has to defend with archers. Everyone's still not up yet. I mean, everyone up aside from Kingstone. He's the one who's not up. He's the last one up. And we'll be doing the crossbow upgrade now, trying to defend. But the light cav are breaking in, killing some vills. Hart and Leary up by a good 20 villagers. A good 30 villagers almost. And Kingstone finally going to move forward. About at this point, he's already taken some damage on his base. So nothing too special here. Just a lot of scout and archer play. No one going for any crazy forward docks. Knights dancing a bit. More numbers on the crossbows for Leary. And all the crossbows for Kingstone will be cleaned up thereabout. No Larry and Harry. I also need to speak in 4 times speed? I don't know if I can do that. That'd just be like a video that's sped up. So lots of TCs in the middle. Leary's initially was denied. Miguel and Kingstone getting to the middle. Good score lead for Hart and Leary now. We'll have another TC in the middle there from Hart. 2 times speed VOD watcher, yes. I'm sure that we have some of those. And at the same time, Miguel trying to break in, but good on the walls from Leary as the knights still run around. Catching up on 2x speed. Oh, did you do that on the YouTube video? You can do that from the beginning and catch up? That's probably a thing you could do. Ooh, can you watch a live stream at 2x speed on YouTube while it's playing? Some auctioneer casting? Does he cast auctions? So again, the TCs are on the cracked terrain, so this big crossbow mass from Leary, once it gets to Imp, will do a lot of damage to it as they get Bracer, Arb, and Chemistry. More stables for Miguel. Crossbows run around in the back, and all the knights fight each other on the front. And there are the GGs from Miguel and Kingstone. So, falling behind, just kind of standard scout archer plays. You take one fight and it kind of snowballs. We have a couple maps in the map pool where that's still possible. But great job by Hart with all the kills. And now we're caught up and ready for game number 2, which will be live. Which will be very live, and there is the score of the previous set. Is it Rage Forest or Standard? It's neither, it's its own version. More similar to Rage Forest, though. I'll probably make a few updates to it based on the passage lengths. There's probably a terrain that's missing one of the distances it's supposed to have. So I think they're in the game, so I will be updating the overlay after this next game. Where are we? Yep, and they are in... Okay, first time I've seen this map played. It is on Sumatra. This is the map. It used to be called Eastern Coastline. I renamed it because it can now spawn in all 4 directions. Alright, here we are. Blue versus red on the scoreboard.
Yes.
And Hart and Leary will have a 1-0 lead going to game number 2. And sorry go, there is sorry go from Leary and a 1 from Miguel, so they are okay. They had a bit of a pause, and we're 3 minutes in, so we caught up to game number 2. And we skipped the scout plus archer game, to be honest. So now we're at the interesting part. Presumably this is the home map of Miguel and Kingstone. We'll have Miguel on the water. Miguel's quite a good water player. And we'll have Kingstone here in the red. So Koreans and Dravidians against Vikings and Vietnamese. So on the water, Dravidians giving the dock bonus for both teams. Nice start to the game for both of them with their eco advantage, not needing to do the house, saving essentially 25 wood per dock. Over here, the Vikings team bonus will give the entire team cheaper docks. Imagine Vikings plus Dravidians. That would be a team. Yeah, in Escape Gaming, this was a 1v1 map with a 2 TC start. We used it last time for Cartographers. I changed it around slightly. Coastline is also a bit more wibbly, as you can see. We have 2 islands, and Leary doing the dock to the front right of his island. So I had seen teams doing docks next to each other, and while it's a bit more defensive, I think it's a mistake because then you're sharing fish. You do want to do, I think, either what Miguel is doing or what Leary's doing, where you dock more towards the middle rather than towards your teammate. Leary's kind of splitting the difference, but he can still take the forward fish and still have the dock in maybe a bit more of a defensive position. So we'll see where he does a second dock. Are there box turtles in the pond? Nope, just shallows in the ponds. Just shallows in the ponds. Box turtles and fishing and shorefish actually cannot spawn in shallows by default. You have to modify them or do some map hacks in order to make that work. And stone for Kingstone. Ooh. Stone for Kingstone is the Koreans. Is he going for a tower rush? So we'll have militia for Hart. He's going to be going for probably some men-at-arms rush. No berries yet for Kingstone. What is Kingstone doing? No, it's no transport ship. I would love if he just transport ship tower rushed Leary's island. That would be quite a sight. One teammate has to defend. We could do that if like we put both kings in the same base maybe. And just did like some asymmetrical resource or base setups. So Miguel, the first player up to feudal, and he will be making galleys. Of course, in this matchup, you go galleys, you're far enough apart, you don't have time for... Well, you don't have the timing for fire galleys to do damage before fletching really kicks in. And you'll see the blacksmith already on the way for Miguel. As the Vikings, though, Leary will have a discount, not just on the docks, but also on the galleys. Maybe offset a bit by the Dravidian's wood bonus, getting plus 200 wood. If you make lots of galleys, then the Vikings end up coming out on top in the cost-benefit ratio. We might see longboats, though. Longboats from the Vikings could be interesting. How are the new turtle ships? I know they're awful against fires now, but against longboats, because the Vikings won't have any fires. Could this be a situation where Kingstone, if he can deal with the men-at-arms, is able just to do turtle ships? So he's going to go Market Blacksmith, and he's actually going to try to fast castle here. So he's going to phosphoro a bit, and he'll do a defensive tower on his stone. Look at that tower position. In the middle of the mining camp, you'll still have at least 4 or 5 vills mining stone with that tower going up. You can delete the palisades when it goes up, probably. Yeah, anyone without a king does lose. So you could do a king as long as it's, like, hidden somewhere. I mean, they don't have a counter to fires anymore? Yes, it does. Honestly, it does. The turtles used to fulfill that role. So, Galley Micro, Miguel taking a bit of the initiative. Moving forward across the map with his timing. I would expect Leary to have great Galley Micro. And he's showing it off there. Miguel also was a bit forward by Leary's docks. Like, Leary with 2 very low HP galleys that managed to escape, and he's going to pull them back. And might even repair them. Ooh, usually you see repairs only from fires, but repairing galleys could be nice. So Castle Age on the way for Kingstone. Remember, you can sling on this map. So, I mean, it could be a situation where Miguel actually could sling if Kingstone's up to castle. Bill and Scout go down. Nice wallings from Kingstone as he's on his way up. And this honestly isn't the messiest Phosphoro build I've ever seen. I've seen far worse that still works out. And how do Vietnamese do against war wagons? I imagine the extra HP for archers is nice, but they'd still die. Do Rattan archers work with their pierce armor? Maybe? And I think the key is the Leary maybe starting to pull ahead on the water. Miguel's still being very aggressive with his galleys. Key for Miguel, though, I think will just be defending Kingstone's fish. I think eventually you do lose to Vikings on the water with longboats, and Miguel just wants to survive as long as he can. Can you dock the little ponds? You could. I mean, I think you have room for 3 fish traps if you dock one of the 2-tile ponds on the beach. You dock there and have room for literally 0 fish traps. Maybe Malay could do that with harbor docks, though. So Men-at-Arms going to get into the wood line. Maybe 1 vill goes down. But Kingstone just about to do the castle, and will Phosphoro style build it between the gold and a wood line. Should be safe to do that. Oh, does he have the stone for it? Oh, he almost has the stone for it. He's just shy of it. A map where Farm Sling could be worth it? Maybe if Teuton's on the wall. That's the only one that comes to mind. I don't know if farm slinging actually works. I heard that farm sealing is broken in the current patch, though. But anyway, Miguel now forced back towards his docks. He's going to take the best fight he can and try to clear some galleys. There are lots of low HP galleys that could go down. And, oh, thank you for gifting a sub to Zetnus, and thank you, Gideoner, for the follow. And Miguel, if he can run away, maybe has bought just enough time for Kingstone's fish to have paid off. I mean, Kingstone wasn't even really fishing that much. But Leary will win the water. And we have another lumber camp going up for Kingstone. And Miguel with 2 galleys just trying to pick off fishing ships gets 1. So nicely done for him. He will be hiding in the docks, but bad news for him is Leary is up. Miguel gonna go 4 dock galleys now and try to reclaim the numbers, but galleys are so cheap for Leary, he'll be able to do War Galley and Bodkin and then just pump longboats. What is this, though? What is this? Hart has stone-walled and has no idea the danger that's about to befall him, lurking in the shadows at the back of his base. What is this? Rocket carts. Let's go. Rocket cart time for Kingstone. And Hart's gonna have no idea this is coming for him. He'll be able to rush down rocket carts with Vils? Maybe. But I feel like that's harder than with Mangonels because of the spread of the rockets. Madman. And he's completely safe at home too. The skirms can fend the war wagons off. But at this point, Hart is looking for war wagons and thinking, oh, he needs to fight war wagons, and just boom, he's adding in the second TC. He's doing elite skirm. He's worried about the war wagon. He is not going to have the eco to defend those rocket carts coming from the shadows. Oh, Miguel might lose the water, but Hart might lose the land if he gets surprised. A weak link game or a strong link game? Both. Sometimes neither. Now he has one rocket. Is this revealing it too soon? Well, he has 2 rocket carts. I think he can just go now. He has a war wagon there. He has a house. He has a repair bill. Everything goes down. Did Hart notice that? Hart didn't notice that. And he has to run the Vils. He's good attack grounds now. War wagon trying to block a bit. Vil cannot repair the war wagons. Those are healed by monks. But Hart now has to go for a monastery. Do Vietnamese have redemption? They do not. Monks can defend against the war wagons. A couple of Vils were trapped in the mining camp, and all of a sudden Hart is walling. 3rd rocket cart on the way. Some war wagons got through. Oh, Hart was open on the back of the map. That was not walled. The war wagons are forward, and the phosphor rush is commencing. That TC goes down. No, the monks are key for the war wagons. The monks are key. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Kingstone wanted a forward monastery just to heal. Is it possible Kingstone wins the land, then just goes elite turtle ship at some point to win the water? Nobody in this game gets redemption. Yeah, without redemption, it's so much harder to defend against the rocket carts. Monk there will heal. EC should go down. This is where the repairs need to come in. For the villager. I don't know what's easier to micro on the rocket carts or the mangonels. But Hart has to repair. Mangonel dodges. Wagons are still forward for Kingstone. This army here is still fended off by the guard tower a bit. Elite skirm, so the war wagons can't do much. At least Kingstone has some safe wood in the back. And Jodo AoE, thank you for the follow. On the water, war galley from Miguel, holding on as long as he can. Ballistics on the way. And Leary already has ballistics. Leary now in 2 groups. He is far ahead in numbers, 23 to 17. Honestly, it's not that bad for Miguel, all things considered. Holding up against the Vikings on the water, giving his teammate time to get a mangonel push. He trades, keeps one alive, gets the mangonel, and keeps the rocket cart alive with repairs. War wagons will pick off 1 monk before conversion. The repairs are in. The rocket cart stays alive. Rocket carts can keep the monks away. No redemption, so they can always hit the monks. And that's 3 rocket carts working on the TC. The Vil almost running into danger, but gets away. Market now for Hart. Larry's winning the water. That's giving the team the score lead. Hart's still ahead on land. Ahead in villagers to Kingstone, but that doesn't matter if he dies. Rocket cart going for the monk. Gets the monk, gets another skirm. 1 more rocket cart. How many rocket carts does it take to out damage repairs? 4 should be really good. Deleting farms to avoid the extra shots. That's actually a thing. Like crop shots. Is there a transport ship? Don't see a transport from anyone. I do feel like Miguel needs to transport and run some Vils to the mainland to get to safety at some point. Hope that Hart doesn't see you. Another war wagon coming forward. War wagon behind the wood line could also be insane. And now Kingstone needs to micro the mangonels. Or needs to micro the rocket carts away from the mangonels. Make sure he doesn't take damage. That TC still being attacked. Attack ground. Ooh. Ends up hitting the TC. That repair Vil is so clutch. The mangonel goes down. And now it's 4 rocket carts to 0. Vil's desperately trying to repair. That rocket cart is in range of the TC. Has to come back. Kingstone succeeds. And try to get some rocket cart hits on the skirms. 1 repair Vil from Kingstone is so valuable here. Another mangonel coming forward. Enough HP for the war wagons. They can kind of tank mangonel shots a bit. Alright, still repairing. Kingstone needs to pay attention and just dodges, but not enough. 5 rocket carts would have been insane. So Skirm and Mangonel, the defense from Hart. War Wagon's just gonna pick the Repairville. Scarrooms will go down to the rocket carts again. Alright, so... Oh, that did not make it to the shoreline. I think that wasn't a transport. That was just a galley, right? That was a war galley. Miguel now surrounded. He can only sling now. Miguel could maybe do a slinging roll, but not doing that yet. If that was a transport, that would have been crazy. A couple of defensive mangonels now for Hart. He's still running around the back. Sacrifice all the vills for the skirms for the Repairville. Honestly, that Repairville is so clutch. And still 63 vills to 37. Hart, at least he has 2 TCs on this defense, so the longer it lasts, the more his eco will kick in. And if he keeps trading mangonels, he's not going to let the overwhelming number of rocket carts start to climb. Haven't been too many war wagons. Kingston barely making vills though. Does he really need vills? He's gonna do another workshop on the other side. This is where if he gets like one rocket cart to clear this, then the war wagons can come forward much more easily. Getting the vill forward. And wheelbarrow on the way. Well, you can rush down rocket carts with vills faster if you're a wheelbarrow. 5 rocket carts now though. Repairville almost dead. And Miguel's gonna call the GG. Kingston calls it. And there's a 2-0 lead for Hart and Leary. GG. Yeah, 100 pop lead. And very, very creative strategy here. I liked that. The Kingstone in Phosphoro into forward workshop, sneak workshop. As far as I can tell, though, the Vikings, not just Leary, but the Vikings, I still think are the best 1v1 galley civ on the water with their ability to go longboats. Maybe late game Armenians could win. I don't know, maybe there's a scenario where Byzantine fire ships still could be useful here. Kingston having the lower score than Miguel. Yeah, I guess that was pretty bad. Remember, though, Miguel had been killing galleys and war galleys, so even if he's dying, he's still killing very expensive units. So, nice strategy, though, even though it didn't quite work out. And Lasiani, thank you for the follow. Thank you very much. Okay, now I actually have to set the scoreboard up. So give me a moment while I do that, and I'll also just get the ad counter on Twitch reset again. Apologies for the... I'm going to do a somewhat long ad break, just because I don't want pre-rolls during the game, and I'm down to 2 minutes since we just cast like 3 games in a row. So this will be a 3-minute ad break. Apologies. If you're watching on YouTube, you won't get an ad. Alright, and now I need to set the scoreboard up. So give me a moment while I reset all of this. This will be Miguel and Kingstone against Hart plus Leary. Does Hart use a capital H in his name? I think so. This is the Gold League, so we'll get the right icon up. And the map draft. Will be like that. And the Civ draft shall be like that. Golden Lakes. First game was won by Hart and Leary, and then Samacha Miguel's team did lose. Ooh, Stranded. I hope we see Stranded. Love seeing these different maps. So what was that? So we've had wins for, it was Persians, Japanese, then Dravidians, and Vikings. They ran into the Cumans. Vikings, yeah. And then losses for Dravidians, Koreans. And what civs did they play in that first game? This is my test of memory. Is Malians Britons, right? Malians Britons. Totally forgot that. Yeah, Andy and Lewis are playing together. That's Onamaru A. And Fire and Goku, I wasn't able to cast that yesterday, but they are Onamaru B. Apologies still for the ad, of course. And looks like it will indeed be stranded. Let's go. And thank you, this 6,000 for the follow. Oh, nice to have over 600 viewers on Twitch. This is amazing. Thank you all. And we still have another set coming up after this one. It will be our 15-16, oh no, our 16-17 matchup of Prisma and Nahuel against Monos and FedEx. I'm still not exactly how to say Nahuel's name because sometimes he has an L and sometimes he doesn't. But that should be a very competitive matchup. And hello, Taramis. Yeah, Taramis made our logo for us. And thank you, Fozzy-licious Bear, for the sub. And Nose Zombie. Sets have been really good. We had a 5-game set between Pub and Rulers of Rome. And looks like they have just launched. And again, thank you everyone. Apologies on Twitch if you had to sit through that ad break, but it does help keep the pre-rolls off. I should stay hydrated too. So peaceful, thank you. And Alex, thank you for the follow. I'll need to have my overlay somehow add the YouTube and Twitch viewers together. Because we were just at 600 during that game, and now we're at 72 on YouTube, so we're at almost 700 viewers. And again, thank you everyone who rated earlier, especially KP, for the, I presume Age of Empires 4 raid. Yes, he did raid in. Let me while we're launching in. Oh, we're ready. The game is starting. The game is starting. Here we are. I don't know why the scoreboard reset, but it did. Let me set it so it's blue and red. There we go. Hart and Leary are up 2-0, but this is now the home map of Miguel and Kingstone. And Kingstone gonna go not do a TC at the start, but go to the middle. Going to the very middle for the TC. So this is stranded. It's a 9-vil start. What I did was I placed the vils in. I guess I had to change the scoreboard so we didn't see it at the start. I placed the vils. You have 3 around the campfire, and then 2 other groups of 3 spread out. So you're very likely to encounter a forest if you want to do your TC at the start, and have a bit more room to decide where to TC. Kingstone deciding he was not going to do the early TC on the forest, but instead was going to run forward and do a TC between a woodline and a gold. And Kumans is the random civ, yes. We have here the stone and the woodline for Hart and Leary. So Chinese and Italians against Armenians and Spanish. Chinese should be really good with the 9-vil start, getting the 3 extra vils at the TC. And they start with the fishing ship here, so you can pump them out extra fast. Hart is the Italians, just a general good water civ that can play the hybrid maps. Lots of elephants in the middle that you can lure in. And thank you, Schmingdus, for the follow. Ooh, oh, okay. I thought there was a weak vil that was going to get hit there. But was there? Wait, where'd the vil go? What vil lured that in? I swear there was a low HP vil there, right? Wait, oh, okay, the vil died. The vil died. The corpse is hidden under the elephant. Hart lost the villager. Hart lost the vil. Did he try to garrison the vil as it was dying? No, then it'd still be alive and healing in the TC. Yeah, no junks this map. You start with a fishing ship. Here, this is the remains of the junk. And you start with a little beach party by the bonfire, which I thought was a cute touch with the rugs. Someone suggested that while I was editing the map, and I thought it was cute. Also some rocks. There are outlines behind the rocks. Apologies to Dave. Yeah, it is a bit of a farther walk to the center, that's true. It is an overall larger map. There are 3 relics in the center, and also 2 relics on either side. I also took care to try to balance the hills a bit. So there is a flat area over here and a flat area over here, but this is like 2 flat areas between the teams. So in terms of castling and TCing the middle, it should be a bit more balanced. You can either have 2, 3, or 4 flat areas, and they should be roughly balanced out, and then some other wibbliness to it. I saw some 1v1 maps with really unbalanced hills. I think this should be a bit fairer. I'll be keeping an eye on that, though. Yeah. The unfortunate part about doing 2v2s immediately after Warlords is that it's hard to get testing for the maps, because a lot of the high-level players are all involved in Warlords. So I know that I've fixed a few bugs as I've gotten reports in. And this was something Lewis had mentioned to me back even a couple months ago when I was working on it, so I tried to balance the hills, but there's a difference between balancing stuff in the editor and then how it plays out when people use it. Yeah, I've tried to keep the wood lines. I did the wood lines in 2 clumps, so there are the bigger clumps and then the smaller clumps, which spawn among the larger ones. So it should have more consistent passages through the middle too. And is Kingstone the only one playing this like the Nomad map, deciding where to build the TC and taking a bit of a walk beforehand? Everyone else just doing a standard TC at the start on the wood and docking the outside. And hello, Mertine. Welcome with the Ordnu emote. So forward dock from Heart. You can see this dock in all its 4K glory if you're watching on YouTube. And I'll have Feudal Age on the way from Gale. He'll be the first one up. Did a couple of docks himself, and he's going to be going galleys. Once again, we'll have to test his galley micro against Leary, and that could be a struggle.
Salve.
100% don't trust Kingstone's strat. We'll have to buy 100 stone, I think, and all of his houses are providing no walling. It's like 100% to get a castle up or die. Yeah, and also, you do have to mine stone from these one-tile groups. Kingstone will be doing so. As a Spanish, he could get conquistadors out. I wonder if there's like an FC strategy you could play. He has forward outposts. Has a Vil stealing a water buffalo while he's getting some scouting info from the outposts to see where Hart is TC'd now. Can I switch to resources? Yes. I'm going to switch back after seeing the dead Vil from Hart. And it'll be a forward blacksmith from Kingstone. Is he doing a market at home? He is doing a mill at home. Because he needs a market. There are some patches of hunt out here, but you do have to take them. They are far from your start location. Xing this one galley on his fish. And that will be tricky for his build, perhaps. A classic nomad for getting to mill from Kingstone as he's going to put up a market. As the galley does come forward and pick off fishing ships. He made a lot of mills like that, practicing for Wandering Warriors Community Cup. So the forward dock definitely catching Hart, definitely from Hart catching Kingstone off guard. Hart will be doing a blacksmith himself, as Leary actually will be FCing, and Leary going up. Leary is the Chinese, and is an amazing eco and an amazing start to this map. Miguel coming forward, looking to disrupt Leary's fish. Leary docking very far to the back, and will rely on Hart coming over, potentially with a few galleys to defend. When does it start? It has started. This is the start. If you're asking about the community tournament, that starts next week. This is the play-in round, and we'll have the full gold, silver brackets and all the community brackets starting next week. But yes, this is a game. There is qualification for gold on the line with this game. The fishing ship's going down to the galleys. And fishing ship's going down from Leary. Leary losing a lot of fish. And Hart trying to defend with the galleys, but Miguel's done a darn good job of picking off all of his fishing eco. He's up and will be able to make fires. But his teammate losing everything, and that's going to mean Hart is now up. Hart is up, and he is going to put a castle... Or, no, I'm sorry, Kingstone is up. Kingstone is up, and he's going to drop a castle right on Hart's face. There is an outpost there. Does Hart see this? Wait, does Hart see this? He might not see it yet. Might not see it yet. Hart would have to immediately do double towers to stop this. The stone is there for Kingstone. The stone is there. Spanish vills build faster. Remember, Spanish vills build faster. And Hart is going to Vill fight. He's sending everything to Vill fight. He's doing a tower. And will the foundation go up? The vills are on the foundation. He's doing an anti-castle house. Kingstone is going to have one heck of a Vill fight for himself. Even the buffaloes are coming to fight. The tower going up for Kingstone. No military here, just vills and building a castle. Score lead for Miguel and Kingstone is this is a Spanish castle that will go up on the gold. Does the tower deny it in time? Kingstone needs to build 55%. One cav archer from Leary over here as well. 69%, 70% and counting. The tower is up in garrison. The vills are still fighting. 90%, and this castle goes up 95%. And there we go. It's up. It'll destroy the tower. It'll take Hart off of his gold. Let's go. Let's go. Absolute cinema. Hart is now stuck in feudal. Miguel is up to castle. Hart will be the only player in feudal. And Conquistadors are going to start hoovering around. Leary going for the Chinese cav archers. Maybe he'll be able to fight the conks. But feels like they're essentially fish plus fighting. Actually, everyone's losing their fish. The fire ship forward from Leary will probably kill the rest of Miguel's navy. But Miguel's done a great job. He's destroyed all of the fishing ships from Hart and Leary. Everything dying to the galley. Everything being destroyed by the galley. One stone from Hart. What's he going to do with that? Now, his Genoese crossbowmen should be able to fight Conquistadors with a bonus attack. How many vills did Kingstone lose? 9. An Eco KD. Actually, no, not even that. That was the fishing ships he lost. So fewer than 9 vills. That really wasn't that bad. The downside is the castle's not on the TC. And he's not mining any more stones, so it's not going to be a follow-up castle. Oh, he's finding another vill. Once he gets 3 or 4 Conquistadors, though, I mean, he'd even do a workshop and make it the TC. He's gonna go for Leary, though. He knows Hart is in a bad spot, so he's gonna try to disrupt Leary and maybe give Miguel a cleaner boom. 2 conks probably won't be able to stop the tower, but they can micro against the cav archer. Leary's not microing. I don't know, how often do we say that about Leary? He's not microing. Another cav archer coming out. Leary trying to go Chinese CA. That's something we see all the time. Conquistador is still with a lot of room to micro. Very hard to hit microed cav archers, though. Although he does. I spoke too soon. I jinxed Leary. Miguel gonna go for a second TC while one cav archer is forward hitting his base. He had to tower one of his wood lines. How do I follow a specific unit around the map? I don't know. I never do that. Maybe I should figure out how to do it. I always use spacebar to go to selected unit. And you don't just hold that down because it kind of wibbles the camera. Is it F? No. Capture Age has a hotkey list, but I don't know if I can access it directly from Capture Age. It was a help manual that says it somewhere. It's F? Really? It's F? I'm pressing F. Control F. Shift F? Alt F? No, that's Fog of War. Wait, is that a Capture Age Pro feature? Really? Oh, that's a shame if it is. I much prefer using the free version. Northeast, yes. It's a $5 a month subscription, so it's not really something I particularly enjoy the model. It's not like that's expensive for me while streaming, but it's just I don't really like the fact that there's a subscription model for stuff that Stuff like the recorded game saving thing is stuff that we had spent a lot of time working on for Wooloo Kingdoms to make sure it worked for everyone. And I really don't like that it's behind a paywall now. I never realized that that thing was pro only. That's a lot of weak vills for Miguel. Didn't run to his TC, and there he's doing a lot of damage with the Cav Archers. Now, there are definitely people who have CA Pro. I don't know how big of an impact it makes, though, for their business compared to the number of people they've hired and the fact they need to pay them. I don't know how much CA subscriptions actually bring in for them. So Cav Archer's going down. Conquistador is still looking for a picks on the CA. They're gonna have to carry this game with the Cav Archers. He only has 11 though, and Miguel. I mean, it's not like he's booming hard. He has a big score lead, but a lot of that's maybe the fish just winning the water. He has War Galley, and he has invested a lot into winning the water. There's Garrison in the TC. Castle Age on the way for Heart. Heart even adding fish. Heart even adding a couple of... Wait, where are his fishing ships if I click it and it centers me there? They're over there. Here's a third one somewhere else back there. Okay. So Monastery for Kingstone. If he goes donkeys and goes conk and donk. Oh, yes. He has a couple of mangonels coming forward along with the Conquistadors to pressure Leary on this wood line. Almost gets a shot on the Cav Archers. Leary dodges, though. Ballistics is going to come in. And when Ballistics comes in, Leary, Micro, and Cav Archers is going to be really scary. And Miguel's probably going to have to go skirms. Cav Archers won't deny the TC. He's doing a fortified church of his own. At least Armenians have fortified churches to defend against the Cav Archers. And Leary taking some damage, but still amassing a good number of Cav Archers. Enough where he can fight the Conquistadors. And Hart and Leary still up in vills because of how far down Kingstone is. You can still see the APM on the AW2 Insights page. There are other ways to see APM than just Capture Age. So Mangonel working on the range. Still repairs on the way. And tricky to fight against Ballistics now. I don't know if Kingstone wants to keep microing that. Just kind of hoping Leary runs into a Mangonel shot now, but even then, Cav Archers do tank one shot. Shows lower APM. Is that how they sell it, by making the APM count just higher? I mean, there are reasonable questions about what to count as APM, and different services have different answers. Okay, so now the shoes on the other foot. The shoes on the other foot is Hart is coming forward to castle drop Kingstone. Kingstone has a Scorpion, though, in the Vil fight. And this is not a Spanish castle. This is an Italian's castle. And all the Vils are going to fight this. Does Kingstone stop this? If he can get, like, one Conquistador back, maybe he stops it. He has a Mangonel that was forward pressuring the TC. Handcart on the way. The Conquistadors are going to come back. The Conquistadors are coming back. Leary does not have his Cav Archers in position here. Hart might get this up, but he's going to lose a lot of Vils. He is right-clicking that castle like a madman. 90%. The Vils are fighting, he's right-clicking, and it does go up. It does go up, but he's losing a lot of Vils in the process. Now some Cav Archers come over. Kingstone's in trouble. Kingstone's in trouble, but he's going to rely on Miguel to carry. Miguel has 60 Vils, or 53 Vils and 7 fishing ships. So in some sense, Kingstone's done what he needed to do. He has Conquistadors that are forward under the castle, and he still will be able to pressure Hart, even though Hart has that castle. Kingstone might need to run Vils to Miguel. He can't deal with the Cav Archers hoovering. His TC is completely idled. and he can't really use the Conquistadors that well because of the mobility of the Cav Archers. And now some Genoese crossbowmen will deal with the Conquistadors. So we'll have a University on the way for Miguel, but some Cav Archers still there to make life annoying for him. And he's not running Vills, which could come back to haunt him. He wants another T. You can't do the TC with the Cav Archers there. I mean, you're a Spanish, you do build it faster. Maybe you can. He's just going to try to dance. He will lose Vills, trying to dance against the Ballistics. This is Leary with Ballistics. This goes up, right? This goes up. 65 Spanish OP. Lose several Vills, but he does get the TC up. Does get a couple shots on the Cav Archers. More ranges and skirms as Ballistics is coming in from Miguel. He's going to open Skirmisher. Best unit in the game. Get your Skirm emotes there. And hello, Varian. Thank you for the sub. Which maps did Hart and Leary make? I think they made Arabia. Wouldn't killing it with the mangonels be better? I mean, if he just completely destroys Hart and doesn't have eco himself, you kind of turn it into a 1v1. Here he tried to turn it into a situation where both Hart and Leary are delayed and Miguel has a lead. And Bashva, thank you for the follow. And if I didn't see this earlier, thank you JC Lee for the follow too. So Elite Skirm on the way for Miguel. And the Rocket Cart now to pressure the TC. I was looking for a Mangonel, but forgot I need to check for the Rocket Cart now. Defensive Mangonel, or Defensive Workshop from Miguel, who still is up by 30 Vills over Leary. Right now, Hart plus Leary have the same number of Vills as Miguel does. So he has gotten a nice boom on 3 TCs. And still he himself has the same number of TCs as the other team does. And he still controls the water. He still completely controls the water. Hart and Leary not trying to redock. And hello, Hideo. Is there another match today? Yes, there's another match. This is a best of 5, so I mean, could have more games. Miguel's team still has the score lead. And we also do have the 16 versus 17 matchup in the Gold League coming up after this. So Vill's not going to repair the TC. Auto-tasking to that Palisade. Mangonels and Rocket Carts, what a combination. Now pushing into Miguel. He has to run off of his gold. And now Miguel does not have any gold control. Kind of surprised he didn't try to do a fortified church. Usually those stop Mangonel pushes very well. He has one in the back. He will need gold at some point. He will need gold. So Kingstone is still alive, but every single one of his Vills, I think, is idled in the TC. He has 19. Or does he have other Vills? Oh, he has Vills on his forward castle. So he still is pressuring Hart. I mean, Hart still is on 1 TC. And with that Mangonel, needs to idle Vills in the tower to defend. And Miguel now raiding Leary with some skirms. Leary not reacting to this all that well yet. Conquistadors will come over. Kingstone still contributing to this game. And Stranded continues to be an absolutely insane map, even in the 2v2s. Skirms are picked off by the rocket carts. And Miguel is running for wood. At least he has mule carts that can run. He doesn't have any defense against the Mangonels, though. No cav units for him. Nothing that can run in and snipe them off. Armenians do have redemption. He could potentially go monks, but they're tricky to use with all the cav archers. And oh no, Hart is over with Genoese crossbow, and he has found Miguel's woodline. He's found Miguel's buffalo, and he's going to be picking off Vills. All of a sudden, Miguel still 30 Vills over Leary, but not noticing Hart raiding. At the same time, Hart is going to do a TC and try to... You can't steal farms in this patch. So usually I'd say he'd be stealing farms, but not going to happen. And with that raid on his eco, Miguel will call the GG. Hart and Leary, in a crazy game of Stranded, pull it off. They managed to pull it off. GG. So Hart and Leary, pretty expected, but they will go into the Gold League. And Miguel and Kingstone definitely put up a good fight. They had to play a lot just to qualify, but they will go to silver. Hart and Leary will go to gold. And even on a strange map like Sumatra and Stranded, they managed to pull it off. Nice boom from Miguel. I liked the strategy. I think it's just a great call by Leary to go for cav archers and then have a unit that can defend the conks and raid at the same time. Can't steal farms in the new patch. And I think it's just something that's broken when they added pastures. It's kind of par for the course thing, breaking stuff as they try to add new features. So thank you. We had 700 viewers for that between Twitch and YouTube, which is phenomenal. And thank you, Philman, for the follow. So let me just tab out. I think we have a bit of time before the next set. Maybe we'll just cast a ranked game until then. And Dithamash, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And again, if you appreciate the follows on Twitch, if we do hit 15,000 followers, I will add another $500 to the prize pool. So appreciate all of the follows. And those are some losses for Spanish and Armenians, and wins for Chinese and Italians. The Chinese, I think, are going to be an OP civ for Stranded. And thank you, Koroinotaka and Cheesesteak Jimmy's and Simpu AoE and MSN Zone for the follows. MSN Zone following. Yeah, so we did have a qualifying where we used Team Game Elo. And using Team Game Elo at all is extremely tricky because of the ladder not being all that fair with how you basically get Elo based on your teammates. But let me just double check our base. How much time do we have until the next set starts? Let me double check the schedule. Too many channels. This starts in, we have about 90 minutes before the next one. What Petito's saying something in Spanish in the chat that I can't read. Good cast. Oh, you know what? You know what we can do? I know exactly what we can do, Arbase. There was a set that happened at 11:30 last night, and I didn't cast it. And what was that set? And can you send me the Rex? I was gonna say we'll cast a ranked game, but I forgot that happened. It was Rusev Shell versus Team Mex AAA. So yes, we do have a set. And then the next live set will be in just 90 minutes. All right. Done that. This will be a Silver League set. So let me swap the icons. That should work perfect. And don't let that score spoil you. It'll be 0-0. And while I'm setting this up, let me just take a moment. I'll do the ad on Twitch so we can get rid of the pre-rolls, and then we'll get this set of Rex going. I'm also going to take a moment to run to the bathroom, but I'll set the overlay up first. And I'm also going to stay hydrated. So I guess my first questions are, who are the players on these teams? So let me check that. And why did these teams spell their names in all caps? That's another question. And this will be the Rex. And I got the drafts there. Perfect. All caps are best caps. And okay, the teams are on the right side of the scoreboard. Download the Rex. And remind me also to clean up my rec folder after this game. I try to do that periodically, just so I don't have as many files there. Okay, replays are in the replay folder. So I will be right back, and then we'll get into this next set. And who are the teams? Let me just check that. This is Good Game and Lamo with a question mark. I still don't know how to pronounce his name. Good Game and Lamo against Oso. Oh, this is actually the closest Elos in the silver. Against Oso, Sinister, and Mauricio, and I am Tatas. I don't know how to pronounce his name either. We'll figure it out. Anyway, I'll be back in just a second, and we'll get this set going. Alright, so thank you all for tuning in. We're going to have our Silver League set. Viper, Tato, Jordan are dangerous. That's what you think. Need Jordan really to be back, though. And we will get into game number 1. And hello, Starliner. Hello, sirs. And great to see so many people indeed. I know Heart Louie was probably the big match. Oh, before I do this, let me set the colors here so that it's red versus blue, and then we set the team names. So this is Rusev, Shell, then Team Mexico AA. All right, there you go. I think that's all good. So we will have, I will put Good Game in yellow just so that we're using more standard colors, even though he played purple. I think purple blue is kind of hard to tell apart too. So we will have Good Game playing in the yellow as the Portuguese. He will be to the northwest. And Lamo with a question mark, because I don't know how to say that properly. He will be in the red as the Mongols to the northeast. Mauricio in the blue will be the Gajars, fairly close to Good Game. And then finally, Venom as the Huns in the green, all the way to the south. So, the Hun, of course, finding goats to give to the Gajar mills. That sounds interesting. Good Game is Vil fighting the mill. We'll see some Vil fights on the 9 Vil start on African Clearing, I think. What the best strategy is on this map, I don't know. We saw a crazy Scout and Archer versus YOLO FC the other day, where the YOLO FC ended up winning. House wall up for Good Game. TC's close together should be better for Huns. I would actually think this is good for the Portuguese if they want to do a castle drop and organ guns. If the Gajar player is going to be aggressive and feudal, maybe going scouts, then maybe it's easier to be disruptive. Not sure what Good Game wants to do, though. He could also just go archers as an option. Stone not too far from his TC. So the difference between this version of African Clearing and the latter version is there are a bit more trees in the middle. Oh, the teamwork, the Hun horse. Oh wait, no, the laming attempt. The Hun horse trying to block the Vil, so she took more damage. But anyway, there are a bit more. There's a bit more density to the Bobab trees in the middle, and also every pond has 3 trees on it, so it's far more consistent to find a pond where you can get wood and fish at the same time. So it makes TCing the middle a bit better compared to the standard version. So you don't have as huge of an advantage of having an outside TC that's closer to the wood. I think Good Game plays to survive while... I feel like both these players play to survive while their far away players boom, but then maybe Lamo has a different idea. Questioning that strategy as much as he's questioning his own name with that question mark, if he's going to throw down maybe a stable and go scouts. Yep, and there's the barracks, so this is probably going to be a scouts opening then. Mongols will have a lot of food from the hunt, and thank you Jins1 for the follow. Oh, and also Fred Karam, I think I didn't see that earlier, thank you for the follow. I still like the user with MSN Zone as your username. And Krasne Gaming, thank you for the follow. Pass feudal archers and then fall back. Yeah, I mean, blue, I feel like blue might want to be aggressive and feudal just to prevent that castle drop or the space in front. Nice stream. Thank you, MSN Zone. Okay. You're seeing, I believe, must have been Lamo or Good Game who hosted the rec, as that is not in Spanish. And Good Game also has advanced to the feudal age. That's what I love about these streams. We can learn how to say has advanced to the feudal age in a variety of languages. Although I don't know what sounds to make for those characters. We can learn how to read it. So, feudal age and feudal age in for blue, just about in for green. So green going more slowly, as the Huns might go for a fast castle, which you can very well do on this map. Just have to be worried about scouts picking apart your vills then. And scout will hit the horse. And the horse goes down. And defensive tower, so we'll have a tower defense from Mauricio as he is doing the scouts for his team. And some archers coming out for Good Game. So yeah, he's not going to go straight for the castle drop, going to go archers. And Bikapu, thank you for the follow. Archers, and try to get some hits on the vills as they do the tower, but the tower will go up. 2 fletchingless archers will not deny this. Third fletchingless archer on the way, but still not quite in time. Tower is up, and vills will start, or archers will start to get picked off by the tower. And archers have to run away. Touching on the way for Good Game. And ooh, walls did not go up in time on the gold for Sinister. And those vills will be at the mercy of those scouts. They might have to delete walls and run. They're just going to turn and fight. And maybe this could work. Nice micro to pull the weak vill back, but also the weak scout gets pulled back. Scouts taking a beating here from the vills. And you get the scout. Couldn't get the quick wall up. I think the scouts now finish the vills off. Now that was at least taking 2 scouts, means you're not losing vills for nothing. But rough not getting the wall up in time for Sinister, the scouts from Lamo getting the kill. Disaster. And the scouts are going to keep running around. See if they can find something. We'll have a blacksmith on the way up for Sinister. And more archers hoovering around the pond down here. How are we going to trade shots? Tower's going to trade shots with each other. Yeah, I mean, he made the most out of this scenario. As much as he wouldn't have wanted it to happen in the first place. So good fishing eco from Mauricio, but with those Vil kills, team Russian F, I guess, is getting to start pulling ahead. And Vil will be picked by archers. There we go. The goats are in the mill. Oh, but you can put multiple player goats in the mill. Interesting. You can have your own goats garrisoned in an allied mill. I wonder if you can ungarrison them. Never tried that. I'll have to try it one day. And Vil's going down. This is feeling like a really good start to the game from our all caps Rusef shell team. As Team Mexico, they do have a player at least up to the castle age. They will have Sinister being the first player up. But these archers from Good Game have done quite a bit of damage, as have the scouts. So market on the way. This would be much nicer though if you had an extra 2 or 3 vills. And do you still get the free food from allied goats? I believe you do. Build the garrison vills and mills. The Vil Mill. It does rhyme. How's it different from normal African clearing? Just a bit more wood in the middle. A bit more wood, and every pond has a clump of 3 trees. Also, there are 7 relics. Isn't Vil Mill like a Twitch user? I swear I've seen that name before somewhere. Anyway, Bloodlines on the way for Lamo. And ooh, his Vil's being caught a bit out of position there. Mauricio Mauricio gonna pick the spears first, though, and thus the vills will make it safely back to the town center. Woodline is not fully walled. Scouts could get in. Needs to pay attention, and pay attention he does. Gets the walls up in time. Gonna speed up the windmill speed. Goats gonna be captured. All right, Mauricio will escape with some goats. So Lamo is up. We'll come back to the TC. And go for a castle. All right, Mongol's gonna go Mangadai. Mongol Mangadai. So TC getting some shots on the scouts. Mongol Mangadai sounds almost as good as Cyan Pocket Paladins. Well, scary enough to cause the GG. Scary enough to cause the GG. There's a light cav we're starting to come out too. So the aggressive Scouts Archer play working out. Hun's Gujar is not quite up in time to make the Hun boom work. Great eco from Good Game. He played indeed a good game. KD ratio. Very good KD for Lamo. I still have no idea how to pronounce Lamo. Alright, let me just see how we're doing on the ad timer. And thank you, Demi-Human, for the follow. Alright, I'll just do a 30-second ad as I restart Capture Age, and then we'll go. Try to keep the ad timer topped up in case we have a long game. And of course, YouTube doesn't get the ads. Lovely YouTube. So what is game number 2? Let me check the map we'll have. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I should check off the overlay too. This overlay needs updating. The map is going to be extra, extra, extra lovely. Because the map is Arena. The map is Arena. So what were those saves? That was Mongols and Portuguese winning against Huns and Gujars. So let's get into game number 2 on Arena. See if there's any scoreboard setting I need to do in Capture Age. There is, so let me do that. Oh, and we have a substitution. Sorry for the black screen for a second. Need to remember to swap OBS settings better. Here we are. Welcome to game number 2 on Arena. Arena with an I, because we have extra HP on the walls. And I am going to swap the colors around. What colors were they last game? Well, last game, Lamo was red. Good game, we had in the yellow. And Mauricio was in the blue, and his teammate was in the green. There we go. So we have a swap out. I am Tetas. I don't know how to say his name. Is Tetas okay? Or is that another way to say that? But he will be coming on to play as the Teutons in the green to the southwest, and his teammate will be Mauricio in the blue to the southeast as the Burmese. So Teutons Burmese, kind of maybe similar to that Slavs Burmese combo we saw in Zawal in that game earlier today. To the north, Lamo will be playing in the red as the Saracens, and Good Game will be playing in the yellow as the Italians. Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. Very appropriate usernames. And this Mech Rider, thank you for the follow. He can go play a game with Jibbatong or Vivi on his Fat Dragon username. And ooh, what type of mill will we have on these berries? Oh, he's not going to put the Vil inside the berries. Yeah, he's going to put the Vil on the outside. Super interesting map. Probably your favorite part about AoE2 nowadays. Oh, nice. I've been enjoying the map packs too. I spent a lot of time working on the map pack to get it ready. And yellow and green on the scoreboard. Wait, I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh, and Chixo, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. You're going to raid into me. I always feel like if I show the Rex in Capture Ridge, I might hide it. So I just want to bring up the menu while I have another overlay on. And make this red versus blue. There we go. And Ace, hello, hello. Lovely emotes you got there. Thank you very much for the raid. I paused when I didn't need to. So we have this set we're casting was played last night or very early in the morning, depending on where you are. And I'm casting the Rex of it. And after this set, we're going to have another set with Monos and FedEx against Prisma and Nahuel. So it should be a good set coming up in about an hour. Good content here, I see. Oh, good raiders here, I see. Chixo, and thank you for the raid, and thank you, Gleefin67 for the follow. So Feudal Age first will be good game. Now this arena is arena with an eye. We do have 1800 HP on the walls. And that means tower rushes are not going to be as effective as they usually are, but you can still go for them. I have seen a team win behind tower rush pressure earlier. Yeah, the Wonders War. There's so many Argentinian players, even at a really high level, that whenever there's a tournament for team games, you see tons and tons of Argentinian team signups. I think they had the most signups for Nations Cup 2023 with like 13 teams. And even in the Gold League, we still have Nikov's team. I forget who Nikov's playing with, but he still has a team. Nikov Sebastian. That's right. Sebastian's not Argentinian, but still he's teaming with Nikov as Wonders A. Monos and FedEx. Are they not official Wonders players? Well, they are Argentinian. They will be unofficial Wonders players. And where is Nahuel from? Is he Argentinian, or did I forget his country? I thought I saw him playing on a Mexican team, but I might be mistaken about that. The difference between his name sometimes and sometimes not having an L at the end always confuses me. So is everyone up to the Feudal Age? Mauricio will be the last one up, going for a longer fast castle boom as the Burmese. Could be he wants eventually to mine stone and go for a castle then, if he wants to go Arambai. Could just be he goes for a boom. This is a standard arena, so no chickens on arena like D has nowadays. Deer that you push, like a good old game of arena, and deer that get stuck between your wall and your forest like a good old game of arena. He even shot that deer once. Oh no. Poor Mauricio, not getting the deer. There are 4 deer, so if you're lacking one, then it becomes like a 3 deer arena. But oh, poor deer getting stuck like that. The scout's still out and about for these guys, running around. And we'll have Loom on the way for Mauricio. As the scouts will maybe try to find a way in. And scout from Mauricio will get a hit on good game. And scout goes down. Scout goes down for Mauricio. Did not get that last hit on good game. And that is crucial because now good game will be able to heal the scout if he ever gets monks out or a monastery. He did an inner wall with his houses, and is going stable. Or is going for a stable for some map control. And ooh, uses the weak scout, turns around and picks off green scout. So now green and blue both lost their scouts for the Mexico team. Okay, I'll leave that as Mauricio. I'll top enough for the scoreboard. Nahuel is from Argentina, yes, and they are official. Okay, I thought they were. He's from Zebra, though. All right. And Pathon, thank you for the follow. And lots of X's over here. Ooh, Mauricio sending Vils forward. Lamo has scouted them. Ooh, nice gate to try to trap the scout by the spear, but Lamo notices just in time. No question mark on his scouting abilities there. And Bosaw will be on the way. Defensive Monastery 2. And that's a lot of scouts going to pick off forward Vills. And even with the spears, not having their own scouts still alive makes this really tricky. The Vills do have Loom, but not enough forward spears to deal with this perhaps. Low HP scouts going down. Lots of low HP scouts, but so many of them. The spears are even struggling to take the fights. They just get surrounded. Spear gonna try to poke. He's trying to path another very low HP scout. All the scouts super low on HP. But they're still alive. They're still alive to pick Vills. That's 4 scouts, 1 or so hits away from death. But 1 or 2 spears at a time can't attack fast enough to hit all of them. And rough opening for Mauricio, who as the Burmese likely wanted to go for a monk rush. The team even has the Teutons so that the other team can't have the Teuton conversion resistance. Finally, the scouts coming over, but Teuton scouts can't be upgraded to light cav. That monastery maybe not as far forward as they'd like it. And Lamo is just going to be adding in the second TC. Knows exactly what Mauricio wants to do and is planning to defend it with a 2 TC defense. Monks of his own on the way out. Saracens do have a good monk tech tree, but still will have to contend with that Teuton conversion resistance. Atonement War, probably not what he wants to go into here. He will be able to heal up his own scouts. Double monastery forward for Mauricio. Monks on the way. New monk graphics we'll see again. And 2 monasteries and a workshop going up for Mauricio. Adding in a workshop behind this push too. So, monks wanting conversions now. Wanting conversions on the spears. Spears have to turn around. And around they go as this monk rush is going to continue. Atonement on the way. And a 3rd monastery. Let's go. Triple monastery monks. Triple monastery monks as more spears come forward, more light cap keep hovering around, and devotion will be on the way for Mauricio. 1, 2, 3 monasteries. And good game sending scouts around.
Okay. Yoga. Maybe ba? Maybe no time ma.
And just waiting for the siege to come out. The battering ram feels maybe a bit slow, but I guess that's because the Vills got picked off too. One for the monastery and monk numbers before the workshop. I feel like when you do the double monastery first instead of monastery and workshop, it definitely slows down your ram numbers. But that's a lot of spears in the ram. Doesn't slow down the rams themselves. That is a speedy ram. And he's going to go for the gate. And here comes some light cav over. Spears to defend it. And Vic City, thank you for using your Prime sub on the stream. Appreciate the support. Thank you very much. The ram will start knocking down the gate. Monks want the conversions on the light cav. And as... Ooh, they're not going to keep chasing, though. That's a lot of light cav from good game. Forging on the way for green, adding in the knight as well. But defensive castle will be up in time. Lamo didn't need to... Oh, okay, didn't need to use the market that much. Only bought 100 stone. And we'll get the castle up. Castle up, no problem. Yeah, Yellow's doing a great job buying time. I mean, we're 19 minutes in and the gate's just going down for a monk rush on a 9 vil start. It feels really slow. And also some stone walls up even in front of the barracks to prevent redemption conversions. And I don't think this push goes anywhere else for Mauricio unless he goes for a big Ram push. Tricky against Saracens with Mamluks. Melee units destroy rams pretty well. And light cap from behind. The monks didn't get a jump on converting. And we're getting a fourth monastery. Yes, a fourth monastery. My question is just, how does Mauricio ever go imp to tread down the castle? And I think the answer is he doesn't. Mamluks coming out, but Mamluks can just stand behind the castle and destroy rams if the ram push comes. Ram push is going to have to go around and go through these walls now. That gives the monks a bit of option to defend. One big jump from the light cav, and the spears were out of position for a moment. The monks trying to run, the spears come over, the monks are going down. And one monk survives, so with a 4 monastery investment, the monks go down to the point where now the Mamluk can come forward and even try to deal with some of the scouts and spears. More defensive monks at home. It has to be careful not to lose the Mamluk. Blue just went through the hole, but didn't go through the hole all at once. And the wall split up his forces. Great jump by Good Game, who waited for the opportune moment and took it. But still at Rams, the monk rush never finishes. More monks still being produced. And the Teuton scouts still hoovering around as we do have a 4 TC boom from Green. Green who's taken a Vil lead. And we have seen so many times how one player can boom and get a Vil lead. But with that Saracen's Market buying more stone, that's given Lamo the ability to buy another castle. Scouts won't get in for now, and even if they did, there would be Mamluks to clean them up. Rams will go for houses. I think this push with the second castle is just about finished now for the Castle Age. And if Mauricio can't get Imp anytime soon, it's going to be a struggle for his team. And he's going to have to hope that Green can push out fast enough and delay Yellow, force Red to help so that Mauricio himself can boom. The monks want conversions on the Mamluks. Can he get one? He does get one at least. Will get picked off almost immediately. He does survive. If you can heal it up, having one Mamluk even against scouts could be mighty useful. Ooh, even getting a second Mamluk could be useful. And he will be healing it. Like this arena script, there's a healthy amount of space in the back. Yep. Healthy amount of space in the back, and back walls. I left them in because if you want to go to the back, you can, and then you still have a wall. I also decreased the space in the middle a bit, because I wanted to reward aggression like this. Reward the players going to the middle, taking the relics. And speaking of which, what is the relic count? 0 for everyone. No one's taking a relic. Despite all the monks. But I changed the player color accidentally. I'm just going to heal everything up in the middle. We'll have Imp on the way for Green, but Imp also on the way for Good Game, who on 2 TCs will be Imp faster, and training some Genoese Crossbowmen. So Genoese Crossbowmen, a tricky unit to deal with if you're the Teutons, and maybe thinking of Cav for an early Imp. You don't really want to be going for skirmishers, but maybe he has to. You are being messaged about on Discord. Yes. The version works. Hey, the map is fixed. I'll about him more later. And castle gonna go up now for Lamo. 4v4 arena map today where 2 enemy players had a connection behind their forest behind the bases. Wonderful. And Transfusion, thank you for the follow. And ooh, could this be a doubt castle? Could this be a doubt castle? The light cav are there. There's enough monks to keep the Mamluks at bay. And the rams are there. The ram is there. You can see the ram behind the monastery for a second. Another Mamluk coming over. And this is a doubt castle for now. Forward castle in Trebor versus the Italians. That doesn't work if they're up later, though. The Italians have options until Teutons get maybe siege engineer bombard cannons. I mean, this might just have to be skirm bombard cannon, but whatever it is, it's going to be kind of slow. I mean, maybe one option is just to go paladin spam and try to raid red and hope that blue keeps red open to the point. But then you're running into Genbos from Good Game and also camels from the Saracens. Did red not delete the foundation? He doesn't have much stone left. I guess he didn't. Red's up to Imp, though. Bloodline's on the way. So everyone will be Imp aside from Mauricio. Mauricio, who is shifted just into a 2 TC boom, has a decent number of Vils. And as a team, they're actually equal in Vils. So maybe Green has a chance to carry. His team does have the score lead. But I think we can see just how much more effective this monk rush would be if those initial monasteries went up and the vills weren't pushed back by yellow scouts. If the spears had been in a slightly better position. It was now that let red get 2 castles up, and if you have a better timing on the monk rush and you're in like 1 or 2 minutes earlier, then you're affecting the castle timing. Once you get 2 castles in your base, it's basically you need to be imp to push 2 castles. And you could go for like some type of petard ram push, but that's really hard against civs that have a melee unique unit that can destroy the rams, and Mamluks being perhaps chief among them. So siege engineers, onagers, and crenellations all coming in for green. Now Italians do not have siege engineers, so when fully upgraded, Teuton castles actually will outrange the Italian bombard cannons, and it will have to be a treb war if Good Game wants to push green. More monks. Mauricio just going full monk. Full monk. And Light Cavalry deleted. There was one moment where the spears were split up from the monks. That also was a huge turning point. And we'll have devotion on the way for Lemo. I think I've said his name differently every time I've said it. That's what the question mark's for. Nope, just cutting the trees. Got to improve the pathfinding. This is Nilly's job now. Improve the pathfinding. So cannons and Genoese crossbowmen. We will likely need to see cannons from green too, but the forward castles will help keep the cannons at bay. And still a lot of map control for Mauricio's team, for Mauricio, and his boom to buy time for him to indeed boom, to finish the boom, to get up to imp. So imp with 78 vills, not a lot, but at least he can contribute to fights soon. Everyone imp now. 4 bombard cannons is a lot, but the cannons need to pick off the onagers. They want to destroy the castle. Or the castle just needs to go up so it has crenellations. I think you just... Oh, the monks are there too. The monks are there. The onagers want shots on the cannons. Ooh, 2 onagers down. 2 onagers down. But the castle's up and will be repaired, and now we'll have crenellations to destroy the cannons. Another ram coming in for the push. These monks really want those cannon conversions, but not going to get it there as the mangonel comes out too. And masonry from green for the castle as well. So dangerous maybe to have the forward castle with so many cannons already on the field. That's 6 cannons, and even a Teuton castle could be sniped off by cannons if there are 6 of them. Or the rush heresy? When you see that many monks, maybe that's a good play. Thank you, Full Metal Zim, for gifting a sub to Douglas. Thank you, everyone, for all the support. You could rush Heresy. Yes, and it has been rushed by red and not available for yellow. So the Saracens did do Heresy. The Italians don't have it. And Heresy would be wonderful to protect the cannons, but not available. 2 monks go down to the castle fire. And now it's up to the cannons of green eventually to destroy the trebs. These cannons will be better than the Italian cannons with a +1 range, even though they are more expensive. He needs to take out trebs to keep the castle alive. That's 3 trebs that we'll have to pack as the cannons try to pathfind forward. Trebs will pack in time and get away. This is where you have to use your range advantage. And your crenellations advantage. Ooh, cannon goes down to crenellations. Still 5 cannons, though. That's a lot, but 5 versus 6. And these 6 are... That's a lot of trebs. 6 trebuchets. But green has to take them out and take them out quickly. He goes for the cannons first. Not getting the cannons just yet. We'll get some cannons there. Alright, the castle will go down. The castle will go down. But then the genbos can come forward. The castle will pick off some genbos. Treb's starting to go down, though. Genbos can go for the treb? Oh, no, they can't. They can go for the cannons, but the cannons get picked off. That was a nice attack ground there. On the left, we have a bunch of Mamluks, though. The monk micro here has to be perfect. The Mamluks going to take out 2 trebs there underneath a castle, taking some castle fire. Remember, Heresy is in. Heresy is in, and Mamluks can be microed away from halbs. The Burmese don't have a great archer line for dealing with Mamluks, and I think now that Heresy is in, they don't have a great way of dealing with them at all. So red pushing out. And Treb's gonna come forward. That's 5 Trebs going for green's castle. And the condottieri spam is real. The condottieri spam is real. And going to find the Vills on the stone. We'll have the attack bonus against the cannons. But here comes the Teutonic Knight in green to take out the condottieri. Look at him go. Whacking him, stabbing him. That one condo is strong. He needs more Teutonic Knights. Trying to take all of them down. Heresy is absolutely huge against those monks for the Saracens player. And with the forward stopped, there's the GG. Very, very good game, but just a couple of small things here and there on the monk rush that slowed it down or lost some monks, and that gave Lamau enough time to make the castles. So 75 to 11 KD, 8-0 conversions, so it's still a good number of conversions for Mauricio. And that's 53,000 res collected in total for green. Bigger boom, but not quite enough if he's going to be facing the 1v2. And that was a lot of trebs and a decent defense from Good Game too. Alright, our base is sleeping. Good night. I take it Petito will probably be around for the final set. GG. Alright, let me get the scoreboard set up. So that will be a win then. Number 2 for that team. They will have taken a game from their opponent's home map. And the civs were Teutons and Italians. Or no, Teutons and Burmese against Italians and Saracens. There we go. Okay, I might need to do some adminning myself. Where in the Discord can you find more information for the community? So the community tournament is the same thing as the normal one, just it'll be for anyone who's lower elo. I don't know if you can hear me with the ad. Yeah, wait for the ad to finish. All right, I think it looks like the ad is finished now. And that would be a wonderful Twitch feature if I could know whether or not my viewers were seeing ads. Also, thank you everyone. We have 88 viewers on YouTube. We will launch this game just a minute. All right, so the community tournament will be anyone signs up. There's a sign up in the Discord, and as Jins is asking in the chat, it will indeed be sorted by elo. We're going to grab people and put them essentially in groups of 8. The groups of 8 then split them into 2 groups of 4 players who play a round robin, and then the top 2 from each group do a single elimination playoff, and that'll be groups of 8 players starting from the top of the signups. Most likely the teams that lost in the first round of the qualifier, and going all the way down in elo brackets to everyone who signed up. So that's how it works. It's the same sign-up form as the normal tournament. We left that open. So if you go to the Discord, you can see in the handbook and also find the sign-up page on the Discord still under the important info tab. So right, next game will be a Jungle Rumble. Let's get this going. I need to reopen Capture Age. Yeah, I have to press a lot of buttons in between the games because Capture Age right now has been having some VRAM issues where I need to restart every so often so that the VRAM does not overflow or cause crashes. So this will be Alright, swapping the colors around. Okay, the players pick different colors every game. So what were the colors last game? Good Game was in the yellow, Lamo was in the red. We'll put Oso in the blue and Sinister in the green. Alright. Think we're good to go. Oh, one more thing. Let me get the scoreboard colors set up so it's blue versus red. And okay, now we're good to go. Ah, so many buttons to click. All right, so thank you everyone for watching. Here we are in game number 3 with Team Mexico finding themselves in an 0-2 hole. They will be playing Mr. Oso and Sinister against Lamau and Good Game. So on the inside of Jungle Rumble, again, this is another one of Bazi's maps, we will have the Malay for Mr. Oso and the Georgians from Lamau. And then on the outside, we'll have the Cumans for Sinister and the Turks for Good Game. So Turks on the outside. Interesting. I would have thought maybe Turks on the inside as just a civ that pressures the way Turks usually do. Monks like have forward castles. But even on this map, I think it's kind of tricky to do pressure because of how far apart you are. You have to go really far forward to be able to add in any buildings. Call it pillbox. This is shaped kind of like a pill. And if you put the mini-map as a rectangle, it is a box. Also coming up in about 45 minutes, we will have another live set. It'll be a Wonders team. Prisma and Nockwell against Monos and FedEx. We've had lots of teams end up matching up in the first round. Wonders, Nocturna, OS.
Yeah, what? So long.
So you're getting pushed in by Sinister, and will be taken under the TC. What line is thin to get in? Yes. But to be fair, it is 7 tiles. It's 7 tiles thick. It is the it's hard to show off on this side, but if we can maybe click the trees properly, almost can. Okay, that just made it worse. There are 7 trees there, trust me. I went through the map and I flattened it to count them in the editor. Yeah, it looks thinner because of the hill. There are 7 pretty much everywhere aside from right in the back where the lumber camp is. And right in the back, it's a bit thicker. So there could be a strategy of maybe putting your lumber camp on the side if you want to chop through faster. Also, we do have Good Game as the Turks, not looking to chop through to the middle. He did do the lumber camp on the closer wood line on one of the smaller clumps. So we've seen different strategies here. Some fast castles, some slings, some aggression on the edges. Here, neither player walling the edge. Both trusting that they won't be forwarded. I played this map once and someone just sent the Vil forward and did 2 ranges in feudal. That was hard to deal with. The walls are so far apart, it's hard to wall both of them, and even then hard to keep the walls alive. Yeah, this map again, a creation of Bazi, who created this, and also Zawal. He's created some wonderful clown maps. There's Sinister up to feudal. And TC going up for Sinister. This map is elite. Interesting that the Turks aren't in the inner circle. Indeed, indeed. The games I've seen on this map have been some of the craziest games I've ever seen. If you saw that Turks game in the first set with Nocturna where we had a Turks player in the middle, that was amazing. Imagine a lake in the middle with a good amount of fish. Oh gosh. Imagine that. The way map scripting works, this actually starts out as all water terrain in the middle. and then I replace it later. And I do that to keep the cliffs away. Did he do a fast imp? He did not. He didn't do like a straight fast imp, but he did go imp rather quickly against a mirrored kind of Aztec's fast imp build. And we had a crazy situation of players swapping bases and going around the outside while chopping through to the middle and chopping through to the other side. Those Nocturna games are actually really interesting. So here we'll have a market and a range going up for Lamau. Okay. So as the Georgians, he's doing a range. Is this for archers? And then what on the inside? We're not seeing any slinging yet. So slinging is allowed in the tournament, and I have seen slings on this map. You do have a 50% tax instead of a 30% tax, so it is more expensive. Haven't seen this map in 2v2. Does it ever make sense to focus your opening strat on stopping the opponents to chop in and out so you can play a 2v1? You don't chop out fast enough that would be your opening strat, but that does definitely become important later in the game. 7 lines of trees is kind of thick for an opening. Oh. And this is what you can do. This is what you can do. I was saying earlier I didn't see the players walling the map, and this is why you need to wall the sides. Because we have 2 archery ranges in the north. Man, that blends right in with the gold on the map. I didn't even see it. Let me just put him in the cyan. There we go. 2 ranges and a barracks at the top of the map. And he's going to be coming in towards green's base. Ooh, okay. And he would have picked green in this game. I just swapped the team colors so they're consistent from game to game. But yeah, he would have been blending in right along the edge. The reinforcements will take forever. But the archers still are not scouted. They're going to get over to this side. And maybe he's going to think the rangers are over here. I mean, Kumans still have a 2 TC boom. It's hard to find damage with the archers. And it's not like you can go hit the other player. You have to damage the Kuman player. But here he comes. Fletching is in. And those are 4 archers on the berries. That should be 2 vills down if the scout helps appropriately. And it will, even though it takes a couple volleys of arrows. Very close to the TC there. But now, Good Game is able to hoover around. And maybe even control the 2 golds on the outside, control the 3rd gold in the northern corner, and then unless Sinister gets to the gold on the right, he's just going to be restricted to the market and selling. That mining camp will be denied. Denied at 96%. And thank you, Hairseer. I don't know if that's Hairseer I or Hairseer the First. Thank you for the follow. Archer's going to come around. Got to hit vills to the top of the TC. And FG Dreadnoughts. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So vills still being peppered with arrows by the TC. Another couple of houses and a blacksmith going up for Sinister. With the max selection, do you ban a whole category? You ban a category by clicking the 3 individual maps of that category. Yeah, we don't have the technology yet. The draft website isn't updated to support banning a category. So you have to click 3 things to ban. So archers still picking off villagers. And it's so tricky for Sinister, who just can't get to gold. And remember, he's the Kumans. He already put down 2 TCs. He can't get to stone to do a defensive tower. And Good Game coming over to tower his TC. And this is why I put 2 wood lines for the players on the inside by their TC here. So that, like, if your tower were pushed off the outside wood, you can still take the inside wood. But here he's pushed off of all of it. Struggling a bit with farming and wood because of that tower. Archers everywhere else. Just going to have to throw farms up in the back. Could munch it with villagers. It does have a house in front of it. There's still a vill here. That vill wants another tower. No counter tower will be possible unless the market comes up. And Castle Age is on the way for Good Game. Good Game is just beasting out here. Meanwhile, we have a 2 TC boom in the middle for Lamau as the Georgians doing a fortified church. And we'll have a forward stable along with a siege workshop for a mangonel push here from Oso. Forward stable from the Malay. I hope this is elephants. It's looking light cav. And skirm against archers. Finally, the skirm number is high enough for Sinister to defend. Another farm placed. Cav Haberdasher. Archer's being picked off. Okay, so Oso's team takes the score lead again. Sinister does still have 49 vills compared to the 39 from Good Game, but Kuman's only having a 10 vill lead. Feels like it's less than it should be. So we'll have a center TC from Oso, as the Mangonels push the crossbows back. And the Mangonel will be repaired by Lamo's Vill. Siege Workshop on the way for Good Game. As the Light Cav look to pick off the Villager. TC will force them away. Oop, there goes a Vill. Market not up yet. Light Cav being useful to combo against the Skirms. Get +2 armor, you could maybe sit under the TC fire. That Market trying to keep enough space so the Vills can chop wood, but it might need to be rushed up at some point soon. If they can get into the middle, though, then they could run to the help of Oso, but oh, maybe that won't be much help, as he did an elephant. The elephant is dead. At crossbows and mangonels trading with each other, and all of a sudden, army advantage for Lamau, as even with the 2 TCs, he's just been pumping crossbows, just been pumping defensive crossbows, maybe seeing how far apart they are and thinking he had enough time to do them. And Mangonel, Oso losing the Mangonel. What's the Eco KD? 16, 17 Vill kills for Good Game. And he'll be getting the TC up. Defensive Workshop there. And oh no, Vill's going down in the Workshop. No ballistics. But that is a smooth 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead Vills as the Workshop goes up. I mean, green still has skirms, but now yellow has mangonels. This is the TC that's going up to castle. Sinister is in a lot of trouble here. He even has both sides walled, but walled too late. That's why I like this map. We haven't seen the sneak yet, but I think the sneak is going to be a really good strategy for it. We've seen the sling, now the sneak. We've seen just the straight up cut to the middle and try to win with Teutons when one player was going fast imp. That worked. Lots of different strategy choices I think we're going to see here, which makes this a very interesting and fun map to spectate. And hello, Iron Chef. Forging before +2 armor to your soul. Bloodline's on the way now for Good Game, as he still just wants to pick off skirms and camp TCs. At least Sinister is up, and he is 1 tree away from chopping into the middle. This is where Lamo just needs to bring his crossbows over. You're asking about stopping people from chopping through. That's what he could be doing now. There's a mangonel fight in the middle. Bloodline's on the way. That's true. Turk Light Cav against Feudal Skirms. Turk Light Cav, I guess they have +2 armor already. Still +1 more would help against the TC, but all the Vills are going down. He did not make it to the middle. That tree has 80 wood left. And TC number 1 is down. And BB, hello there, BB. Oh, and he's mangonelling the Vills. Good morning. I guess it's time for the Aussies to start waking up. And Gonsal calling the GG. Chat calling the GG. take halving the damage from TC over forging. Don't make it all your own light cav. Boom's super dead. Super dead indeed. He's gonna go from 2 TCs to 0 TCs. And that eco KD, let's see. 61 to 0, 62 to 0, 65 to 66. There's the GG. As in the middle might have still been probably even a slight lead for Oso as he's up to Imp. But on the outside, the forward. Oh, that was insane. Oh, this map has been amazing in this tournament so far. Once I think it gets more figured out and players figure out how to deal with the sides, it'll probably develop a meta. But right now, with the sides being so far away and so hard to wall off, has been crazy for the map. So 9 vills left, 67 vills killed, 9 vills left, and Sinister was just about to be defeated. Good game. Played a really good game. And that was a good set. Maybe Kumins should be on the inside? Maybe with how far apart they are. That could be a thought. Their hope was that they're just so far on the outside they could boom freely, but it didn't work out there. Alright, so we'll just check off the civs there. And that was a loss on Jungle Rumble. And Georgians lost over here. Where are the Georgians? Or... oh no, Georgians won. Sorry, wrong side. The colors got swapped on me. And Georgians and Turks winning over there. And then Kumins losing. And Malay losing. What were the seeds? These were the closest seeds we actually had in silver. They were the 32 to 33 matchup. So win for our number 32 seed. So coming up, we are going to have a Wonders matchup. A wonderful matchup soon. Certainly, they posted the score without posting the Rex. Oh, man. I also posted the score instead of sending the score to an admin. Oh, wait, RBC posted them. Oh, well, he figured it out. They're doing it now so we can save doubt later. Maybe. So next up, though, let me get these teams correct. It is Wonders C against Wonders X, I guess. So I will set my scoreboard up. And we won't have the draft yet. That will be done live in a bit. And this will also be a gold match. So let me swap my icons. You are X against Wonders C. Rooting for Wonders. Oh, I have a typo. That should be a capital R. So WRX, which is Prisma and Nahwel or Nahwe versus Wonders C, which is Monos and FedEx. Okay, that's going to come up in about 30 minutes. So I am, where are we? Over here on YouTube. I'm going to take a quick break and eat something real quick because I haven't eaten all day. I'll just get A quick ad stopping the pre-rolls on Twitch for a moment. And I'll be back, and then we'll get into the game. Maybe we'll cast a ranked game if they don't start right away. But I'll be back soon. You should add a betting system with channel points. No, I'm not a fan of that. I put the replay of the other Jungle Rumble game on. That replay is too long. It will overrun the time we have before the next set. That is a good idea, though. I need to get some. Hopefully, for the later rounds, I'll have like some interviews or stuff prepared for between the sets. But I'll be right back. It's on my YouTube if you wanted to watch it there. I stream my lunch. This will be my dinner. But I will eat it here. I just need to make it first. Yep, there will be another game. It'll start in about 20 minutes. So we'll see what we do until then. We could spectate a game on the ladder. We could spectate T90 playing, or we could spectate Slam versus Phosphoro. Let's spectate Slam and see what he's jamming right now. Food consumption ASMR, yeah. We'll just hold off for a moment on the tournament as we get this game going. And Slam's like, okay, we can lame, that's fine. I like how he asks. He probably gets people so upset about laming that he has to ask. Let's just turn the scoreboard off. Do you remember to set it to silver last time? I don't remember. Anyway, Slam, don't we all love Slam? Bengalis versus Aztecs. So what is this, like FC Monks against FC Rathas? Here's Chicken Arabia. So what does Phosphoro do for chickens? Does he long distance take them? Then do a mining camp? Maybe. Everyone loves Slam. You owe T90 subs for disagreements about Phosphoro strats. He found a way to get Chicken to walk to his TC? Really? Oh, I'm sure he did. Yeah, so he's just gonna FC and he's go 4 monastery monks, 5 monastery monks. Let's go. Let's go against Aztecs. Slam just needs like eagles now. Lots of eagles, but lots of them now with that many monks in armor. And oh, by the time he gets eagles, the castle will be forward. Okay. Okay. He's using the market a lot. Monk's gonna try to get conversions. Oh my gosh. Eagles surrounding the monks and cleaning the monks. Yes, they did. Monks too far away from the castle. And now here we are back to normal time. Thereabouts, TC will go down. Slam has the score lead. Vills are pretty similar, 33 to 30. Slam's played enough against Swang. I'm sure he's used to these low eco games. Phosphor really is cooking. And so Slam gonna go for a tower. Ratha there has other ideas though, as the Eagles will look to take it down. More monks coming forward for conversions. Now we're good, on to real time. As the monks want conversions, Phosphor's gonna send Vills forward to fight. That's a lot of eagles, a lot of a gallows hoovering for Slam. Conversions come in, the tower goes up. He's gonna take a big fight under the tower. One Ratha there, beasting on the eagles. The monk doesn't die to the tower. Oh my gosh, that monk is so armored, he doesn't die to a tower. Finally goes down. Our monk's in the rear. Phosphoro's gonna throw up his own tower. He's gonna try to slam it down right in Slam's face. And I think that goes up. Slam does not have fletching on his own tower. Monks want conversions. That Roth is trying to stay alive. That tower, it's up actually. And is it in range of his own castle? It is, so the Eagles cannot fight there. And now he's gonna send all of his Vills to knock down Slam's tower. Slam gonna try for a second tower. That might not go up in time. Slam trying to repair and get his tower up. He does get it up. At the same time, he's losing a lot of Eagles and a lot of Vills. Only a 6 Vill difference still. And the tower, will it go down? Will it go down? Yes, it does go down. Phosphoro can mine that golden piece now. He could also launch another attack on that tower, this one protected by the castle still. I'm still trying to get more Vills out. Now it's a good Vill difference though. Slam up by 8. 30 to 22. He will be losing his only TC though. And he does, Slam at 99 stone. Okay, he's mining stone though. I was gonna say, if you can't build a TC because of 1 stone, that would have been silly. You heard low elo games instead of low eco games? Now low eco games. Slam is a high elo. Slam and ACCM have a good chance of doing well on Cartographers. They need to win their qualifier though. I think they're gonna have a hard qualifier. But then again, The teams towards the top of gold are all pretty good. Slam losing another tower. That Ratha there, he's evening up the Vil count. The Vil count is suddenly 22 to 22. Vils cannot fight that Ratha. Vils cannot fight the Ratha. Slam's sending everyone. He doesn't have a TC. His Vils have nowhere to hide. He's nowhere to hide the Vils. No more Eagles out. It's 18 Vils and nothing, and he calls the GG. Ah. Phosphor making it work with the 5 Monastery Monk Rush into a forward castle on the chicken version of Arabia. What a beast. Wait, where are his Vils? What? Literally all of his Vils are forward. He's got 22 Vils. Let's find where all of them are. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Don't need Nico if your opponent doesn't have one either. I guess not. That was amazing. Let's look at those stats. That's 58 to 47 KD in favor of Slam, but 18 to 1 conversions in favor of Phosphoro. And Slam's played so many games against Huang, he's probably used to dealing with stuff like this. Not used to the Phosphoro. And Baron! Hello, Baron. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful evening. And same goes for your puppy. Hope she's growing out of her shoe chewing phase. Alright, so let's find another game to spectate. That was a good one. That was a really good one. I saw T90 was playing. We can watch T90. Do y'all want to watch T90? We also have another Slam Phosphoro game. Let's see. T90's like 12 minutes in. We'd miss a lot. Do you want to see Slam Phosphoro again, or do you want to see T90 Fury? We only have like 14 minutes. Your puppy is squeaking away on her toy right now. Nice. Let me know if you have a preference. Otherwise, maybe I'll just wait for Slam Phosphoro again. They have a 1 minute spec delay. Phosphoro should be more action. T90's under 3K, so basically a chump. Automod holding that. If you have the diligence of Huang and double the creativity. My favorite garden equipment? The chainsaw. That's mine. I had an idea to add a chainsaw to the villager cosplay. Like, I'd come to, like, a big tree, I'd look at it and be like, oh no, this is too big, and I'd stare at the axe in disappointment, and the next photo would just be like me with a chainsaw. My chump is censored. Baron knows about the dangers of chainsaws. I'm not actually going to chop a tree, Baron. I'm just going to have a chainsaw. Axes are more for playing around with than chainsaws. All right. So let me actually make sure I capture ages as we started. I forgot if I did that or not. As long as I don't turn it on while shirtless, you'll be less concerned. Oh no. That was the plan. And hello, Battle AoE on YouTube. That's because it's in between the games. Usually there's a menu over it, but that's just the in-between scene. It's supposed to be like a blurred background with some menus over it, but the set hasn't started yet, so I don't have a Civ draft. Also demand workers' comp insurance. Don't they demand insurance already? Like the trees could fall on them. So we want to see what Phosphor does with the chickens. So that'll be a great place to leave the camera while I eat my food. Yeah, do not start up a chainsaw between your legs. Some people were taught to start it like that, really. Well, I hope you know what you're doing if you do it that way. Baron, horrified at the thought. Still waiting for him to do something with the chickens. He's lured the elephant in. Slam not doing anything with his chickens either. Chicken's kind of towards the front. Baron works with chainsaws too much. No one who knows what they're doing does that. Baron can come supervise us on the photo shoot then. Supervise our chainsaw usage. Slam boy, slam jam. Okay, ooh, what's that gate doing? What the heck? What the heck? It's double... what? What? Okay, Phosphoro is gonna use 2 gates to lure in the chickens? 3 gates? Is he making an F in Palisades to pay respect? Oh, he's gonna get them to walk outside the gates. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, he's gonna... they walk a very small distance, but they're gonna try to path around this. Yes, and then he just deletes everything. You used to do this with Palisades for deer, and they'd like path around the Palisade wall to get to the other side, and you realize it works for chickens now. Oh, yes, 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 of course this works. This is like the first thing to try, of course. And they walk straight to the TC. It's beautiful. Yeah, you've seen this in Voobly. Exactly, yeah. So the chicken is going to try to walk to the other side of the wall, which is only like a tile away, but the only path will be around the TC, so he's gonna get the chickens just to walk into the TC. Oh, beautiful. This is perfect. I'll have to do a YouTube video on this, on Phosphoro's chicken lore. And now we know why the chicken crossed the road, because Phosphoro pushed it to the other side. And once it has its path locked in, you can delete everything and it'll just auto go. There's gonna leave 1 out there. Who needs it? Yeah, I never thought about this with chickens, but it's so obvious in hindsight. I somewhere on my YouTube channel, I definitely have a video where Eddie did this on Arena to lure a villain, or to lure a deer in with Palisades. Because it was behind a wood line, and it had ran around the wood line and then started walking back, and then he did Palisades to get it. Stop walking. I think that was probably in the Masters of Arena 3 rec pack that I casted. So breaking the game again. Slam is up to feudal. What's he doing as the Goths? Oh, mine can't. Slam mills his chickens. No, he's gonna do men-at-arms forward with villagers. Okay, so men-at-arms forward for Slam. It's truly an artist and a visionary. So we're going to build a house, and the scouts will start fighting. And tower. Tower for Slam. 1 minute away from Feudal is Phosphoro, so not going to be able to counter tower right away. We'll see what he does with his villagers. Leaves them on the mining camp for now. So very early and aggressive tower from Slam as the Vills run. And he's going to use the scout to try to block the men-at-arms and cover his escape. And will run before the men-at-arms upgrade comes in, so perfectly timed on the running. Now he can wall the berries. Has to avoid over-foraging. Ooh, nice diagonal walls, though. Never mind, doesn't need to avoid over-foraging. Can forage that bush to his heart's content. Needs to avoid over-foraging here, though. He does need one more palisade. Slam could have stood the men-at-arms right here and probably been a nuisance, but... Ooh, nice blocking the blacksmith. Not going to let him position it where he wanted to. Wanted to create a wall between the wood and the TC. Oh, he's going to stand on it again. Slam knows where he wants it. He's not going to let him put it there. Yeah, it makes it much easier to control unit positioning if you have that type of wall up. But while Slam's dancing here, Fossil's going to send Vills over here. Where's he going with him? He's going to hide him somewhere. Oh, where are those Vills going? There's the blacksmith. And he's going to do a tower on another stone. Has Slam seen that? But is Slam's line of sight? He saw a Vill, he saw a Vill, he saw a Vill. He saw a Vill. If he's paying attention, he sees it, and he does see it. He does see it. His Goth men-at-arms see it. At the same time, though, he's still Vill fighting around that tower, mining some stone. Vill's going to wall themselves in as the tower goes up. Like milling the chickens, but you're only 1,200. I don't know if what he did is actually worthwhile, but it definitely is fun. And it makes total sense now that I've seen it. And thank you, the Onabunga, for the follow. And so tower is up. Tower's up. Men-at-arms have to flee. He doesn't have gold access. He won't have wood access as another tower comes up from Slam. Slam up by 3 Vills, but Castle Age is on the way. Do Vills turn and fight the scouts before the men-at-arms get over there? And he's just gonna run. I feel like maybe killing the scout then running might have led to some Alcatraz stuff. Yeah, the berries do have more total food on them than the chicken patch, even with 8 chickens, so it probably is better to mill the berries just for the total food you get. Yep, and big run back to the TC for the Vills. Chickens you take long distance in pairs. Okay. We'll have to see how people end up playing Chicken Arabia throughout Cartographers. So again, the next set should be starting in 3 minutes if the teams get drafting. Milling them is worse than taking them long distance, is it? Well, they don't decay that much. I mean, I feel like the best thing would be if you have your chickens in a good spot to hunt them with Vills and then build either a lumber camp or a mining camp with the Vills afterwards. Yeah, 1 chicken only has 65 food on it, so that's enough that 2 Vills carry more than 65 food. They carry a total of 70. And with a slight decay, and 2 Vills are all you need for a chicken. Remember, chickens, they do decay slower than deers, so if you send 2 Vills, it's not like you're losing out a lot. So Vills have to get back to the TC. I imagine the castle goes here to clear the towers. Nope, gate not in time. Men-at-arms get in. Now, does he have the stone for the castle? He does. And Westy97, thank you very much for the sub. That'll be a tier 1 sub that counts for Partner Plus. Thank you very much. Where is Catastrophe 2? That'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Or rather, when this game ends, I will go and see the progress on the drafts. I'm just casting a couple games in between the next set. So Castle will go up for Phosphoro, and he will stop the towers from Slam. Half a chicken is the usual 1 per person portion. You mean you don't eat a full chicken? Maybe things are different in America. What's good versus Rathas as Goths? Skirmishers? I don't know how Huskarls do. I imagine with all that HP, Ralthas would still, in melee mode, win the fight. I've not seen this before, so I wonder what Slam's going to come up with. So Slam threw up the towers, now he's just going to wall everything. He's up to the castle age. And his monks skirm what you do. Slam, you're open there. Gotta jam down that wall. There he goes. Adding in the house and some palisades. Remember, Goths don't have stone walls. He has to wall up with only palisades and has to find a way to keep his gold safe. It's one of those Among Us shaped golds. It's the fight on the left. Men-at-Arms still running around, maybe destroying. They destroyed a tower. I don't think there are any vills left there. So all the tower is now destroyed from both players. I'd imagine. Ooh, what's Slam gonna do? Light cav? Double stable light cav? Double stable knights? I don't think knights work versus Ralphas. Just run away. Yeah, see, it's an Among Us shape. That's what my YouTube chat called it. I didn't know what to call it at first. I thought it looked kind of like an animal, like this is the hind leg, this is the front leg, and like there's a little head up there. But chat called it Among Us. And I think the YouTube comments were right about that. That's what it looks like to me now. So Slam doing light cav. And what are the light cav gonna do? I mean, you're not gonna raid under the castle with light cav. You're not gonna fight the Rathas with light cav. I mean, maybe you'll find a vill or two with light cav. The vills are weak. Imagine if you went skirmishers and could have picked off the vills. Guess he still expects the monk rush. That's a good point. Maybe he's just going light cav in anticipation of the monk follow-up. Because he did die to the monks last game. So 4 Rathas there, 5 and 6 behind them. And Slam gonna man-at-arms one of the Rathas. Has a knight out. Don't know if he can jump this. Ratha's in melee mode. I think win this. Phosphor looks happy to take the fight. More knights from the back though, so maybe with the reinforcements this is okay for Slam? No it is not. Not in the slightest. No it is not. Okay. The Rathas have to run away though. I'll pick off some men-at-arms as they do. And Slam's just gonna re-wall, but the Rathas have a ranged attack so they can stop the Vill from walling. Slam dodges. Ooh, look at those dance moves though. Slam's a dancer.
Yeah.
And he saves the Vill. He saves the Vill. Monk keeps the Rathas away. So 38 Vills to 25 right now. 25 Vills. And what does Phosphoro not have? Stone access anymore. He could probably take it though if he wanted to. But 25 Vills all everywhere. Not queuing any from the TC. Only has fletching, no other upgrades. Rathas win against knights. There's just no question about that. I've played one game with Ratha versus knight to realize Rathas wreck knights. It's not even close. They have the same HP, but then Rathas can swap between melee mode up close and ranged mode as they run away. And they need to stop the conversion. Conversion didn't stop. Slam runs back. He's trying to convert with the monks. Nice sidestepping. Slam's dance moves are the type of moves you'd expect from Slam. And nice diagonal steps. I'd imagine Slam dancing like that IRL. So Rathas head back. Monk's still looking for conversions. Let me just alt-tab for a moment to keep an eye on the Cartographers set. They have the drafts there. Lovely. Oh, the game is paused. Don't pause. Don't pause, Phosphoro. You need to get to another set. 26 Vills to 42. So good Vill lead for Slam, but we saw how Vill leads can evaporate. Double Monastery defense now for Slam. Still has the stables if he needs a light cav.
Yes.
Let me start posting information. just grab their drafts. Yep, and we're back. We're back as I'm writing Discord posts. Okay, they're in the middle of the civ draft, and we have a good draft. We have a good draft. Let me just post this in the Discord for anyone who's going to be casting. Alright, lovely, did my admin work. So, what happened while I was alt-tabbing? A disaster, not a single conversion. Looks like an absolute disaster for Slam, as the Rathas are running in and destroying the Knights. And Ratha beats Knight. Ratha beats Knight. No question about it. Ratha beats Knight. Rathas, the only way you kill them is skirmishers. You don't kill them with Knights. Slam, learning this the hard way. And there's the GG. Yeah. You don't go... You can do monks against them, but like you need to go full monks. You get so many Rathas so quickly. And then with the ranged attacks, they pick off the monks. So monks versus Rathas, I think, is questionable. Knights versus Rathas, I think, is bad. And I honestly don't know what to do against Rathas, because I think the answer is Skirm, but then Mangonels come out, and then I don't know. Need 3 more monasteries. Did he have Sanctity? He did not have Sanctity, and maybe that would have helped. Did we have Devotion over here? No Devotion. Yeah, Ugly's gonna play in the AOQ Cartographers. In that version of the community tournament. So only Skirms. I legit think the only Castle Age unit that wins against the Ratha is the Skirmisher. I mean, with a lot of monks, maybe. But then that's a huge investment into monks you're not putting anywhere else. Camel Archer beat Rathas? Okay, maybe Camel Archers. They'll have the attack bonus against them. Maybe Rattan Archers. Maybe War Wagons. Mamluk has such small range, though. It's 6 range versus 3. I guess that's always the concern of Mamluk versus Cav Archer, where in the straight-up fight, the Mamluk always wins. For elephants, Genoese crossbowmen probably, but then the Genoese crossbowmen HP is so low, Rathas could probably just go melee mode and run them down. Cobra Cars, that's not a Castle Age unit. Genitors, you're right. Genitors would do great. Yeah, there's also the timing, as you say. You're not going to have them out when Phosphor gets his units out. So people wondering where the Cartographers is, here we will have it. Give Capture Age a good restart again. Yeah, John Swordsman is the next Phosphoro build. I've seen him trying that a couple times. Apparently they're like Huskarls. They're Pierce Armor. Huskarls, but better. All right, as we finish the draft, I'll just reset the ad timer. And again, we are streaming on YouTube too, so hello YouTube. Yeah, it's here after the game is over. The game is over now. Pretty sure Ratha beat Knights in Melee. It's close in Melee. They have the same HP, so if you have Bloodlines first, then one of them wins. The Rambai seemed to do well versus the Rathas in the Wall Team game. That they did. They did okay versus them, but it wasn't like, oh, this unit really beats the Rathas. It's going to be an it depends situation. And as soon as Ballistics comes in for the Rathas, I think they win that pretty easily. And yeah, and never count out Conks too, but again, that's one of those where once Ballistics comes in, then I think you favor the Rathas with how much easier it is to micro the fight. Unreleased Custilier with the extra attack against the Cav Archers, yes. That is correct. So again, thank you for everyone who is tuning in. And also, I should have this pinned in the Twitch comment, but We do have a stream that I'm also doing on YouTube. It's a different chat, of course, but it is in 4K. I'm in the beta program on Twitch for 4K resolution. So if we get to that, hopefully we'll be able to do 4K streams on Twitch. But for now, I'm still in the waiting for beta process. And if I only have the H.264 encoder, then probably still not, because I don't have high enough bitrate for that. How about those Inca villagers with armor? You remember those? Maybe those would work. If they could use their bows. So nightmares about the unreleased Step Lancers? I think we all do. And they are in the lobby. And game 1 will be Outcrop. But look at those map picks for, I'll call them Wonders X. 4 Seasons and Spiral. I hope we get to see Spiral. I really do. And then for Wonders C, that's what, BF and... hold on a second. BF and Sumatra. They used the old version of the draft, which is the same aside from stuff is renamed, so that's fine. That's fine. I think Petito pasted the wrong version. Let me check that. Just ping about that. I saw from their map picks. Looks like they were practicing 4 Seasons. I am excited for this. Okay, they have a lobby up. I made a lot of viewers earlier for that Hart and Leary set, so I hope that that type of viewership will continue. It's nice to have some support for the tournament. And absolutely love seeing everyone enjoying this. I think there will probably be some people casting this in Spanish too, so if you want to watch in Spanish, go check them out. Everyone is, of course, welcome to stream. And everyone who is subbed today, thank you so much, because that will indeed help us support the tournament. I do still have that goal if we get to the next tier, Partner Plus, which is 300 subs, which is a lot. I don't know if we'll get there. But then I will add another $1,000 to the tournament prize pool. So every sub, gifties and primes unfortunately don't count. It has to be the real tier 1, 2, or 3 subs, but all of them help towards the prize pool. Hopefully, as long as we hit there. We need to hit that level for a better revenue split, which will be a great help to the channel. So everyone here, appreciate you. And Nameless Guy, hello. Imagine imagine the Ketons with unreleased Step Lancers. Oh boy, imagine that. That would be horrifying. We did see Sebastian win against that with unreleased Keton Cav Archers. Maybe there's a way. Maybe there's a way. Yep, and we are launching. Game 1 will be on Outcrop. We have a 2-minute spec delay. And thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you all for these teams for playing. Oh, Knockway is actually on Zever, not Wonders. Oh, WRX is like Wonders Zever combined. Okay. Well, Twitch by default is a 50-50 split. If you have 100 subs, it is a 60-40 split, and if you have 70 or if you have 300 plus, then it is a 70-30 split. In the old days, you would just like try to convince Twitch to give you the 70-30 split. Like you'd find someone in the know. Like I know Zach had gotten lots of AoE 2 people on the 70-30 years ago. Nowadays they have actually a system for it. YouTube itself, we had someone do a YouTube membership earlier. That's just a straight 70-30. If you support on Patreon, I think that's 88.12, and just direct donations are just the only fee is the transaction fee. So it would be nice to hit the 70-30 split, but we need to be quite large as a stream for that to happen. We are on the 60-40 though. But oh, and the newbie elite, thank you very much for the raid. You are just in time. Oh, look at Luca copying and pasting into the chat my auto-generated by an AI AoE2 Insights profile. Yeah, the website was updated though. I'm sad. It used to say my best civ was the Indians, and I was at 100% win rate with them. Then they removed the Indians from the game, and eventually they updated it. Hilarious. All right, so here we go. Let me update the scoreboard. So thank you everyone. If you're watching on Twitch, watching on YouTube, welcome to the next set. So this will be Wonders C against WRX, Wonders plus Zever. So welcome to Outcrop. Let me just double check that all the stuff on the map spawned. I don't think Petito's around to admin this, so I will be checking myself. You already took in a boar. You are taking in a boar. You have another boar. Your berries are there. Good. Things look good. It says your favorite civ is Hindustanis with a 0% win rate because T90 returning to Twitch custom scenario. Nice. You must have done a few multiplayer games with that. And another boar being lured while other vills go to the lumber camp. Ooh, that boar needs to keep chasing. Prisma, no! Don't let the boar walk back. Oh, silly boar. I'll take the deer anyway. So not the cleanest Dark Age from Prisma. This is painful. The boar didn't follow the vill because the lumberjack vills blocked it. That is painful. Anyway, we will see 2 archer cav civs. We'll have the Maya being used as the flank civ for Nahuel. We will have the Chinese being used as the pocket civ for Prisma. Chinese maybe not as good of a cav civ as they used to be now that they no longer have camels. That was done in the recent April patch. And thank you Ace No Face for the follow. The Chinese lost camels but gained fire lancers at the barracks, which is an infantry unit that costs wood and gold but is good versus cav. Has a slight ranged attack, then goes to melee mode. Overall, though, I think it does make them much weaker as a pocket civ. Maya on the flank. The Maya were changed because their name was changed from Mayans to Maya. From what I read, Mayan describes the language and Maya describes the people. So a slight grammatical change there. I will probably still call them the Mayans because that's what I've called them for 25 years. On the other side, Monos will be the Britons and FedEx will be the Khmer. We did see a game, I think, was that in the Nocturna set? Where the Khmer pocket eventually went elephants after opening scouts. So Britons with the faster working ranges should be a great civ for this map. One-on-one, their crossbows will have more range once we get to the Castle Age. And so it will be scout and archer civ on both sides, but kind of a pocket flank setup. It's possible to wall pretty well on this map usually. You excel on Arabia with a win rate of 37.88%, showing strategic mastery. Perfect. Wonderful win rate. Everyone up to feudal. deer being pushed in, the ibex being pushed in. So you also do have a lot of sheep and whatnot scattered about on the lowlands that you can capture, which makes the Britons extra good for this map because of their bonus that they gather from the sheep more quickly. They gather at ever so slightly faster than a normal vill gathers from hunt. So Monos is up. He will take a poke from Knockwell's eagle. All the scouts coming forward to fight in here. A spear, nope, no spear from the barracks. The eagle's just going to do what it can against the scouts, but great job by FedEx and Monos to pick off the eagle with the scout. With their scouts, not only is the scout faster, but while it loses in the Dark Age, it gains +2 attack and then wins against the eagle in feudal. Eagle, if it gets to the Castle Age, then gets +3 and wins again. But nice pick off there. Yup, that was insane. They won when one of their players was in feudal until 51 minutes. Yup, that game was crazy. So walls coming up here for Knockwell. Or Knockwe. This name confuses. Sometimes he has an L in the name, and sometimes he doesn't. I don't know if I'm supposed to say Nahu, or Nahul, or Nahwale. I'll say Nahu, because I think that matches what he has there.
Ready.
They're Xing over here. More sheep coming in. And as we'll probably see, lots of walling and a scout's archer opening. Can go pretty heavy on archers and try to push the walls. Maya with the cheaper archers, Britons with the faster working ranges, and then eventually the extra range. Those two and the Ethiopians, probably your top archer civs. Although using the Chinese as an archer civ could also be interesting with just how strong their eco is. And then you can grab another civ to use as the pocket. But Chinese are pretty flexible civ throughout the civ draft. We never won a match as the Lithuanians.
Yay.
I wonder if there are any civs I've never won with. I need to check my profile. Realize I'm supposed to be recording the game. I get used to that still. It says you're an expert at Chinese. Oh, maybe you are. Maybe the AI knows. Okay, this is not walled yet. This is not walled yet on the left-hand side. But the scout's not going to get in. Not going to... FedEx is not going to punish Prisma for that. On the other side, looks like we have some Xing as Prisma and Nahue are... Or Nahu. If anyone has guidance for how to pronounce that, I'd appreciate it. But Prisma and Nahu are going to come over and find the Vil trying to wall this up. Fletching is in, so might be able to force him away. Lots of defensive archers, though, from Monos. How much more money and donations to be an S-tier tournament? I don't know. The guideline has changed. It used to be $20,000, but I think that's been increased, and probably even more so for team game events. I've never won a match as Vietnamese? Really? Only 1v1s, though? And how many games have I played as them in 1v1s? Vil goes down. That's what I was worried about. The Vil going down. Not much walling. And hello, Niaz. Let's go wonders. Vietnamese are amazing. I haven't played 1v1s in a really long time. I might have just never really played with them. 4 games, 0 wins as Vietnamese. Okay. They've also been buffed recently. Maybe those games are like when DE came out and they didn't have their Ecotech discount. So more walling from FedEx. Our chess grandmaster trying to keep the scouts out. Doing a good job of it so far. Nahu's archers are just going to the lowlands, walking around still. And I think if we wish to have the eco tab up, we'll see Prisma about to go up. As the Chinese with the best economy, he is probably going to go up rather quickly. The archers will leave the walls to try to chase the scouts. We'll have a nice fight on the hill from Prisma. Worst 17 games as Magyars, 36 games, 10 wins. Really, I think the Magyars would be a pretty good team game civ. But I guess the civ doesn't really matter so much as the like the composition and like position and team matchup. I think the teammate win-loss ratios are probably better than are probably a more accurate stat than the civ win-losses. On the whole, like among lots of people, maybe the civs would make sense, but individually, I think it depends more on your teammates. So, Castle Age first for Prisma as the Chinese. Wonderful economy. And he'll be adding a second stable to pump knights. Both stables will be to the top right, so maybe there's room for Wonder C to pressure on the left side. Stables and ranges are also fairly split up, and maybe that could cause some problems. Archers have to go back and forth within the base. And scouts will just start hitting the wall. And I do wonder, FedEx, as he clicks up, he'll be a little over a minute behind. Will he do elephants? Will he dare to make elephants as the chimera from those stables? I hope he does. Wonder his plan as chimera farms go burr. That might be a good plan too. And you have to remember on this map that you do have only 4 tiles of gold per player, 2 groups of 2 at the top, and then you have to go to the outside. But if you can't get a really good push down the middle, then maybe you could hit players before they have a chance to go outside and try to control the outside with your other armies. There's Prisma up to the Castle Age. Lumber camp are going to go up here in the middle for Nahu. So you get a bunch of stone or plumed archers. I mean, plumed archers usually, with all their HP and their speed, are an anti-archer archer unit. But still a weakness to skirms, and still you have to make a very sharp transition to them. And you don't have any stone at the top of the map. You have to get stone on the outsides, so I don't think he'd go for them. So FedEx is up. And we'll have just about the same timing on the Castle Ages for the archer players. Nahu just a few seconds ahead of Monos. Gate will go down, but it's walled behind. Scouts from FedEx will stop reinforcements from being able to come forward for the moment. And Monos will keep walling behind this. Plumes kill. I don't think Plumes will kill elephants. So this walling gonna force the scouts to run around a bit. That's a lot of archers though. This army could dive. Armor for the light cav just about to finish. And archers for Monos will stay alive as the light cav for Prisma run away. Crossbow Bodkin in for Nahu. Crossbow only for Monos. Needs to find a way to collect Bodkin too. At least he does have the range of the Britons. And this is where keeping those archers alive, even just barely, is important for the Britons, as now their range will let them win straight up against the Mayans. Mayans do have Thumb Ring that the Britons lack, which means if the crossbows are shooting something instead of being microed, then they have more DPS. But in the situation you're microing and trying to stay on the edge of a fight, the Britons have a bit of an advantage. There's some trade-offs here. 621 plumes, one shot an elephant. 620 plumes, one shot an elephant. I thought that's the Persian war elephant though, right? Chimera battle LAs don't have quite that much HP. And it's not going to be elephants, unfortunately. FedEx, one to prefer winning over fun, will be going knights. And to let your opponent get to 620 plumes then? Yeah, do not let the opponent have 4 Mayan players. Or do not let your opponent have 1 Aztec monk player while your team has a Mayan player. So first TC on the outside will be up for Monos. Prisma, aware that this is the possibility, sending his knights to scout it out, but won't be there in time. Cheap Britain TC going up for Monos. TC on the other side for Prisma will also go up in time just as FedEx is about to get there. So similar happenings on both sides of the map. And we'll have Xing of the TC. FedEx going to do a TC of his own and have the vills walled in. Is that enough HP on the palisade walls? It might not be. This TC could be denied. No, it's not. 99%. Okay, 3 TCs going up. That otherwise could have been denied, but now are swarmed by calves, so they won't be particularly productive. Nahu was looking to pressure this TC, but I worry about the army sizes now, as definitely more HP in total for Wonders C. Takes about half for battle elephants. They will come over, and Nahyu will look to get his own TC up. And ballistics on the way for the crossbows. And crossbows going down. And down they all go. So Nahyu's army cleared. Wonder C takes a bit of a score lead. Even though they're down by Vils, I'm just really scared of that Chinese economy. 64 Vils, most in the game. Both players have more Vils than the corresponding player on the other team. Manu is really pumping 3-range crossbows though. Knights in literally one attacking. Melee units are hard to use these days. Prisma taking a fight again. And FedEx with his TCs being idled for a while, maybe falling behind a bit in eco. Wish we had resources collected for team games. And military count still pretty equal, with Wonders X just slightly ahead in eco. Crossbows picking off knights. And double TC. Okay, 2 TCs out here for Monos. Again, Britain's with the cheap TCs, so they can add them in rather easily, but the challenge on this map is keeping them alive. Yeah, I do miss the AOC knight versus crossbow engagement pathing. That was so much smoother. Oh, a wolf. A wolf. Hello, wolf. Being attracted to the farmer there. That Vil will stab him down with that long knife he has. And the wolf will go down. I can't click it. I can't click the wolf. Well, it's dead now. Nothing to click. Meanwhile, the walls are breached. The walls are breached, but is this a good thing or a bad thing for Prisma and Nahyu, as do they have the forces to fight this? Trying to run deep into the heart of the enemy base, but chased from behind by knights and crossbows. Nahyu's crossbow numbers are going down. Prisma's knights are trying to snipe some Vils. And snipe them they will. I'll give them a better eco lead. Can FedEx quick wall? He can. Keeps his Vils alive. These knights won't find anything else. These are houses and not just palisades, so they won't find an escape either. And chased from behind, FedEx will look to trap everything that Prisma has. And right now, FedEx has more knights and they have more HP. And in this fight, FedEx should take a good engagement there. Prisma trying to find a way to get all of his knights fighting. FedEx fighting too. And FedEx should win this and win this pretty handily. All the knights go down as FedEx wins. And FedEx now with a huge score lead, even though he's still down by 10 Vils. He's been taking great military engagements and has significantly more knights out than does the Chinese player.
Ready.
Samano's with a good number of crossbows of his own. That is 44 crossbows. Is anything smooth at 500 ping? Well, this should be a pretty smooth game for them. I imagine they all play on the Brazil South server, and that's the best for everyone. So hopefully this is a good game for them. Vils on the wood line going down. 1 HP left, but that was a nice fight, and Monos and FedEx taking a good lead in this game. I was really worried about the Chinese economy just kind of overpowering with knight numbers, and it felt like the team had a good start by trapping Vils in the TCs, but I think that engagement where they lost the crossbows were essentially free has kind of thrown the game a bit, and now the knights are going to get under the TC. And Wonders X still has a Vil lead, but that'll turn around really quickly if this TC goes down and all the Vils inside of it die. Lots of Vils out here, very low HP. They're going down too. Where are the armies? Where is the military? There are 70 military units. If they're not here, however, if they come from behind, they will have a hill advantage. Can this TC stay up? The Vils need to repair. Prisma used the repair hotkey. A couple Vils went down. The TC still stands. The armies are over. They need to get more HP to garrison again. And now they can hop inside. Vils slowly but surely being eaten alive as Wonders see only down by 5 Vils now. Oh, and they're going to find another TC foundation. That'll just be deleted by Nahu. Just have Stone if he needs to do another one at some point. Chasing with a lot of crossbows. 54 crossbows to 43. So there's a crossbow advantage for the Mayan player. And MBL, thank you very much for the raid. Here in game number 1 here of Nahu and Prisma against FedEx and Monos. And Prisma desperately trying to repair to keep this TC alive. But the Knights are going to jump it, and that's a lot of Vils inside that will have to run if the TC goes down, and looks like it will indeed go down. Armies will move forward and maybe get a bit trapped by the edge of the map. Meanwhile, more players still adding TCs, expanding to the eastern side. A few stables out here now for Prisma as he's adding in 4 stables. At 109 Vils, he is just ready to pump Knights. Pump Knights and raid this economy. Just clicked on MBL, instant raid. And hello, Varian. Another TC going up for FedEx over here. Gold and wood taken for it. And hello, Duke Pegasus. I am doing pretty well. We've had some really good games so far this tournament. MBL's gonna be playing in it too. If I recall, he was high enough on the seeding though to get a bye to the first round and skip the play-in. So Knights going down. They're just dancing. They're not actually fighting. Now they're gonna fight the crossbows. Playing 1 round and dead. I have confidence in your teammates, MBL. Maybe you'll play, but then your teammates will carry. You and Kuma versus Jordan Tato? And Jordan Tato, does Viper not count? All the archers go down. And now Mono is taking a lot of damage from the front. As much as they were killing villagers, WRX has just replaced their Vil counts. And now they're starting to get some good raids in on the side. Mono is really falling down in his eco. And where are these Vils going? Is there stone for a castle? There is. He could castle drop 2 players at once. Chinese should get camels again? I agree. For a second I thought that crossbow one-shot the castle foundation. He just deleted it. Alright, so this is going to be Mono's desperately trying to stop that castle from going up, sending all his Vils to fight. TC trying to hit more Vils in the back, picking off 1 or 2. Vils fighting, but only 1 crossbow. I don't think he has enough bolts to stop all of that. This castle looks like it will go up, and it will be on 2 town centers. And look at that beautiful architecture on the Mayan castle. One of the new castles. And Vils for Monos will run in the wrong direction and just be shot down. At the same time, in the back, crossbows and knights from FedEx and Monos are raiding. And there are a ton of Vils going down for Nahu. Well, what just happened? It was 190 to 170 Vils. Everyone's losing Vils everywhere. There's a huge crossbow push in the middle of this base. Now, FedEx isn't even paying attention to garrison his TC. There's so much going on. There are fights in 3 areas right now. This castle's still taking out the TC. There are knights finding Vils from Prisma. FedEx getting some nice Vil kills over here in the corner. The crossbows being microed away over the hill and down to the low ground where they'll try to keep picking off knights. The Vils will be able to run as the knights from FedEx have to go deal with the army, but he's going to take a fight without the crossbows as he's still dealing with crossbows and knights in his own base. Oh, it's even the point of sending 10 Vils to stop a 20-man castle drop? That's a good question, Varia. That's a very good question. So mining camp going up for Prisma. So much going on. It's 1 tile away from the gold. Or 2 tiles away from the gold. The night numbers for FedEx dwindling in the north. The crossbow's still running around trying to find Vils. But now their escape is cut off by that castle, and also potentially by some walls, as Nahue looks to wall them in. It's one gate up. A tiny bit of HP on the gates. He gets both gates, but goes right down. Not enough HP. Trying to stonewall, trap the crossbows by the TC. They will run through the TC fire. He'll just try to take as many knights as he can. No, he's just going to stand there. And the knights will surround and pick him off. Meanwhile, in the back of FedEx's base, well, there is still an army enough that they will call the GG. And all of a sudden, stuff happened everywhere on that map. I thought that FedEx and Monos were in a good spot when they were pushing this TC, but the constant eco advantage of the Chinese Civ pays off in the end, even without camels. And what a great castle drop this was. And also a great decision to add in the stables on this side and start raiding. There were a lot of TCs out here, but no castles in time. That was an absolute mess. And this is an absolutely lovely 2v2 map, I think. This is a map where you have to control the middle, then move out to both sides. Sometimes it can be kind of snowball scouts and archers, but when it doesn't, you have games like this. I've also seen elephant pushes, which I've loved. Suddenly there's chaos everywhere. This was originally Trezini's map, and then when we did it for last Cartographers, Viper had the idea, instead of having like a plus shape or a cross shape for the 2v2, just to have the players in a line. And I kept it in because I think it makes a nice pocket flank, or yeah, flank pocket dynamic, as opposed to Arabia where you're spread out. And it does allow for a bit of a different flavor to some of the builds. So Nahue as the mines, 213 kills. Prismo with the Chinese, amazing eco. FedEx was really close in eco despite all those raids he had. But I felt like even when Prismo was raided, he still was slightly ahead. This map is kind of cool too. I tried to have all the maps be interesting. I'll see how well I succeeded, but I tried. Alright, and they should be getting a lobby up for the next game shortly. Let me just get an ad rolling to keep the pre-rolls off. Sorry for the ad, but you're not missing anything. And you can, of course, watch it on YouTube. I have a link to the YouTube stream if you want to watch it in 4K with no ads. And we'll update the scoreboard. So that's one win for WRX. They have one on Outcrop. So I'll give them the blue check mark. And that will be a win with the Chinese and the Maya. And then a loss for the Britons and the Khmer. So very high-picked civs for Wonders C. They still at least do have the Maya and Georgians. And I'm kind of hoping for WRX to lose just so that we can see Spiral. I haven't seen Spiral played yet. And thank you, Shiva1456 for the follow. And again, I do have a follower goal of 15,000 followers. If we hit that, I'm going to add another $500 to the prize pool. So I appreciate everyone who's following, everyone who's supporting the stream. Thank you, CSL Mavis, for the follow as well. And while we're waiting for them in the lobby, let me see. I think they've launched. They have. The next game will be Black Forest. Nice. This is a Black Forest map. I think that I'm going to try to make some edits to, just so that the passages are a bit more consistent. Do I want Gamba? Do we Gamba? We don't Gamba here. No. You do not Gamba here. Everyone always asks. We don't have gambling here. So somehow I spectated and it launched a bit late, but we will have a game of Black Forest. Hope this map works out well. Ooh, we do have a one-tile gap to this pocket. Hey, that is pretty crazy. Gamblers be gone. You can organize your own gambling, I guess. So what is this forward? Okay, FedEx coming forward with 3 vills. He is not bothered to wall at all. He's just vill fighting. He's out for blood. And it's Bohemians Berbers. That's why he's vill fighting. He's Berbers with faster moving vills against Koreans and Saracens. Okay, very good late game civs for Koreans and Saracens. Berbers maybe not as much, but camel archers are a force to be reckoned with, as are their vills. Degens their Gamba. I forgot to update the scoreboard. Thank you. Thank you. Sometimes every time I reset the capture age, it actually just clears the scoreboard. So I need to pay attention to that. Thank you. Scout Cav Vills versus Outpost Vills. Yeah, that's right. The line of sight for Koreans Vills can be rather nice too. Clandestine gambling den. What is happening in my chat? So 4 passages to wall off. 2v2 Black Forest can be kind of insane because it makes passages, or tries to make passages between the opposite pairs of players too. So sometimes those group up and it just becomes one passage. Otherwise you can get a very Swiss cheese map. So I think this map gives lots of opportunities for vill fighting. And this one is all the passages I think generated properly. Ooh, that's kind of weird. I'll need to look at that again. Yeah, I think there's probably some minor mistake in the passage generation that we're getting tiny passages, and I need to fix that in the connection generation. I will do that tonight after the stream. And we got 32 points on Wonders C. Okay, that's bold, betting on the team that's already down. Yeah, no pawns, unfortunately. So this map always is going to have very balanced pawns, but there's a chance for 0 pawns, which is a very balanced number. And we'll have a professional Borlor from Monos using the palisade to keep the vill safe. That'll get in no problem. And Bor is taken under the TC. Very nicely done. 0 is the fairest number of pawns possible. Yeah, no one with a forward pond or a back pond or a trapped pond. And FedEx still vill fighting. So FedEx's plan, I think, is just to vill fight as much as he possibly can, and then maybe hope that Monos wins a 1v1 Bohemians against Koreans. I don't know how that goes. I think maybe Bohemians have the better fast name. Oh wait, FedEx. Never mind. He's FedExing. I didn't realize he's FedExing the opposite player. He's vill fighting the opposite player. There you go. He says he can FedEx the package faster with how quickly his vills run. And the Feudal Age Scout will be a problem, even deleting the wall to get a bit of a boost. And both scouts going to turn and fight, as will all the vills. That Feudal Age Scout is a beast. Monos is up, doesn't want to lose his scout until he's up, and this is going to be a bunch of forward vills from Nahu. You lose 4 vills and TC kill 2 of the boars. Could be worse, could delete your TC too. And now Monos is walling up, he's saying, hey, wall up over here. But this is going to be really nice for Nahu if he's able to split the players into 2 pairs, or into 2 halves. He's able to split the pair of players into 2 halves, and then wall between them. I think FedEx is even losing the vill fight ever so slightly. He's up in vills, actually. He's up in vills. Now that the scout from Monos is going to be up, it'll be okay. 20 vills only for Nahu because he went up so fast, but he's going to be making 2 range archers. And if FedEx is still vill fighting when the archers come out, he's going to be in a lot of problems. He's going to get the walls up 1 tile, and he gets it up. He gets it up, needs to repair, but he gets the walls up before the archers come forward, and that is clutch for keeping the archers out. The wall went up in time, and now he can move back and wall behind it. He's got 5 vills, but it will be a tower rush there from Nahu. And FedEx is going to try to double up the wall, and could also get a nice wall up here. Get that wall up and then still keep them together. Monos is like, you got a wall here. Don't let them get in. It will be a tower rush, a very forward tower rush from Nahu. FedEx himself clicks up. He'll be the last one up. And the Dark Age Palisades do not have much HP on them. And Mono's, I guess Mono's could send a Vil to Stonewall if he wanted, but he looks like he's just going to mark it up and try to focus on booming. All that work to wall 3 passages, and here we are, yep. So FedEx doing the walling, Mono's not helping wall here, just focusing on going up himself, but he will be up to the Castle Age, the first player to click up. And is he on stone? No, looks like he's just going to boom with only 2 on gold, and he does have loom at least, so he does have loom, and he's going to stone wall up. We'll need to buy more stone for TCs if he wants to go that route then. He could also just monk rush maybe, you know, monks and mangonels and not need a castle. The tower is up and the Vils and archers are through. Vils and archers are through. Triple warlord now for FedEx. Rather safe as the Berbers since the Vil moves faster. And gets all 3 of the boars, no problem. Nicely done. Over here, he is outposting and just checking to make sure nothing is going to push through that wall. There's a fairly back wall over here, but did at least wall up to stop the archers from getting in, and we'll do stone walls now, deleting the house even just for more stone walls. Keeping this as walled as he possibly could. Might want a wall there. Might hit it with a double wall. But we'll double layer the walls. Archer's not forward yet. Ooh, deleting that house was almost a big risk. That wall didn't go up, but it does. And now he even has more room behind. Can use the stone as part of the stone wall. Literally stone walled. And this is a big investment in archers if it doesn't pay off and he can't break in. Saracens are the Civ though, so this was their plan from the start. Saracens archers. Or Koreans with the free armor along with the Saracen archers to break through. And Feudal Age stone walls actually go down quite readily to Saracen archers, even just 7 of them. That's like 20 damage per volley they're doing. FedEx might need to tower. He might need to tower here. But FedEx can deal with that as we have 2 TCs for Monos, and and FedEx do have the score lead. Vil's coming forward. Maybe we'll see another tower. You can see Vil's attack the wall while the archers attack it. Or attack the completed wall, not the bit that isn't finished. Well, at this point, there's less HP on the finished wall. Also, it's not finished by 10 HP, so not much of a difference. They probably had a couple of shots as they were walking in, and that just made it easier. So there's the tower. There's the tower from FedEx. That'll keep this out, but it is a big investment to force all those walls and then also a tower. Nope. Doesn't have lower armor. That's only for gates, not for walls. The unfinished gates have less armor, but the walls are the same. So tower goes up, that'll keep this out. But there'll be a tower against a workshop. Now, this is double aggression from Prisma and Nahu, and FedEx needs to find a way to survive. He's up to castle while his teammate booms. And it's going to be really tricky with the forward stone. Could take back stone, but I feel like the answer, if he does see the workshop, which he does, is going to be to castle. But he needs to get to the castle age, which he's up, and then build a castle. I feel like if I were him, I'd have every Vil on stone right now. And desperately trying to get up a castle. Yes, this is going to be extra hard to keep out with Saracen archers and now a double workshop, double mangonel push. So he is going to continue walling. Has to be careful that at some point he will lose the market and won't be able to keep buying resources. But one more wall. And what is he going to do behind this? Is it just going to be a monk defense? Tricky as Berbers. Castler also wouldn't mind for the purpose of camel archers, but they're probably not going to be the unit to use against all those Saracen crossbows. Yeah, AOM, the buildings go down. You're absolutely right about that. That's one of the big adjustments I have to make when playing AOM, is that you can't Alcatraz or Quick Wall, because the foundations go down. And it's one of those things you're aware of. If someone is doing like a forward castle, or a fortress, or whatever, or hill fort, or whatever the AOM Civ equivalent building is, the palace, the hill fort, you can just rush it down with your siege and the foundation just crumbles. Even better than killing Vils in some situations, or in most situations maybe even. Alright, so one layer of wall left, and what does FedEx do now? He keeps walling. I feel like on the way up, the right decision would have just been heavy stone. Heavy stone mining. And you get a castle up by a TC. He's doing double workshop? Is that going to be in time? He's already down in mangonel numbers. There are 4 mangonels out for Prisma. And I guess it's the only thing he can do at this point. Fortress type buildings, what all the changelogs call them. I don't know how active AOM is anymore. I did get to, when it first came out, I got to like I think my highest was 158th on the ladder. But that was mostly playing Greeks, because the Greeks are very similar to AoE 2 civs. And from what I heard, they had gotten nerfed. But they got nerfed a while ago, maybe they got buffed since then. It was a situation where I would basically win the land maps and lose the water maps. I felt like I was getting phosphored every water map, kind of, with how specific the build seemed to have been. So, this is a mangonel. If only there were a delete bug, he would have destroyed 4 mangonels there. But no more delete bugs. He has to defend from downhill. At least there's no Repairville. Archer's trying to get in, but the mangonel downhill takes a shot. He's still going double workshop mangonels, doing what he can to defend. Archer's running around. Mangonel needs repairs. Still no map bans. Nice shot on the archers. That's what he needed. Archer's hoovering around. Ooh, Cowses to try to restrict the archer movement so we can get a mangonel shot. Oh, almost got one. Nice dodge at the last second from Nahu. FedEx, another nice mangonel shot. This is what he needs. This is what his team needs, and the archers are taken care of. Tried to push a mangonel with feudal archers and it didn't work. Now he just needs to defend. Oh, that hill just near the TC. And even if it doesn't hit the TC, which I think some of the mangonels can from the hill, it will be awkward to micro because the mangonels uphill do not die in one shot. So FedEx, this worked. I thought for sure he'd need a castle, and at least that forces rams instead of mangonels, but this is working. This is working. Mangonel's going down, and I think we're going to have a 1-to-1 set. Ooh, the Vills, both Vills get hit. The repair Vills are down, and FedEx is holding this. He's holding 1v2. The Saracens were still feudal. And is this it? Is this GG? The Vill counts are 109 to 94. 71 Vills total for Monos. FedEx down to 38 Vills, but he's still holding. He's actually ahead over Nahu and Vills, considering Nahu needs to click up. No, that was nasty. I don't know if that was a great micro from the Mangonels or just a poor decision to run forward with Feudal Age Archers. Maybe they feel like they're on a clock and had to do pressure with Monos booming. Yeah, saw all those Lumberjack Vills and maybe got overzealous in his pursuit of the villagers. But FedEx beasting. On the other side, lots of walls from Monos, making sure this doesn't get in, has the scout forward to scout, and he is up to the Imperial Age at the same time the player he is facing is up to the Feudal Age. And that is a lot of stone walls from Nahu. That's what he's going to need against the Bohemians. I guess the good thing is Bohemians don't usually go for the Onager cut because they want to go for the Haufnitze. So more of a cannon sieve than a cutting sieve. I say Feudal Age, I mean Castle Age. Up from Feudal to Castle versus Castle to Imp. And streaming for almost 6 hours. I will say some things incorrectly. So that's why we have 400 people watching between Twitch and YouTube, so you can catch my mistakes for me. Are there pawns? Yes, there are pawns, but it's random. There can be 0, 1, or 2 pawns per team. And they're roughly balanced, so if you have a back pond, then someone else on the other team has a back pond. If you have a forward pond, someone else has a forward pond. 4-2 military counts. After a very aggressive game of Black Forest, that's what happens to the military. So Elite Skirmisher, let's go. Best unit in the game. Skirmishers along with 3 workshops. Chemistry finished. And this will be for Haufnitze and likely a forward castle. This is a lot of walls. You're looking at 89 tiles a wall. What do you do now if you're red? This is all you can do. You're just at the castle age. You cannot fight someone who's imp and will have cannons. Your goal is to stall and help your teammate can win. But at this point, I don't think there's anything that can happen that will let them win. They invested so much just to be stopped by the Mangonels. That felt like he was going to destroy FedEx. That felt like he was going to be taken out of the game, but he defended with the Mangonels so well. Yeah, they needed more fully to defeat FedEx, but FedEx can just boom now. He's on 4 TCs and he's going to be shipping villagers to them. And not just Cannon Halfnitsa, but a good boom, not a full boom. But Cannon Halfnitsa plus Onager, so there will be an Onager cut. You gotta look for the Halfnitsa upgrade. Just making cannons now. And I mean, good job by Nahu to wall the entire forest so the cut doesn't get right in. He's gonna open up the gold. Outpost will see the walls and they'll see that he's walling the forest. Town watch even for the outpost. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, plus elite skirm, right? That's the killer. So, walls going up behind this. The Onager tries to make more room through the forest. Cannons will start hitting the walls. Fortified wall. Here we have fortified wall. That's all Nahu can do right now. Wall, wall, wall as much as he can to try to slow this down as much as possible. And he realizes he needs a quick gate there just because that's going to be chopped through. It was a weak spot in the walls. Fewer tiles. The gate now also creates its own weak spot. He's getting walled in. Now, same with FedEx. He is doing a great job of walling. And skirms and cannons pushing. Wouldn't mind another Onager just to clear more trees. I mean, imagine if, I mean, he can see this, right? Like, Mono's, one more Onager and chop here. You're good. There's no vills there to wall. I think he's maybe more happy just to kill Walling Vills with the skirms. Halfnitsa on the way, Bodkin Arrow on the way for more attacking range on the skirms. I do need that to kill the Vills. He does at least have ballistics though. I'll not use wall as much as he can, but I don't think there's any stopping Monos at this point. Chemistry and ballistics before Bodkin, he has his priorities in order. You just do like cannoneers instead of skirms if he wanted to. Okay, there we go. Finally he's chopping through the short way. Now you go into wall. Walling up everything, but the cannons are there. That Vil survived like 5 cannonballs to the face, but he will wall another day. Until the Onager takes him out. Rip the Vil. And also rip Nahu, as those cannons are a minute away from being Halfnitsa. And the castle will come up right on his face. He has to run, has to flee towards Prisma. Prisma is already down. Down to this army. Maybe Prisma could do some surprise stables, but they are scattered. There's the GG, and we are tied 1-1. And that means we might see a WRX home map. Their home map picks are amazing. So FedEx, amazing hold with a double workshop. Amazing hold. Blue could get to the south, yeah. Finally he realized that. And GG. Alright, let's update the scoreboard. 1-1. That's a win on Black Forest. And that was Saracens and Koreans, very low picked civs. Losing to Bohemians and Berbers. So not the highest picked civs either. So kind of even on the civ picks so far. 2 first row civs left for each pair of players. And let's see if they have a lobby for the next game. They picked Spiral! Yes, they picked Spiral. We're finally going to see Spiral. So much trigonometry going on in this map to make an Archimedean spiral. I'm really happy with how it turned out. this a sine wave or a cosine wave map? It is an Archimedean spiral. Use both sines and cosines, Sean. It can randomly be clockwise or counterclockwise, which is a nice change from the first one. That was only one direction. Oh yeah, I'm also streaming for actually not 6 hours, 6.5 hours because of that issue where I had to restart the stream because I was accidentally streaming at 75,000 bit rate instead of 7,500. Oh, that's fixed. That's behind us now. A complex the official map makers could never. Well, they couldn't do it in the original game. It's all because of the patch. I still have my YouTube video I need to edit. I have so many things I've been doing. Is it for the AoE stay for the maths? I mean, we usually do both at the same time. Alright. I'm so happy they picked Spiral. I hope they didn't change it on me. But nope, they are launching, and it will indeed be Spiral. Let's go. Now, this might just be an Archer Scout Civ. I don't know. I haven't seen it before. There aren't too many fish. So maybe it's possible just to skip the fish entirely. Now, T90 confirming he's playing Saturday at 14 GMT. What time do I have to wake up for games tomorrow morning? 10 a.m. I have to start streaming before that. So I'll stream this set, take a walk, and then go to bed. It's the same thing with a constant offset of... Yes, it is the same thing. Is it a pi? It's not a pi. It's pi over 2. Yeah, it's pi over 2. Maybe think for a second. An offset of tau over 4. Anyone in the chat have opinions on pi versus tau? Alright, you gotta swap to the map. Tau is greater than pi. That is mathematically true. So we have Spiral as the map. And welcome, we will have yellow and green. Or no, it's like yellow and red. I always get my colors mixed up. Yellow and red. Nahu and Prisma. Portuguese and Mayans. Portuguese for Nahu as the red in the south. Magyars as Prisma in the yellow to the west. Said Mayans, I meant Magyars on the other side. We will have Fetics and Monos. Fetics in the green as the Georgians to the north. And Monos in the blue as the Maya to the east. The map is Spiral. There are 2 arms of water with 3 deep fish each, and each arm has a couple pairs of shorefish. There are also the penned-in cattle and relics and chickens on the sides of the map, and 2 deer you can take. So you can mill this, you can TC this. I don't know what they do. Laming going on. Is there laming going on? It's hard to lame on this map. You have 2 boar and they're pretty close. Or 2 boars and they're pretty close. Also, you don't have much of your own resource, but you do have other resource tiles around your base. I added a couple of extra resources, but you gotta expand out to grab them. Yep, there's a gold towards the back. The point is that the map did not have enough resource on it, but I still wanted to keep the resource piles in the circles that you go to. And then the gold in the middle. So, double docks here. Okay, double docks and Vil fight. There we go. Vil fighting Scouts and the Eagle. I don't even know where to look on this map. This is the first time I'm spectating it. They are fighting over here. So the fun thing about this map, it can spiral in all 360 degrees. The water arms are not always in this position. They can move around. And it can also turn and spawn either clockwise or counterclockwise. I'm not sure how to say one is or the other, but I guess this is the clockwise spiral. It can also spawn the other way, counterclockwise. So the Eagle Warrior, pretty weak at this point. So is that Vil from Prisma. And nice blocking from Nahyu to keep the Vils away. He's just going to go for the Scout. The Scout loses a lot of HP in going for the Vil, but then Nahyu loses his own Scout as well. How did it just click when it's just off by a multiple of 2? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, the score. You said that? What do you mean, Varian? As we have the gate being opened. And the first pair of herd bulls being taken, cow and a pig in each. Oh, you're responding to Zag. Okay. I didn't see the comment. And hello again, LL in the YouTube chat. So barracks going forward for Nahyu. Fishing ships are out, but will be hit by the scout. Fishing ships cannot fight back against scouts, even the scouts that have a mere 6 HP remaining. Sunwise and Widdershins instead of clockwise and counterclockwise? Is that actually a thing? Now I'm curious, I'll have to look that up. X has 3 HP on the scout that's still running around. And he could go for those critibles too. Grab them himself. Also 7 relics on the map. 1 in each of these berry pens. 1 directly in the middle. And then 1 in each of the empty 4-player slots. He will have a barracks and a range there from Lanos. And this could be a scout plus archer play. But it could also be a fire ship, fire galley play. And there aren't that many fish on the map. I don't know how important it is to control the shallows. This is a hybrid map, and controlling the middle with all the golds will be important. You're also pretty far apart from each other, so that makes the scout and archers a bit harder to pull off when you need to group them up. And another range for Manos. The stable going up for FedEx as the scout cav begin to be trained. And it will be scouts and archers. I think there's no question about seeing that. Unless we don't see scouts up there. We go. Now we have a stable. So there's a scout and a stable in for Prisma, who's walling himself at home. Palisade wall going up for Prisma. X over here. Spear coming forward for a poke, but Prisma sees it and runs away. Sees it and runs away. So, fishing ship going down to the fire. We will have horse collar on the way from FedEx. And dock in the way as the fishing ship goes down. And dock being taken out by the fire. So archers coming around the wood line. And walls going up for Manos. We'll have to try to wall in time. He has his own archers on the hill. A nice hill bonus using the armor of the spiral to defend. And that's going to let him fight off maybe scouts plus archers at the same time. He's going to run away. Still has the archer advantage. Trying to buy himself time to wall. Has Fletching on the way. Fletching's already in for Nahyu, so he doesn't want to fight. Doesn't want to lose the Vil. Scouts have really low HP, so they're not going to be too useful in the fight. He probably could have kept walling, and he's thinking that himself, too. As the scouts come over from FedEx, and then he's thinking, nope, I need to get back. Completes the wall so the scouts can run in. And with the low HP on yellow scouts, this should be a good fight for green and red. Both scouts go down. And more archers come over, so Mono's and FedEx with a nice lead still. The archers go down. And no ballistics, so that guy will run away for the moment, but eventually go down. So there's the army cleared. At the same time, FedEx did go for a fire ship and has started winning the water. We'll have shorefish on the way there. As scale barding armor comes in for FedEx, and he's going armor for the scouts. Okay, armor for the scout line. As we have a bit of a lull, let me notice that I never actually updated the scoreboard, so this is the gold lay-in. There we go. My opinion on Tau is that when I'm programming, it's much more convenient to use because I don't need to type 2 times pi everywhere. And if you're just gonna save that in a constant, you're naming the constant 2 pi when Tau usually already exists. As gold plain, it means the winner advances to the gold league and the loser drops to the silver league. Let me just double check. This is indeed the gold matchup, right? Yep, this is the 16 versus 17 seed. So the middle, as much as we can get of the bracket. So army going to group up again. Okay, Petito messaged me and told me how to pronounce Nahu, and my mind cannot form these sounds in the order he wrote them. Kind of like TTL? Kinda, yeah. There's no continuity between seasons because teams can change. So it's more just there are 2 separate leagues. There are 2 separate 1v1 brackets. And I'm having the losers essentially the first round drop to silver because I didn't want people playing 1 set and then not having anything left. I'll read it again between the games. So, walling and tower. This is 2 armies that really want to break into FedEx's base. And the tower will keep them out for now. He is walled up, has a market to the north. Still does have the water on that dock. Taking the shorefish. Carter time. Hello, Mr. Fluffy Bunny. And looks like Monos will have the water on the other side all to himself. So FedEx and Monos, they're both up to the castle age. Opponent's still feudal, but walling to keep these armies out has worked. And we'll get 1, 2, 3 houses going up, a 4th house going up as well for FedEx. I think 20 Expos clean this. In a straight fight, I think they do. We have Prisma up, so his scouts are going to go up. Nahu still not up. Oh, did he have a hole? He had a hole. Mono's saying, I'm just going to camp this hole. I don't know if he deleted it to save archers or anything, but yeah, he has a hole. Oh no, we've seen how much holes can hurt in team games these days. Put it in Google Translate. Okay, I'll do that after the game. That's a good suggestion. So he's going forward. Mono's even going forward on Prisma. He has crossbows on both sides. The scout's trying to come back, but I don't think they'll be numerous enough to fight the crossbows. Even with bloodlines, he doesn't have the armor upgrade yet. These crossbows look like they're going to break in. They're gonna break in indeed. And now the back of this base is wide open. Wide open. Hill's starting to go down. Lots of hills going down as they run for the tower, but that's not going to provide enough safety for them as they'll call the GG, and Wonder C both being up. We'll win the game on Spiral. It's the first game I've seen on Spiral. It kind of became a standard Scouts Archers play, but the hills gave Monos some interesting ways to defend. They were far enough apart that the walling and the faster castle age seemed to pay off. And no one really picking a hybrid map save other than Nakyu. A G. Alright, so time to look at this pronunciation guide. One side wasn't docked by both players, and FedEx won the side he docked. That's what happened on the water. Okay, so Petito tells me it's Na. U as an ultra. I can't make the ultra U without an L though. E as in the first E in enemy. That's a E. And U. Not Ui. Not Ua. Not Ue. Not Ua. I'm trying. Can't get it. I was told plug it into Google Translate. Okay. And detects Hawaiian. I'm guessing this I should be Spanish as the language. Listen to it. I need to put my headphones on to listen to it.
Nawe. Nawe.
So Nawe. Emphasis on the A. So Nawe. All right. Oh, there we go. Oh, did Petito pronounce it and say it to me?
Nawe.
Okay, so Nawe. All right. We got it now. So GG. Let me actually update the scoreboard. That's Wonder C taking a 2-1 lead after dropping the first game. We've lost on the home map of Spiral. And that was the pair of saves, the Mayans and Georgians, so the top of the draft, winning against Magyars and Portuguese. Oh, yeah, that like the W sound in the middle is what I was missing, yeah. The na way. Yeah, Luca spells it the way I would say it. Okay. All right. So let me find this next game. It will indeed be on 4 Seasons. Reopen Capture Age. All right, so it'll be 4 Seasons. How do I cast this game? I don't know. We have Wonder C, who will be blue and green, against WRX, who will be red and yellow. It is a 2 TC start, so Monos and FedEx have the Spanish and the Huns, Prisma and Nawe have the Lithuanians and the Bengalis. Now I just gotta say that a lot to get the pronunciation down. Nawe. This map is amazing. Well, this is the map I created for the first Cartographers. We're using it again. The only real change is that we have 8 trees across the wood lines. That is consistent. Used to be 10 or 11. Now it's a consistent 8. Yeah, the landscaping map. And, well, how does this map work? You have a 1v1 against each of your opponents. So, in the north, we'll have a 1v1 between Nakwe and FedEx. To the east, we'll have a 1v1 between Nakwe and Monos. To the south, a 1v1 between Prisma and FedEx. And then to the west, a 1v1 between Lithuanians and Monos. T90 had a lot of problems with Onimaru pronunciation. I was told like that the I part is the emphasized part, like Onimaru, and the O and the Maru is less emphasized. And let me make sure I can see my YouTube chat too. Hold on, let me arrange my windows. This is the Budapest, but more cutthroat. In some sense, yes. When we were looking at a map called 4 quarters with 1 resource in each quarter. And that didn't work for 2v2s because obviously players need access to all the resources. But then I realized we could do a 1v1 on all of the spots. Kind of like Enemy Archipelago, but crazier and land focused. And so what are the civs for? Huns, of course, because you don't need houses. I really need to... Wish I could just delete the houses at the start for the quick start, but that's an Empire Wars thing. There's a tech I could research to do it, but I would need an XS script for that. But Huns, because you don't need houses, they're great civ for 2-vil starts because you get off to a really smooth start when you're not housed. And we can see already the players are similar vil counts. The Spanish as monos here because they have a great unique unit. The Conquistador, usually 2cc starts are fast castle maps. You have so many vils and gather so many resources on the way up to feudal that typically you go straight up to the castle age. We did in that Nocturna plan match see Target try to go for a feudal age tower rush. I don't think it worked out all that well for him. The other civ is, or for the other team, we'll have Lithuanians. The plus 100 food per TC happens to pay off for both of your Dark Age TCs, so you start with 200 food extra and you can keep your TCs running. And then finally we'll have Nawe as the Bengalis, and the 2 vils he gets per TC will be indeed per TC. So instead of getting 2 and then 4 from feudal and castle, he'll get 4 and then 8. So 8 extra vils for him. And also great unique units for Bengalis too, with the... for Bengalis and Lithuanians too, with the Rathas and the Lechai. So, idle TC time. Look at that. Lithuanians and Huns, not much. Bengalis and Spanish a bit more. Although, as I say, that Prism is now accruing more idle time. Always important. Remember to queue vils while you're up to the feudal age. That usually isn't part of your macro cycle, but you have to remember to do it. Mono's up first. Prisma FedEx right behind him. And Nahue, or Nawe, will be up just a bit small, just a bit later. Would Chinese get 4 extra villagers? Chinese get 3 extra villagers. Back in AOC, they got 3 vils per TC, but now they only get 3 vils at one of their TCs. So the Chinese would have been a good civ on this map, probably in AOC. Nowadays, not as much. Nowadays, nowadays only 3 extra vils, and starting with 0 food with a 2 TC map really puts you behind. So Castle Age first clicked for Monos. Prisma right behind him. I mean, maybe he's saving food, or maybe he forgot. But now, okay, now we have some idle time. For Monos, is he saving food? I think he forgot. He's queuing more vils now. I think he forgot. I gotta really keep that in mind. Nice Alcatraz move from Prisma. Now remember, this is the home map of WRX. So maybe they're a bit more practiced on it than Monos and FedEx, but I think Monos and FedEx do have really good civs for it. Huns, as I said, typically are a good 2TC map. Everyone constantly housed. That's how these maps work. Because not only do you have to remember to queue the vils, you also have to remember to build the houses. You need more houses than normal. With all the vils you're producing from 2TCs. And just zoom out and look at it. This is your favorite team game map? I really do like it. This would be a good 8-player map too. Yeah, people have been asking all the time for 16 seasons instead of just 4 seasons. One day I'll be crazy enough to do that. I mean, the resources are balanced. That's for sure. But 8 players, I don't even know how that would work. That'd be absolutely crazy. They'd be the worst first game of the day map. Give MBL some advice about which map to pick against Viper then. So castle drop. So blue will castle drop yellow. Red will castle drop blue. Green, or no, yellow will do a defensive castle for himself. And then no one will do a castle in the north. These two just playing peacefully. Green, no castles. No Tarkins for FedEx. water and a dock in the middle. There is a chance of randomly having ponds in the corners. That's something Viper wanted. I wasn't a fan of the idea at first, but he wanted it added for the first one, so I did it, and I think it works out okay. You gotta scout and see if the ponds are there. So defensive castle from blue, so this is blue's second castle. Monos will likely lose that TC, but have to contend with the Rathas, and he'll have, I guess, a phosphorus-styled castle defending golden wood. Rathas might be able to stand out here in ranged mode and hit some vills, just be annoying. Or melee mode, dive the vill. That works too. So if Prisma can keep these walls up, well, he is double layer walling behind the castle, Conquistador coming out. Rathos, they can go melee mode and attack the TC if vills aren't in it. Rathos are so silly, that they are. That they are. Oh, Conquistadors! Finding the walling villagers, stopping the wall from going up. Prisma not fully walled. He has some monks, but now there is a hole and Conquistadors can find their way in. Let's see if the monk can even pull off a conversion that far away. So a hole in the wall has now doomed Prisma to a fate of Conquistadors. Can this castle even hit these walls here? Let me check. With fletching it probably could, and with Bodkin it definitely could. So monk defense against Conquistadors for Prisma to the west. Lithuanians do have good monks, and their monasteries work faster. I did lose one monk. Wants a conversion. Conquer Aid's equivalent to death. And doesn't get the conversion. I can't send monks individually without sanctity. And what does he not have? Sanctity. Needs more hit points. Would have even said with a palisade you could get this wall just to limit the mobility of the conks a bit. It finds a bear. That's a lot to worry about. As Prisma and Mono's both losing score. Ratha is fighting on the right. And the teams were trying to chop towards each other, but the Conquistadors will get there. That's something I just feel like Prisma could have prevented with some walls. Monks will get in. But I know it's hard to think about this map and wall everything you need to wall. Who says that monks counter conks? They did before devotion. Do the conks have devotion? He's right on cue, he clicks it. Still no sanctity. Immediately he starts converting though. And double delete for monos on the Conquistadors. Not gonna let his conks be converted. So this is still wait, that's fixed. That's walled up. Oh, did the Vil get a wall behind the Conquistadors when they got in? Maybe they did. Anyway, the Elephant and Ratha push is going. The Elephant and Ratha push is working on this castle. There are 20 Vils inside the castle. And do Rathas kill all those Vils? They might. Oh no, the Vils are trying to run. Where can they run though? The Ram push. Mono's suffering. He has one Mangonel out. What's one Mangonel gonna do against such wild elephants? He's gonna try to get a TC up. I feel like he shouldn't reveal the TC location to Nahu though. Alright, at the same time, Nahu's doing a defensive castle at home, and the Cav Archers and Rams are moving in. FedEx has been playing with Cav Archers in the south. Prisma's been dealing with that. And he's going to be trying to ram the castle in the north. There's so much happening here. Will this TC go up? Will this be a doubt TC? No, it will not. The villagers garrison. And at least for a moment, they will survive to get some arrows on the Rathas. The elephants can go move over and hunt the TC, though. So Mono's down to 59 Vils. Prisma 58. The Hunnic Cav Archers have been quite annoying. They've stopped the chop out over here from Yellow. Yellow's going to try to chop through again, but now the Conquistadors come down and over. Another TC going up to the north. And the Vils will run as the monks want conversions. One monk goes down, and a second monk goes down. Too many Conquistadors now to pick off with lone monks like that. You need a lot of monks. Okay, the elephants are going to take this next TC. Vils are just running in every direction, but they've got nowhere to hide anymore. Does Nagwe see this? Nagwe does not see it. And now we will finish off the Vills. Now fight all the groups they tried to do a lumber camp. They might need to fight that. And thank you, Curitaclon, for the follow. And yeah, Manos isn't going to bother fighting with Vills. Only 14 HP. He probably could have. Oh, he's going to run. Needs to check the HP. But on the other side, Cav Archer's hitting that wood line. Naway's not going to be able to chop out. And Prisma just has gold down there. Prisma still dealing with Conquistadors running around. There is a Petard. Now, Naway with the score lead. In the north, he's doing a castle with more Rathas. If he could chop through and group the Rathas up in the north, maybe he could get a good push on FedEx. But FedEx and Monos together are chopping through, which could let Conquistadors come over to the north. Idle eco for yellow is well. These Cav Archers have been idling everything. The Conquistadors have been idling everything. So Mono's, well, dead eco doesn't show up in idle eco. Thank you, Mr. McManus, for the follow. And there's more idle eco. Cav Archers and Conquistadors hoovering everywhere. This is gonna come down to Naway to carry for his team. Double castles, 3 rams, and some Cav Archers and skirms. Yes, the unit that counters the Rathas, the skirm. Naway pushing the Vills from FedEx. FedEx taking some damage. FedEx trying to move out towards the farms around that TC. As the Rathas maybe being pushed a bit by the Cav Archers. Now, Cav Archers, how do they fight the Rathas? Not that great, even with bloodlines. And Rathas not having bloodlines, they're down by 30 hit points. If Naway has clicked up to the Imperial, if he ever gets bloodlines, he'll have another 20 HP, and he's also doing pikes. Pikes for even faster firing. So it's going to be skirms and rams most likely. Now, Monos with Conquistador is still doing a ton of damage down here to Prisma. Prisma might be dying in this corner as the ram push comes in. Conquistadors protect the rams. Lots of repairs on the monastery with the Vills. Trying to keep it up and get more monks out. Monks in the back to convert the conks. Yep, skirms do bonus damage to Rathas even in melee mode. You can't just swap mode to dodge like you can with Trebs trying to protect against ranged attacks. The ram's gonna ram the monks. Monasteries stay up after repairs. So Imp, not just for Naway, but also for FedEx. So Naway is up. And repairs are clutch, repairing one of the most powerful things in Age of Empires. Monks want to hit the conks. And at that they will be successful. Yes, they get a conversion. Conk will go down right away though. Another Petard, where's that going to go? Oh, there's so much happening on this map. So FedEx over here still has the Cav Archers rating. Prisma 73 Vills, Monos 58. And Naway trying to cut through to himself now. Making a nice push with the Rathas. Where are the skirms? Where are the skirms? FedEx, he's got 5 ranges, 7 ranges, 8 ranges, just gonna be pumping out the skirms. 119 Vills to 136 though, and that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs, so another 8 Vills as soon as Naway clicks up. Insta. Oh, don't mangonel your own castle. Don't mangonel your own castle, Naway. Where are the Vills? Okay. This, you could mangonel his own castle. Conquistador still running around. A Petard was converted. Will Conquistadors be converted? Prisma still trying to hold on. There's FedEx up. Where are the Vills with this castle? What is this pathing? What is this pathing? Naway, where are your Vills going? Do you want the castle? There you go. Wall those Vills in. Okay, stop mangoneling the spot. The wall saved Vills from the mangonel, maybe. Cav Archers fighting the Rathas. Rathas going down, but then more CA are maybe not there anymore. Maybe the mangonel was blocking the opening, if there was an opening. Okay, so Monos and FedEx have chopped into each other. Maybe Conquistadors can come back and deal with this. Skirm's going to take out the Rathas. FedEx pushing in the south. Where does he push in the south, though? Actually, getting pushed in the south, maybe, as Leichai comes forward. Okay, he's killed almost all the vills over here. But also, Leichai are going to come forward and hit his eco. He could maybe chop through here. Yellow and green are not friends. They were chopping together, though, for a long time. He could chop through and also raid Prisma here. Now, lots of rams for the Huns. Siege ram on the way. 41 cav archers, but they split up. Lots of skirms. Rathas do usually fall off in Imp a bit, but we have Elite Ratha in. Elite Ratha just about finished. Oh, and we have a pause. What do we have a pause? Pause by Monos. Monos has 1 TC. Needs to pause to make sure he can manage it properly. No, 2 TCs, actually. 2 TCs. He has nothing over here, just a mining camp and a lumber camp. FedEx still with a nice score. I mean, this is kind of a 1v1 between FedEx and Nawe now.
Yes.
If FedEx can win a fight here, then he's okay. But those Elite Rathas, look how gold they are, how scary they are. Does he just not have enough skirms? He's going to have 10 ranges pumping out skirms and not going to have enough skirms to fight the Rathas. The Rams are going for the Treb. Can the Ram hit the Treb? It can. Nicely done from FedEx to snipe the Treb. That'll keep his TCs alive. Pause champ, hello. Hello, Mazinga. Repairs on the castle for FedEx. Conscription on the way, but Nawe is taking a score lead. Nawe having safe eco is great, as FedEx has not noticed the raids from Prisma from the Leichai getting into his southern economy. He's about to have more idle eco. And it looks like we're going to another game. Looks like we're going to go to a game 5, as FedEx is getting pushed in the north and in the south. More ranges going up. Cav archers cleaning the Rathas. Everything going down as more skirms come over. Rathas are tanky, yes. Yeah, they have everything. Everything you just mentioned, Sean. Well, this is kind of being cleaned, but at the same time, well, they've also gotten through and are hitting monos. They're hitting monos. They have Bengaliville count versus everyone else. And now Prisma is reboomed from all those raids from earlier. Prisma might lose one of his bases, but he has more TCs and he's safe over here. Look at the carnage going on. This map is so crazy. It's going down. And there are the GGs. And 2-2. We've tied it up and we're going to game 5. Yeah, the Vil bonus on this map is great. And I don't know how to describe this map, but that was amazing. FedEx and Nawe got up. And Bengali Vils in the end. Most Vils. Yeah, the double siege workshop to destroy that castle was the call, right? Double workshop, elephant push, destroying the castle, and once that castle went down, Monos had nothing left over here. It does sometimes feel snowbally, but they've also had epic comebacks where like one player is defeated and the other team wins, or the other player manages to win. It can be snowbally, but in different directions too. It's pizza plus Budapest. So that ties it 2-2. Home map win. And that will leave Sumatra as the final map. As Lithuanians and Bengalis over Huns and Spanish. So I guess Vikings, Hindustanis against Armenians, Japanese, maybe? Are the Wu good here? I don't know. Yeah, exactly. If Prisma dies a bit earlier, if FedEx probably carries that ram, the elephant ram push was absolutely clutch. All right, we have only 17 minutes left until we get pre-roll ads, so I'm just going to run a 2-minute ad to reset the counter, and then we'll get the next game. So apologies for the ads on Twitch. And we are starting the next game already, so let me go spectate that. This player started the games one right after another. They're lovely at that. Okay, we'll have a spec delay, so we're good. So game number 5 to determine which of these wonderful teams will advance to the Gold League and which will go to the Silver League. This is our 16-17 matchup. So the two closest teams we had in the gold bracket for the play-in. In terms of their seeding score. Should be loading in any second now. And here we go. Set this up. All right, welcome to game number 5, WRX against Wonders C. We'll have Nawe in the yellow as the Armenians on the island, and Prisma in the red as the Japanese on the land. Look at that deer push. Then we'll have FedEx in the blue as the Woo, the blue Woo. Woohoo. On the land with Monos as the Vikings on the water. We saw Vikings on the water on this map earlier. They are amazing. Monos will be docking to the south. I'd break out a Subaru commercial. A lower number on land, yes. The lower number on land, the higher number on the water. And you have to do 1 in 3 versus 2 and 4 on this map. Yeah, so Prisma not in the yellow. Be aware that they had swapped colors from the previous game. And also Mono's in the green this time instead of the blue. Maybe I should swap the colors, because in many ways it feels like the flank player is usually the micro player and probably the one who would be on water. Maybe it would make sense to swap that at some point. Maybe next time we do the map I swap them. Although, to be fair, it's probably better not to have blue on the water, so never mind that thinking. You want blue on the land. I was trying to see if there was a way I could redo the numbering system. But I think the other way is just to depend on player slots instead of colors. The Rhino goes down. And ooh, Rhino lured in by the scout for Monos. 5 HP left, so he has another hit. Nice little efficiency tip for the islands maps. You don't see this done on most maps these days because... Oh no, the deer went to the edge. Because of the Dark Age transport, and it's so much more important to have the scout have more HP on it to deal with landings. But was one of those old things you do. You lure the boar with the scout so that you can have a bit more villager efficiency in the Dark Age. Just a tiny bit more efficient if you have a vill working instead of luring the boar. Played this map on Voobly or some old version. Yeah, this was a map originally made by Algernon for the ECL, Escape Champions League, many moons ago. Originally, it was a 1v1 map with 1 TC on land and 1 on the water, but we've repurposed it a bit for 2v2s, and I think it provides a nice bit of variety to the map pool. Something you don't see necessarily every day. So Vils will take the deer, just so the scout doesn't have to be microed and feudal, and chop the straggler trees for wood. So pure galley build from the Viking player. I'll take a look at the ecos. The one thing that I've seen is they dock the same side, so this will make it easier to protect the fish, but you'll be sharing fish essentially. So the fish for FedEx are going to become very inefficient rather quickly. Whereas if you dock more apart, like Nahue and Prisma have done, Prisma has all the fish in between the island and the mainland, and Nahue has all the fish that are out here in the middle between the two islands, so they don't have to share resources as much. Can you lure boar with a scout and not lose HP? If you time it to hit the rhino while it's walking away, you can, but it also randomly walks back after only 1 hit when luring with the scout. If you time it properly, though, you can usually just take 1 hit of damage instead of 2. You have to be extremely careful with the timings. However, maybe with the updated animations, it might be easier to pull off. You might be able to be more aware of when to click it back. So there's Nahue up to feudal, Monos and Prisma also up to feudal, everyone up aside from FedEx, who's going up a bit later. And looks like he's going up with Men-at-Arms, looking to teach Prisma a lesson. Prisma will open with a stable and go scouts. Militia coming in, that will save the scout, and Men-at-Arms upgrade is on the way, as the final militia comes from the rear. And Men-at-Arms versus Scouts. The Scouts at least do have some water and some fish food powering them. And this is what I was thinking about earlier. FedEx already stuck on a box turtle, not taking the deep sea fish. This is even a map where you might want to shift queue your fishing ships so that you actually can pay attention to them and not have to look at the fish the entire game. Because you are microing your Men-at-Arms a lot. Especially if you go water and land combined. In the past, I had seen teams going double water, but now it feels like land aggression is very viable. We did see that attempted Phosphoro build from Kingstone earlier. And Men-at-Arms now will just camp the hill. Will be galley play. Monos comes down here and then goes forward to make sure he can protect the fish of FedEx. And let me remind myself what the Civ bonus is for the Woo. Civ, are they? They are the military production buildings and docks provide plus 65 food. Houses are built faster. And Careening and Drydock are available in age earlier, and cost and research time is discounted, so they could do armor on the feudal age galleys. Okay. Yeah, which player makes a transport ship first? Okay, keep your eye on that. Let me know what happens if I miss it. Why is double water not viable? It is completely viable, I just don't know if teams are going for it. I have seen it before, but I think the one change I made to this map from last time was I took the TCs and I moved them ever so slightly closer together and farther from the edge of the map, so it's harder to do a full wall. You need to control your main gold. If you have a safe gold that you can wall in, then I think double water definitely is viable. It does put you under a lot of pressure. Armenians Vikings. I think I still do like the Vikings here for longboats. But having a good galley war is important. This is what I like about the map too. We don't have that many maps with all the fire galleys on the hybrid maps. We don't really have old school galley wars all that much. And I'm glad we have a map where that at least is possible. So on the land, the scouts are trying to break in. They are going to hit some vills on the berries. They'll get 1 vill and maybe a second vill. Yes, 2 vills down for FedEx. 2 vills down for FedEx as some scouts are going to be hoovering around the back, but he'll be walled. Walling up to the TC too, walling in front of the gold. Doing everything he can to stay walled as the galley dance continues. Man, you really gotta love galleys. So we have fletching on the way for Prisma, and padded archer armor on the way for FedEx. In the front, the archers coming forward, so good archer numbers for FedEx. Prisma's team takes the score lead, but Prisma will lose some scouts. Archers arrow them down a bit. And it will be scouts plus archers. Ooh, and FedEx doesn't see that he's actually down in archer numbers. He has armor, which Prisma doesn't. Line of sight on the archers. Coming in clutch, though. He sees what he's up against. Going to reinforce. And this is, oh, he right-clicks the deer instead of microing. That can always cost you. But double ranges, just trying to get more archers out. The scout's not enough HP to be particularly useful in the fight. 2 of them very low. Can distract for a moment or two, but that's it. Tactical deer hunting. And hello, Hernan. But yeah, I mean, double water is something that could pay off. What you can't just do, though, is make 1 or 2 fires, because there are so many galleys the fires will die. It's not like a water map, like Cross, where you go for small numbers of fires. There are so many galleys that they go down really easily. So Castle Age on the way for Monos on the water, and then also for Prisma on land. The Japanese fishing ships helping the economy of Prisma. Mono's taking a fight as the Vikings. And now Mono's, as much as he has a timing advantage, I wonder if he'd be tempted to be very aggressive on the water with the galleys. Because if he can clear a lot of galleys, even if he loses his, then he could skip War Galley and just go straight for Longboat. And he might, unless he's really closely watching the score, maybe taking guesses at the uptiming, he's not going to know for sure what the uptiming is of Nahue. So Fire's fighting back and forth. Galley's fighting back and forth. On the lane, a few spears and men-at-arms, still not getting in on Prisma. Prisma walling up. Everyone up to castle now. Monos will be the first. And does he click War Galley Bodkin right away? He does. He's got 4 docks. War Galley will make them produce faster, and he's adding in the university. Question is, does he go for longboats, or does he stay on War Galley? Either can work. Longboat's more effective if fires get added in. If you're just on War Galley, you might be happy just to stay for the cheaper ship. Right now it's 24 to 28. And even if these sail around the back, well, even then maybe he needs to be careful. Monos will get in and stop the fish of Prisma. Stop all of Prisma's fishing. Monos needs to be careful about his gold and wood lines, though. Nahue will get in on them right now, and those vills will have to run. How long will he notice before he runs? He runs right away. Lost 1 vill. And that's it. Only 1 vill going down. Okay, so he's forward, stopping the fishing. And there's the transport ship of Nahue. Who was looking for that first transport ship? There we have it. Will it be in time? Ooh, this is risky. Getting on the transport. Nahue, don't do it. Don't do it, Nahue. Get out, get out, get out. No, Nahue. He lost like 7 vills there. Oh, no. Just as he's up to castle. Oh, there goes his score, and he's forced off of his stone now, too. He's trying to get around the back, doing Bodkin, not doing War Galley. Oh, that was painful. That was really painful. At the same time, Prisma's pushing in. What are these things? Giant swordsmen. They have tons of pierce armor, apparently. When they're slow, they have 5 pierce armor. They're like Huskarls, but that's a lot of crossbows still. Alright, so triple barracks, Giant swordsman from FedEx against Prisma. Does that show on the KD? I have no idea. It'll show on the Eco KD, right? 23 to 2 Eco KD. And I don't think that was 23 fishing ships. Oh, FedEx lost 5 bills though. He's definitely down on the Eco KD. I guess there were a lot of fishing ships from Prisma that went down too. Oh, someone clipped that transport ship for me. And search not found. Thank you for the follow. That's maybe what Nahue is feeling, pressing idle villager and not finding his vills. They're dead at the bottom of the deep blue sea. Or the edge of the beach. And Bambino-y, thank you for the follow. Okay, here come the fishing ships of FedEx in danger of being sniped off from Nahue. And they will go down, but after they've basically fished all the fish in their immediate vicinity. Prisma's still pushing. Maybe Prisma with the advantage on the land, even with the Huskar-like swordsman. FedEx losing a lot of vills here. FedEx losing a lot of vills as the crossbows are sniping them off. Everyone at the bare minimum of resources. What is that? 13 vills killed for Prisma. And FedEx can't fight this now. He's going to do what he can with the hill, but Prisma will clear everything. And FedEx is just running laps around his base, running away from the crossbows. More crossbows coming in. Prisma, now his team takes the score lead. Nahue might have lost the water, but Prisma's winning the land. FedEx thinking these swordsmen would just give him the economy, or give him the pierce armor unit he needs to counter the crossbows. But having lost his fish at the same time as having all of his farms idled, he's being pushed and pushed hard. Yeah, they might not have been the play. Maybe Elite Skirm was the play. I mean, the Japanese also have longswords to counter the Jian swordsmen, right? FedEx is everything idled now. He can't even fit in the TC. He's got nowhere to go. And he has to hope that Monos now can carry the game with the water lead. At the same time, though, Nahue is transporting to the middle. He is transporting to the middle, and he'll be doing a town center. That's a siege workshop going up for FedEx. Hill gets deleted. The barracks will be rammed down. Fishing ship disaster, thank you. Or just siege instead of the barracks. Well, we'll see. We'll see now if he can get the mangonel and use it to destroy the rams. It's one hit. He needs to repair it. You know, force the crossbows away. With one mangonel, he can camp his TC for a bit and hope Monos can win with water control. No fishing ship does that. I think you can edit the title of a clip. I don't know if I can, but I think you can. Maybe I can too. Mangonel goes down for FedEx. What if Monos can't land? He should be able to land. The question is, what if he lands into crossbows? Maybe he needs a mangonel along with the landing? Scorpions along with the landing? Okay, so very weird game here. Wonder C actually up in vills despite all the losses for FedEx. So FedEx has lost 26 vills. Monos has killed 26. But they're spread out differently among which players destroyed which economy. And so far, FedEx with the mangonel push defending just like in that Black Forest game. Looking like he's almost dead, but defending with mangonels. Oh, did you see that ram teleport there? Did you see that? Clip that too. Oh, where's Nilly? The ram just teleported there from the range to the shallows. Why Nahue didn't upgrade the ships? Nahue had lost the water, and he wanted to snipe fishing ships, and the galleys are slightly more maneuverable than the war galleys because they're easier to. They don't have to regroup because they're not as big. So it may be a bit easier to snipe fish. The main benefit of war galley, as FedEx is still defending with the mangonel, the main benefit of war galley is that your docks produce faster. they have a shorter training time. So the docks can get the war galleys pumping more quickly, but if you're going to lose the water and not train it, then you can consider not doing it. And if you're not fighting directly war galley versus war galley, some of the extra stats don't matter as much as the maneuverability. So crossbows pick off the mangonels. These swordsmen do not have the staying power against that many crossbows. So FedEx, oh, he picks off the mangonel though. And when they drop below a certain threshold, I think it's half their HP, then they run faster. Really hard to micro because they swap between shield and two-handed sword mode. You have no control over that. It's just based on their HP. And that was the comment about the ships from Jiro over on YouTube. Yeah, the YouTube chat isn't quite as active as the Twitch chat, but I still have to remind myself to look over and read it. What is Mono's doing? He's just playing water? I think he does need to land at some point. He can't really hit the resources here because of the defensive towers from Nawe. I'm still not quite pronouncing it the way I want to, but I think it's better. Nawe. Yeah, like the WU sound. It's still kind of tricky. But I mean, get FedEx with the mangonels. He's done such a good job with the mangonels this entire series. Swordsmen should stop the ram from destroying the mangonel. Yes, they do. And Prism had gone so heavily for the rams, he's not able to hit the mangonels. There's another TC going up as the mangonel rolls its way forward. Ooh, almost a hit there. Prisma trying to micro. When you get larger groups of crossbows, it can be harder to tell where they go when you move them. And, well, Nawe did manage to land. After that initial disaster, he somehow snuck Vils over to the mainland. And no more transport ships for him, but he does now have 4 TCs. And Manos is slinging. Slinging FedEx. He's going to do a TC and boom. Okay, that's what Manos is doing. He's now slinging. Oh, I didn't notice this because I'm so used to seeing market notifications, but he is slinging. That's what he's doing. He's slinging FedEx. Okay, he won the water, now he's slinging, and that's why FedEx is trying to raid with these swordsmen, because he's getting a sling. Make berserks and depend on no murder holes. Now, this is when you sling. That's how FedEx is staying in the game, not just making El Micro, also because of the sling. Okay, slinging FedEx, wood, food, and gold. Not going to bother investing into his own upgrades or his own military, just going to go for the sling. Does he have coinage? The castle age, he could have it. He does not, though. Okay, that he should stop whatever he's doing and do coinage. It is valuable enough in AOC when it went from 30% to 10%, but in this game when it's 50% tax to 10%, he needs coinage right away. FedEx would be getting so much more sling. Deleted the island TC. He doesn't want to keep training Vils on the island. Now, you see that on migration sometimes. Players delete TCs, replace them with mills. Yeah, if he wants all the he's using select all TCs and using the TCs on the mainland, that's the thing. It's just annoying to keep selecting it. I see it on Houseboat too. Sometimes players delete the TC. Ideally, you don't, because there's no disadvantage to having it there. With the sling, FedEx now has to push the TC. And remember, Manos' score is water now, so that could be a bit misleading. It would just be a bit misleading. And the mangonel gets hit. Mangonel's trading even when it has low HP. Crossbows turning around. American time. They can schedule whenever they want. This is great for me to cast. He makes the upgrade for it. Yeah, he needs to make the sling upgrade. Is now Nawe's up to Imp. And this score lead, I fear, could disappear if Naue suddenly has Eco and gets up to Imp because he has 103 Vils. FedEx has 34 Vils. This team has almost 200. It's going to be 190 to 130. These swordsmen still, I mean, working okay against the crossbows? DC will go down for Prisma. Well, that's one TC with a teammate up to Imp, and a teammate doing War Galley, and a teammate who is redocked. Does he have Cilician Fleet? He doesn't, but it's pretty cheap. He could do it. And if he gets up, he just needs to go Cilician Fleet Galleys, and he should win. I still think Fire Ships may be a risk against Vikings, but Cilician Fleet Galleys and then Dromans. And what is this? Barracks from Armenians? Is he going to go Armenian Champions? He has 111 Vils. That is a laughably high number for all the damage he took on the water. This tax feels too realistic. I needed to nerf Sling while still making it possible, so I didn't want to have any rules against it. And I also didn't want to have any admin situation where someone slings, then they win a game, but then get an admin loss. So it's just in-game more expensive, and I think it's been working very well so far. We have seen some sling attempts, but so far I don't think it's been too viable. I'm mostly one of those situations where someone, like, they're getting pushed in feudal and they need to build another TC, that there's no prohibition on sending you the stone for it. Or, like, maybe you're getting pushed and you need a panic tower, you could ask your teammates for the stone, and they can send it to you. So not like a full sling, but little things like that I think should be possible. Yeah, I know you're joking about the tax, but... yeah, Prisma... his team takes the score lead now. Mono's still slinging FedEx. Mono's slinging with no coinage. It goes down, and the workshop goes down too. Bill gets hit by the mangonels. Mangonels take the mining camp. And FedEx on 48 Vils. Don't know if he has enough. I mean, he's gotten a lot of sling. Maybe it's okay. But 13 fishing ships from Monos. That'll go down pretty soon. Why does the tax get lower in Imperial? Oh, I'm just mean about the upgrades you get. Because coinage and banking are available in Castle and Imperial respectively, and they lower the tax. Coinage lowers it to 10%, banking lowers it to 0. Many tournaments have a rule that you can't sling until you're Imp, but I didn't do that. I think it's nice to have some slinging ability. So two-handed swordsmen, these become Armenian champions. Now these Geon swordsmen have the shock infantry armor class. That is the old Eagle warrior armor class, just renamed. So they will take bonus damage from the champions too. The champions are pushing forward now. They're champions. And they have Ferreters for the extra hit points. And all of a sudden, Naue is going to carry on the land. And potentially also on the water if he pumps out galleons. Arson on the way too, so they can hit buildings. It's a lot of mangonels for FedEx. Mangonels that might go down. Bill hit by the champion. Bill goes down before the champion dies. And now the Geon swordsman trying to chase the crossbows. They will trap them. The crossbows will likely go down. Prism is still having some good expo numbers. 24 still. Not all here. It's only 12 of them. And here come the champions. The Geon swordsman turn around. Turn around and run. As Prisma's in the back with Expo. Imp on the way for Monos. The sling so far has not worked out. Still no coinage. Yeah, that sling would have been so much stronger if he had coinage this whole time. As his own defensive castle, we'll get that up and defend the gold. We'll be adding in some ranges, and what is he going to do there? Maybe just Viking Arbalest. Could do the unique tech for more attack. Still doesn't have Thumb Ring. Taking arrows like champs? Well, no, taking arrows is better than champs. Champs don't have the same pierce armor. It's only... Well, now they do. Now they have 6 pierce armor. But these things now have 7. So, tanking even better than champs. Nice gates to protect the trib. And teamwork there. Prisma walling. Nawe tribbing. And there's the GG from FedEx. GG next round. GG from Prisma and Nawe. And WRX does it. We saw all 5 games, and what a set that was. I thought when Monos won the water, they were maybe okay, but the sling didn't quite work out. And he's probably going to be kicking himself if he realizes he didn't do coinage for the sling. But GG, Nawe losing the vills in the transport and still rebooming. GG. So this was our closest set in the standings, and the team that was ever so slightly favored did pull out a close victory. And oh man, isn't John Swordsman die faster than they are seemingly? What do you mean error name on YouTube? Is there no audio? There should be audio on the YouTube stream. There should be in-game audio and everything. That should be... Yep, that looks good to me. And I guess you can't hear me answer that. But man, streaming for 7 hours today, and it didn't feel like it. I've loved seeing these maps. I feel like we get something different every time. It feels refreshing from all the 1v1s on hybrid maps I've seen. Yeah, you hear someone on YouTube was asking though. Someone on YouTube was asking, and considering only one person asked that, I don't think it's a my end problem. And that was their home map they lost on too, even with the Vikings. The Vikings in the Woo. Oh, losing, and then Japanese and Armenians winning. Ooh, so that will do it for today. I think I'll end on YouTube first and then find someone to raid on Twitch. So thank you all for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this lovely Cartographers stream. Audio is fine on YouTube. Luca confirming for me. Thank you. There's just one person who must have an error then. So, oh, and hello, Hazai. So thank you all for watching. As a reminder, we do have a follower goal. If we hit 15,000, I'll add another $500 to the tournament. Prize pool, if we do hit the partner plus 300 subs, I'll add another $1,000. And of course, reminder that we are both streaming on Twitch and on YouTube. So if you want to see it in 4K, you can hop over to the YouTube channel. Anyway, I'm going to end on YouTube. I'll see you all later. And by later, I mean tomorrow at 10 a.m. EDT. That's 14 GMT. I'm going to start